This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch and Victorinox.
Hello, good morning and welcome. Thank you for joining us on tour in Malta. Sharing with you some of my lovely cherished memories of my day in Malta the other day. And of course I was on the boat going to the ports and of course the creeks of Gezira, of Salima and Valletta, and it was quite beautiful. And then of course I spent a lot of time in the fantastic National Aquarium of Malta, and that was quite brilliant as well. So really did have a fantastic day out, and as I keep telling you guys and girls, it's a wonderful place to be here in Malta. One thing you would have noticed from my travels is that the weather was pretty good. Now we know that yesterday, and from looking at the forecast here today, that the weather is a little bit up and down, so we could be experiencing some more rain here today. Of course, the American University of Malta, they will know all about that. It was their match yesterday against the Red Stars that halfway through had to be abandoned, but they are again in action today, looking and searching for their first victory. They are hoping that they can come over the strength of Gezira United. They're not doing too bad. They're in 6th spot at the moment with a 4-7 record. Earlier, the two captains were with the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch. Let's see what happened at the all-important coin toss.
0 to call. Yeah. Tails is called. It is tails. Good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Gezira have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
News from the middle, Gezira United winning the toss and decided they will have a field first. Interesting one, this is similar to the coin toss that we saw yesterday, with the outfield being pretty soft, pretty wet, that a team deciding to have a field first and not having a bat. But I think this is all about Gezira United feeling that the American University of Malta are weak on the batting department, and if they can get those early wickets, then they can contain and go on and knock the runs off. As I said, they've got a 4-7 record in this series, but that also means that though they are currently in 6th spot, they're playing their last 2 matches here today of the first round, so they will believe that they need to bag a few more points to make it certain that they do come back here to play the second round of matches. They've got some good players amongst them. Don't forget, they had the leading wicket taker there in Bibik Desrai, so he's going to be very key here. I'm pretty sure he's looking to pick up some more wickets early on this morning. And with the bat, well, one man who was in fantastic form for them was Achal Patel, scoring back-to-back 50s against the Bijiba Blasters and Masters. So he's in good form, and someone like Kamal Khaki will hopefully give him some good support. What about AUM? Now, they are boosted with someone like Dashit Patanka coming into their side. He's only played 3 matches and already he's amongst one of their top run scorers. I think he is due big runs. From what we saw of him yesterday when he scored a 43 and a 30, he could be coming good at the right time for AUM. But of course, the AUM, they are running out of time. Other players to focus on, Zoe Malik could be key. He at the moment is their leading run scorer. But I like the spin of somebody like Gaurav Joshi, who could be very much instrumental on a day like this where the conditions probably won't to favour the seam bowlers. I'm excited for the start of this one. Can AUM get their first win in this series? I know somebody else who's interested and hoping that they'll do well is Corey. Let's go over to Corey in the commentator's cage. Corey will tell us a little bit about what happened yesterday and about these two teams going into the first match today.
Good morning, everybody around the world, and thank you for that lovely introduction, Rico. For we are all set for another day of cricket, but before we get into today and all the live games coming your way, let's have a quick reflection on yesterday. Southern Crusaders started the day in red hot form. That man, once again, Purna, he has been on fire. 79 off 26, also taking 2 for 11. A man of the match performance from the list A player, and you sort of expected. He's such a talent, and he took his team to a very good win. 67 runs in the end, all 4 points. What a perfect start for the Crusaders, as the Blasters, I think they made a little bit of an error at that toss. Probably should have batted first. We went into the mid-morning game, and the Crusaders kept their batting form going. Thakur really cashing in with 63, and also setting his team up for a mammoth total of 175. The Tank made 43 off 17. But in the end, another comprehensive victory. Southern Crusaders really having a good morning out. Blasters then went into the next one versus Red Stars. This was a good game of cricket. Red Stars creeping over the line thanks to Ajmal Ali. Did the job. 88 was chased down with 1 to go. 39 off 19. And the Red Stars taking a very valuable 3 points out of that game. Easily could have gone either way. And then the final game, unfortunately, oh, that's the same one. The final game, unfortunately, was abandoned. 3 balls shy of being an official game. And Red Stars might feel slightly aggrieved at the end of those 3 deliveries at the power play. They only had to be on 31. So 3 runs were required, really, of 3 balls. If they had lost a wicket, they would have needed 32. So in the end, that one's abandoned. 2 points apiece. We have a look at the table, and we focus on these two teams. Zero United, big game for them. They're 4 and 7. They've played 11 matches. So they've played a lot. 18. They might be in a bit of a false position there on the table with so many games played. Every team under them have games to catch up. And then AUM at the bottom. Can the little team AUM muster up a victory? No, they've got a lot of supporters. Little underdog story to see if they can try and get a win. Otherwise, if they don't do it soon, they've got some difficult fixtures around the corner. They might go 0 and 14. Let's have a look at the 2 lineups, shall we? Zero United, a team that I haven't seen since I've arrived on the island. I've seen a lot of AUM, so looking forward to learning a bit more about Zero United and what they pack together in that lineup. Obviously, AUM very reliant on Patanka, who will open the batting and do the keeping, and obviously very reliant on Gaurav Joshi, their left-arm off-spinner and middle-order batsman. But yeah, for me, I'm going to learn quite a bit about Zero United here and see how they go about it. 4 wins and 7 losses at a bit of a crossroad, aren't they? I think they don't want to be getting too many more losses on that. Otherwise, they'll be creeping outside the top 8, which is the finals 8. The supercomputer saying Zero United go into this as firm favourites, 71%. And the supercomputer is traditionally pretty correct. A lot of algorithms go into that. It's an AI world, and it's never incorrect, to be fair. As the teams make their way out to the middle on, it's a pretty sunny day. We had a lot of rain yesterday afternoon and evening, but it seems quite clear at the moment. Don't see any issues with the forecast for the next couple of hours, but I think this afternoon, once again, it could get a little bit hairy. We'll have to wait and see. Tomorrow also, not the greatest forecast, but sometimes it does miss us. So we're almost ready as the players make their way out to the middle. A bright good morning to everyone in the chat. Hope you're doing well. 4 live games coming your way, and I'm sure a lot of people are tuning in to see the sort of middle stages of this competition, a 4-week ECS, and yeah, it feels like the next few days are moving days for these teams. They'll either make it or not. You've got to finish in that top 8. Imperative that you do. Otherwise, you'll be missing out on the finals in the next round. Just the closing moments here. 1 minute until we get the very first ball underway. Looks like it's going to be a deep third and a deep mid-on as the two boundary riders. Darai has got the ball in hand. He's going to open up proceedings. Patanka is going to be on strike. And, well, he's ready early as well. Let's bring Rico full into the box. How are you, Rico? Good morning.
I'm very well indeed, and good to see that the sun is shining. For now, anyway. Of course, it's only a forecast, but some scattered showers are forecasted for a little bit later on. But let's see if we can avoid them as we get ready for the start of the day. And Darai, the man at the top of the wicket takers to start with the ball. And, oh, well, Andy Nowdy is calling this one a wide. It is moving away. But, Corey, I seem to think that this one would have just snuck in, actually.
Is it Thursday morning?
It is.
Yeah, it's early. Give everyone a little bit when it's this early. It's 8:30 a.m. People have woken up, come down, driven down to the ground, and gives everyone's eyes a little bit of time to get adjusting.
Well, you heard me say, I'm once again a bit surprised that the team would win the toss and want to field first. Conditions will make it difficult for the bowling and fielding side. And that one is one that gets away. And little things like that you might see. I mean, it is very wet out there. I mean, credit to the ground staff here for this Barca International Cricket Ground. And we've done a great job. And the players, of course, yesterday getting the covers on quickly. It seems to have done the job, but it's very soft underfoot.
Yeah, the rain yesterday was extremely heavy, wasn't it? It really poured down for maybe an hour or two. Thankfully, it stayed away so we can start this game at least on time.
Gets played. Watch the bounce. Well watched by the fielder. It's, we see both batters get off the mark. So Adashit Patanka, who I feel is destined for a big score, is out there at the moment with Dhruv Gujar. And these two are looking to get themselves to a good score. Remember, haven't got a win yet under their belt, as I highlighted in the intro. And they probably feel that yesterday, that if things had gone their way, it could have been on. But today it won't be easy. I mean, these boys from Gazira, they've played some good cricket. Remember last time we saw them. And they did pick up 2 wins against one against the Bajiba Blasters and against Marsa. Of course, this guy's been very good with the ball. He's been sensational as a Darai. And they are 6, but they're playing the last 2 matches here today. So they want to make sure they get a little bit closer to the teams above them because there's a bit of a gap between them and 5th. But if they can get 2 points or 2 wins here today, more likely, then they will feel that they will stay in the top 8 and we'll see them in round 2.
Well, they've got a huge opportunity, obviously. AUM yet to get a win. The Zero do go into it as favourites, so they want to take the points out of this and sort of start to solidify a spot on that table. It's a good start with the ball here from Darai, not giving up too much width, really. Again, cramping in for a bit of room. Another dot ball.
Yeah, dot ball there. Very good morning to our umpires. Our man in black, Andrew Nowdy, is the man at the bowler stand, and umpire Ranga is at square. The umpires have done a very good job here, and I'm sure they will continue to do so towards the end.
Yeah, hopefully the weather does stay clear for us. I think that we'll get the first few games in, and then this afternoon could be a bit interesting, Rico.
Good heavy length delivery there from Darai as he just goes up a notch and fires that one through. End of the first over, and 4 coming from it. And let's look at the beautiful ground, but you can see a lot of soggy patches there. What you'll also see is, despite the soggy patches, plenty of runs have been scored. We'll go past 13,000 here today. Number of maximos getting up to that 1,000 mark. And also you can see that the maximo rate gradually going up. And I think if it wasn't for the match yesterday and the weather abandoning that last match, you probably would have got to that 8 there. So good, looking good here for Malta, and it's also coming up to, or very close to being, the highest scoring rate that we've had here in all the time we've been coming to Malta. Gets played away as this is Hom Gurang, who starts once again. We're in good areas, just bowling, not trying to bowl too fast. That's important conditions like this year. Conditions won't suit the bowlers who are really charging in. You just got to slow down a little bit and just try to get your line and your length right.
Yeah, it's a steady start, but it's a good start from the bowling unit. 7 deliveries on a pretty good length. Well, that one's not the worst length either, but it's a better cricket shot. That's going to be 6 runs. The first Big maximo of the day, Rico, as we do get closer to that 1,000 mark.
Yeah, we get closer. Good shot. It wasn't the worst of deliveries, but I think you can see the Gurung say, yeah, I think it was just a little bit full. And, well, it is Guraj who hits the first one. So we're off and running. Here it is. And it's a little bit of the old boom. Shakalagya, just a little bit too short. And that's why the batter was able to get rock back and play that with plenty of time.
Yeah, so AUM still searching for that first win. You do feel the openers have a lot to say, don't they? They need to go big.
All right, well, he's just toying with that fielder who is not going to be able to make the stop. Just for a moment there, I think the fielder, Siraj Durai, thought he might have been in the play, but he was a little bit late to get going backwards. I think if he had picked the height of this ball earlier, he could have got back and he would have been in a position to maybe at least save the boundary. But back-to-back boundaries, 6 and 4. You know, we have a saying on the network, he's hungry for more, is Guraj. Don't know too much about that. An inside edge goes to the fielder, and that's nicely done and handled there. So just a single. And now let's see if the tank himself can get going. He had 2 good knocks yesterday. He scored 43 and 30.
Enjoy the morning, Rico. I was just checking out the forecast in the background, as that's a very good Yorker, dug out by the tank for a single. The only reason I'm just trying to focus and have a little look at this is because when it rains here, it pours, and our commentary cube got absolutely drenched yesterday. The cords and laptops went flying, so I'm going to be more prepared today for when it comes.
Yeah, well, Lee Tuck, of course, was here earlier, and he was saying that they're trying to get things sorted here for us on the ground, maybe to just raise us slightly. That's a bit of a wild swing from Gujar. It ends up being a dot ball, just to elevate us slightly. But well, let's hope he gets that done in the morning, because looking at what you were showing me there, I mean, it's only a forecast, but the afternoon looks pretty wet. Well, this is the look of what looks pretty bleak also for the AUM. They're sitting at the bottom there, and even with 2 points from the abandoned match yesterday, they're a long way behind the other teams. I think the chances of them making it into the top 8 look pretty slim, but they'll be hoping to at least get some wins on the board. Whereas you saw there, Gezira United, a couple of good wins for them will see them join the top teams in the top 4.
Well, I'm guessing you play every team once?
Yeah.
So Gezira United only have 2 games
they're
left.
Playing
so
the last 2 here.
If they were to go loss, I think they're in a lot of trouble, actually, because then they would end up on only 4 wins out of their 13. So yeah, it's actually a huge morning for them. They can't slip up. If they can get a couple of wins, they probably will scrape through into 7th or 8th by the time the table's finished. So obviously they go into this game as favourites, but it's a bit of a banana skin game. You don't want to make a mistake, and if the tank bats for 6 or 7 overs, you're in trouble.
It's not a good sign, this, really, is it? Well, there you go, and it's an opportunity. If he takes it, it'll be a great catch. That is a fantastic catch. It really is. That is marvellous. That's Bishnu Kunwar, and I said it wasn't a good sign, and it's not a good sign because the bowler's name is Salim Rain.
Well, there you go. It's not a good sign, but it's a good catch. I tell you what, when it went in the air, I didn't think he had too much of a chance getting back. You see him in the background there, inside the ring at square leg. He gets back, he turns his body around at the right time, and he holds on to what is a pretty important wicket, because Patanka the Tank doesn't get going in the Thursday morning clash. He goes for 4, and the score is 18 for 1.
Yeah, it's not a wicket that AUM would want to lose, because Ashik Patanka, as I was saying, was in good form yesterday. But that is a tremendous catch. We saw so many catches go down yesterday, and some of them were pretty straightforward. That was a tough catch, especially in these conditions. The ball's still pretty wet. Holds on to it, and that means that Chauhan will come out before the captain, Zahid Malik. And he places cautiously away. They will take the single, as that the field out on the offside. I'm quite surprised with this field. I like the fact that they've got plenty of bodies out there on the offside, but bear in mind that there is a sweeper. I'm a little bit surprised that one of those is not in a lot closer, especially to stop that single.
Just sitting back a little bit at the moment. I think they'd be happy that they're not conceding the boundaries. I've been impressed so far with the bowling, actually. This one's going to be another single. Rain has come and picked up a wicket, and it might come this afternoon as well. But yeah, first time I've seen Zero United at the moment, I think the 15 balls they've bowled have been pretty consistent.
Yeah, they do bowl well. That is their strength. Where they sometimes have problems is with the batting, and that's where the likes of Achal Patel is so key. And if he scores runs and then gets a bit of support from someone like Kamal Kaki, and then they can and do well. Kandal is another important one. It's well bowled again.
Yeah, they've got their length right. They've really got that. Well, I don't think I've seen a half volley yet, really, Rico. Though even the one that was hit over mid-off, the two over mid-off were hit off a length. So the think tank from Zira would be pretty happy. The coaching staff over there would be pretty happy. Just doing the right things.
Yeah, that's good delivery again. A little bit late movement there towards the end. So winning the toss, bowling first. I thought it was a bit of a surprise that they might struggle with the conditions, but at the moment, it seems like they've got everything right. There's that little bit of movement away you see. It's a good delivery, good areas here from Salim, and he's looking to finish off a very good over. And he will finish off a good over, and at the end of the power play, they are 20 for 1. And of course, the wicket that has gone down is the big one of the tank.
Yeah, AUM have had a tough time this tournament, and right now it doesn't seem like much is changing. 20 off the power play is rather slow. They've got 7 overs here, Rico, to fight back, and a little bit worried for AUM. They could potentially go the whole tournament without a W.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to get a win, I think today's the day. I think they could challenge Gazira United. And like I say, Gazira relying on maybe 3 guys with the bat. And then they also then play their second match here today against the Victoria Lions, another team who are relying on just a couple of players. So if they perform well with the ball and they can knock over some early wickets, as long as they've got runs on the board here, then they have an opportunity. And I think runs on the board, maybe in this first match, with the outfield maybe being just a little bit slower than what it could be in the day, that 110 could be the score for them. And, that's a big wide. A lot of that movement again, as this is Tanka Kandel, who's coming on to have a bowl.
Yeah, a little bit of movement this time, and he'll start with the wide. Time for these two players at the crease to start throwing that bat around, seeing what they can do.
Yeah, one thing that we're seeing here, and seen this before, I think the last time I saw the Gazira United, it was very much the same. They just use a different bowler for the first 5, and then they'll go back to those bowlers again, and they normally just go in the same way. So we'll probably see the likes of Bibek, Durai come on to bowl pretty soon again. They don't tend to hold him back for the last, but at the moment here, Kandel, probably unlike the other bowlers, probably is trying to just bowl a little bit faster than he needs to.
Yeah, just needs to get it on the good length and get it in a good area at the moment. Just build into his spell. I think he's trying to bowl rockets straight away, which is never easy. It's a little bit better. He'll get away with that. But yeah, a bit quicker than the other bowlers, and you can see there, maybe just slipping a little bit at the point of release.
Gets back to his mark. Comes Kandel again, and I think he just sneaks this one in as well. The batter looking at the umpire and saying, is that a wide? And I think this is where if you're the umpire, Ranga, and you're probably saying, hey, you see that piece of wood in your hand? You've got to use it sometimes, because otherwise you're not going to get the runs. And at the moment here, you see Kandel, he's quite happy just to try and keep that ball outside the off. He's got it right a couple of times after getting it wrong the first few times. And I think the batter, Hujar, here has to start to use his feet. Well, that one will be a wide, so it just falls over, doesn't he?
Just trying too hard. You've got to read the room a little bit here, Kandel. You've got batters who are struggling with anything that's straight. So he is over-trying. He's pushing himself to bowl as fast as he can, and realistically, if he read the room a bit better, he could probably go 80% here.
Yeah.
Keep the control. Yeah, this over's taken a while.
Yeah, it is, and that's the third one. Yeah, if you have a look at his body, he's so arched over. He's not upright, and that's why he's dragging that ball down with him. He needs to stay a bit more upright. That's a better delivery. And if that hasn't hit the bat, that's a very good shot. But I think he does get a bit of the bat on this.
Yeah, little inside edge. That's why it was sort of the muted appeal I'd say. He does get this one a bit full, a bit straighter, but no one really goes up. You can see there the deflection. Inside edge saves him.
It does, big time. Right, so he can get it up there, so that's a good sign from Cundell. Well, let's see what he tries here. Well, sooner or later, one was going to be right in the hitting zone of Gujar, and he hits this. He absolutely smacks it. That's gone a long way. Lovely jubbly. That's a big hit.
Yeah, finally they get something out the middle. It's been a while. It's been a long time coming, and that goes a long way, Rico. So 6 more to the total, and maybe AUM starting to arise on this Thursday.
Yeah, well, Gujar has shown that he has got the power to play the shot. This is the second maximum that he's hit, and both of them have been sort of fetched outside the off. And he goes again. The fielder is out there and takes it on the first bounce. It'll just be a single this time. So it's a ball to go here, and he'll get a chance to bowl one at Chauhan, and I suspect it'll be very much the same, just trying to bowl it quick and fast outside the off.
Yeah, I was just thinking if he's got a slower ball, this would be the time to use it. He's shown that he's got decent pace. He's bowled 5 in a row pace on. Just a little off cutter here just to change the equilibrium a little bit. All that.
Yeah, all that. He's gone for the same. It's not the worst of overs. 10 will come from it. And the AUM, they continue to poodle along. 30 for 1 after 4. What did you get up to last night then? Because, I mean, like you said, when we left here, it took an age to get back because when it rains here, everything comes to a standstill. But eventually we did arrive. Took a long time. What did you get up to?
No, not too much, Rico. Sort of dried off when I got home. Went for a quick little dinner. Caught up on the world news, obviously, a little bit. And then, yeah, made sure I got my 8 hours last night. Not pretty boring, to be fair. It was a Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Wednesday night's not really a big night, is it?
Nah, it's not too much.
Yourself?
I mean, very much same as you. I went for a bit of a walk. I thought I tried to get a walk in with the. There's no one thing about the hotel, no gym, so you have to do a fair bit of walking and a bit of a walk, and then came across the Chinese and thought that'll do.
Yep.
And it was very nice as well, actually.
Yeah, I had a little bit of Thai food last night, actually. It was very good as well. But no, it feels like we're in the grind of this tournament now. It's got to save your energy for a lot of hours of commentary. Looks like a bit of spin this time. Kaki, quick spin as well.
Yeah, I like this guy. Come on, Kaki. I think he's a good player. And he also, when his team needs him, he always finds a way to give something with the bat. It gets played away. And at the moment, the field seems to be well set. You've got the 3 on the leg side, and you can see a number of times the ball going to mid-wicket. You've got long on, who's long on and long off pretty straight, and a sweeper on the offside.
I like bowlers like this that don't mess about because they hurry batsmen as well. It's basically a 5-step run up, and that one's been hit away. Shouts of catch it, Rico.
Oh, what's he done? Criminal. Oh, well, he's a bit of a smooth criminal. Here's Salim Rain. Well, this time it was raining Grizzlies his way. He came running in. Oh, this is not a good look. He came running in, and then it goes over him, and luckily for him, the ground is soft. It just plugs. And they'll get just, I think they get, just a single there. And that one is going to be more than a single. So even though the ground is wet, it's still, if you time the ball well, it will still reward you with 4 runs. That's a good shot. A little bit too short this time, Cundell. And that gets played away nicely. Cuatro más.
That's a nice cricket shot backing away, cutting it through extra cover. Really nice cricket shot out of nowhere. But, yeah, I like this Kaki. He doesn't mess about. He's bowled this over probably in 1 minute and 30 seconds. And sometimes you can hurry the batsman if you just get back to your mark and quick couple of steps, fire it in there and get the job done.
Oh, that's timed beautifully. But he will get 4. It's straight at the fielder was about to say, but the fielder gets it. Well, he don't want to get his trousers wet over there. I know it can be a bit wet and sticky and maybe a little bit muddy, so he doesn't want to get down, and as a result, not putting down the long barrier. It's another error, but this time, unlike the one from Rain, this time it goes to the boundary.
I might have to get the pluses and minuses sheet out for a game today because I feel for Kaki there. He's come in.
Yeah.
He should have from that over 1 for 5. And he something like that. And he's got none for 11. And he had the double teapot on then because a simple catch and a simple stop. But the fielding sometimes, you've got to get the fielding right. It's fieldy 1 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, you do feel for him because he's done everything right. And yet still, he's gone for 11 runs. So this is what I'm talking about. So we are slowly getting to maybe getting past that 11.5. And if we do, it will be the most runs rate that we've had here in Malta. I mean, last year the encore was good, 11.5. It really did sort of blow away the scoring rates we had the years before. But this could be another good one. And I still do believe as we get into the second round of matches, I know that the bowling will also be better, but I think the class of the batters will be better as well. And a chance there maybe if that was a better throw, but nobody's able to take it cleanly because the wicketkeeper has gone after the ball. There was 3 of them actually lining up for it, but none of them was able to whip the bells off.
Yeah, just a bit of composure. He actually had time to maybe just get the throw in a little bit more gentle. He fired it in and he fired it wide. Look, the batsman's not in screen here. It's another one. If you look at it, it's 7 deliveries, a couple of errors. I'm going to do a sheet today. I did bring my book, so
all right.
I'm going to do a pluses, minuses for a game. I'll let you choose the game, Rico.
All right, well, that's gone up in the air, and it should be and will be stopped. Batters having to run hard. They'll get a couple here. So this is Govinda Podel who's having a bowl. So once again, they're keeping it. They're giving everyone an opportunity before they decide who's coming back to bowl their second. So we're into the 6th over here, and so far every over's been bowled by a different bowler.
Have we ever had a whole 10 from 10 bowlers?
The most I remember is, I think, 8. That one actually starts to swing in, but it's a bit over-pitched. It'll just be a single.
Yeah.
I remember 8 in a match, but
soon enough that'll happen. Surely we'll have the famous 10 from 10.
Nice to have the sun with us, nice and sunny, which is helping to dry things up pretty quickly. Interesting action from Podel here. He reminds me of 1 or 2 other bowlers that I've seen on the network. So it's sort of like he's bowling very quick leg breaks. If you look at the arm here, just the way the arm comes over, and look at the head. He's not hardly. It doesn't start off looking where he's aiming at. It's only when the arm comes over that he starts to look at the stumps.
A right-handed Sohail Tanvir from Pakistan as that one's edged away into a pocket of space. It didn't go in the region he initially intended, but he'll get 4 and the 50 will come up.
Yeah, so Chauhan gets another one away here. 4 more runs to him, 50 on the board. He moves to 15. And Gujar is on 26, but of 18. And I think you said this earlier, Gujar is probably one who really does have to start throwing the bat at everything here now. Remember I said you want to be trying to get to 110 here for me. The AUM to really put pressure on this Gazira United side. They're short of that at the moment. Could come back, as this one's not quite in the slot. He'll get through the over. It's another one that goes for under the 10. 9 off this one. So going away quite nicely here, Gazira, with the score 50 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, 50 on the board, 6 wickets bowled. I guess the good thing for AUMs, they've got wickets in hand. They can really, these next 24 balls, Rico, you can try and hit 24 sixes.
Yeah, they've got to really explode. They've got to press the turbo button and go big. It's time to change up, get rid of the tuk-tuk, the 2-cylinder tuk-tuk, and get into the V8. And to really put the foot down. That's what they've got to do. They've got the wickets in hand, and they've got 2 batters who are set as well. So it's not as if you got a new batter in there that needs a bit of time. But it's not going to be easy, because just as I thought, they're going to go straight back here to Bibek Durai. So they just literally say, right, everybody's had a bowl. Right, let's go back to the top of the list. And it's Durai to bowl his second. And gets a good full delivery in there.
Yeah, Durai bowled a really good first over earlier. He sort of set the tone for the innings. It wasn't far away there. They've bowled well with actually out taking wickets. They've bowled defensively well. So, yeah, at the moment, I think Zero United are comfortable. You can see they're smiling. They're happy. They don't feel too much pressure yet.
That's well hit. And that's going to go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras, game for the Yorker. Durai over pitches it, and it's met firmly with the middle off the bat, gets it right out of the meat, and that flies for 6.
Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. It was an over-pitched delivery, and he gets it away for 6. Can that get the engine ticking along, and maybe, just maybe, AUM starting to build?
And that's hit well as well. That is also going to be a boundary. There's going to be 4 runs, so Gujar has got the memo. And he's going after Bibek here. That's 6 and 4. Hungry for more is Gujar as he moves to 36.
Yeah, overpitched again. Just like the last couple of deliveries, he's lost his length. So anyone can hit a half volley. And right now, he's bowled a fully and a halfie, and they've both gone.
Right, let's see. And that ball is going to come back nice and wet. You can see he's trying to dry it here. It doesn't have a cloth. In fact, I don't see a rag out there at all. So they're having to deal with the wet ball. And that one goes through him. Goes through Patel behind the stumps. And Achal Patel, watch out for him. Well, they're taking on. Oh, that is wild. In fact, they might as well go again. So this is just a comedy of errors. Should have been just a single. Patel has taken an age to get the ball. Nobody's taking the stumps, and the throw then comes in.
Oh boy, buys. Well, it should have been a dot ball, first of all. Bang. Yeah. So there's the mistake from the keeper. The batsmen are relaxed here, and the ball comes flying in. Oh
dear.
It's just messy cricket, isn't it?
It's they'll get 3, and so this over is perfect at the moment. They've 13, 14 have come from it. That's a little bit better. That's where he was in the first over, just slightly short of a length. Not quite putting the ball in the slot. So Durai, that's more like it. And you can see the wicketkeeper, Achal Patel, is encouraging him to bowl that line. He say, look, you got the field set, you got a sweeper out there, keep it outside the off, let them try and cut you, and that's good advice. Durai probably just getting a little bit greedy, trying to pick up another wicket. He's got 17 in the tournament. And this one is going to be wide of the fielder, who is going to make a total hash of this. Oh dear. And it's probably, they could probably, I'm saying that's 10 runs now where the fielders have made big blunders. We've seen one that should have been out, which they took 2. We've seen now 2 that have gone right through the fielders and gone for 4.
I should have brought the book out for the first game. Should have brought the book out. I'm going to start getting on these fielders. Let's have a look at some of the event run rates. Throughout the season, obviously, it fluctuates everywhere. The 2 that stand out, Austria at 14.7 and Spain, which we're going back to at 14.6. And yeah, the overall average, basically from ECS cricket, is 126.
That's pretty decent, isn't it? Estonia was another one which was high scoring, wasn't it? I see that there, 13.7. Cyprus, of course, you're always going to see lots of runs there. That Ips on a cricket ground. But it's been a feast, and look at the other thing, by the way. Look at the number of matches. You're going to have to keep an eye on that, you know.
8 to go.
All right, up in the air. Another catching opportunity. Get your book out, Corey.
Oh, no.
Well, how do you mark that in the book? Oh, that is disaster. It really is. Well, Bibek is one of the fielders, and both of them get there, and they're listening to, they say, I thought you were going to call it. He said, I thought you were going to call it. Nobody called it, and they just stand there, watch this. Oh, dear. It's a comedy. As to be honest, it's Kamal's catch. He's right next to him, and Kamal Karki doesn't want it. Oh, dear. Well, that is, well, we do provide you with some cricketainment as well, and that was a classic.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've controlled the rate, but boy, oh boy, they've let them off the hook on numerous occasions. Definitely should have been a couple more wickets on this scorecard.
I tell you who wasn't impressed, Salim Rain, who actually has so far probably been one of the pick of the bowlers. And, well, just as I say that, he gets carted away, but it's another chance, and this one has been held well. Bibek, this Durai, he wasn't able to get the last one, but he does get his man in the end. Gujar got a big slice of luck when he and Kamal Karki just looked at each other and let the ball drop next to him. But this time he says, you know what, I'm game for this and I'm going to have it. That's a really good catch because he's never able to get a good solid base, and he's leaning forward and holds on to it. Good catch.
Yeah, here we go. That's more like a very good catch in the end, and that does make the score 69 for 2 with 15 deliveries to go. And, well, does mean that they take a wicket, gives another batter an opportunity to maybe come out, have a little bit of a cameo with the last few deliveries. This time he decided, that was the few balls ago, where he didn't really commit, and he got a little push from his teammate, and then a couple balls later he makes amends and holds on to a good one.
Yeah, and he's a good cat. So, well, Salim Rain takes another wicket. That's his second, 69 for 2. New batter comes out. Here's the captain, Zoeb Malik. And he plays this on the way out onto the offside, but there is, nearly nearly another boundary. The batters were looking to take a second, decide not to. The 2 to come in the over. Zahib gets off the mark and hands the strike over to Bumin Chauhan, who's on 19. Time for him to really cut loose as well.
He's bowled well, Rain. I've enjoyed watching him with the ball, actually. He's put it in the right area. He's got great figures of 2 for 6. He'd love a 3 for, though. Oh, yeah.
On the lid, and chase it. That could be 4 leg buys. It will be 4 leg buys. It's strange, isn't it? Ball smashes into the lid of the batter, and we call it leg buys, but that's the way the laws of the game are written, and I think the umpires might just want to check that he's okay. Yeah, there's Andy Nowdy giving him the check because he follows him and he gets him right on the side of the lid here. Oh, right on the grill.
Great pictures, isn't it? His eyes were lighting up, and I think he realised it's going to get big on him. And it's a perfect bouncer, to be fair. Really good direction.
Yeah, mind you, that's risky from the fielder. Could have turned his ankle over on that as he tries to get a foot on it, but it's 4 runs, 4 leg buys. A ball to go from this very impressive spell of rain. And he finishes well with a dot, so you'll see another tidy over. That one with the 4 leg buys, 11 come from it. But on top at the moment here, the 8th over comes to an end with the score on 74 for 2.
Yep, 74 for 2. So plenty of action out there in the middle. A couple of comedy of errors as well, but yeah, 74 for 2. Definitely feel like Zero United, Rico, they're still pretty comfortable. They'll be disappointed they maybe haven't fielded as well as we know they can. But overall, they've controlled the rate enough.
Yeah. How are you at home? Will you do the chores? A bit of cooking, a bit of cleaning and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah. I like the vacuum. I'm on the vacuum every morning. Got a little dog back home. The fluff is everywhere.
The dog hairs.
The fur is everywhere.
Dog hairs.
So that's me. Why do you ask?
I ask you that because in the USA, it's all about empowerment today. It's National Men Make Dinner Day.
Nah.
Yep, it is.
No, doesn't exist.
So if you identify as a man, then you got to throw on the apron, sharpen those knives, and get in the kitchen as that one gets played away. That's well struck. And it's also well stopped. They think about the second, but won't go for it. I think it is on there, you know.
That's one thing I'm not proud of, my cooking ability.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd love to improve. It's not something that I can put my hand up and say I'm very good at.
Mate, all the guys you spend your time around, especially in the Spanish camp, most of them are really good cooks.
Some of the boys in the team are phenomenal cooks. We give them the daily allowance and say, boys, cook.
Yeah, no, I know. They're superb. I know, remember I've been at some gigs and they've been there and they invite you to the room and they've cooked some amazing stuff. That's what I was going to say. How come you ain't learned anything? You should be making a pretty decent lamb dress by now.
Ooh, I've got probably 3 dishes I'm good at, and then the rest I've got a marquee dish. I've got number 1, beef stroganoff. My grandmother taught me I can make an unbelievable beef stroganoff, and that's about it.
That'll do.
It's
nice
good.
Stroganoff, yeah. Thing is, though, if you can make that, if you got the basis of that, you can make a lot of things. A lot of things are made in very much the same way. Got a slight delay here, but it looks like we are ready to go as the scorers give the umpire the nod. So we continue, and it's Tunka Kandal. It's been that corridor. I mean, if we see this ball one more time, have a look where this ball is, and this is an area where there's been so many dots, where the batters have just played and missed it. They're all stepping away and swinging. Their head is in the air. They're not watching the ball. And you're just far better off just keeping your eye on the ball. And even if you're just dabbing that ball onto the offside, at least you're getting a run. And that one should be more than... I thought it was going to be more than just one because it was straying onto the pads. A good bit of contact here would have sent that to the boundary. But again, they weren't not being able to put that one away either.
Well, you got a marquee dish you're quite good at. You like to cook yourself?
I mean, I do like to cook, but the dish that everybody likes me to make wherever I go, it's I do a garlic creamy mushrooms.
Oh, I don't like mushroom.
And
sorry.
Well, you're like Charlie never liked mushrooms, but now he's into them. Not that I cook mushrooms for him, but all of a sudden he's taking a liking to it. But I know a lot of people are like that. I know that one of my couple of people in my family are a bit like that. But when I've gone to England, I've made the mushrooms, and they've never known. They don't know that it is the mushroom. They try it because you normally have it with a bit of nice toasted bread, and they're like well into it. And when you tell them the mushrooms, they're like never. But yeah, a bit of garlic mushrooms creamy sauce and always have a little bit of cheese on top. You can also make them with a bit of bacon. Goes nice. That's that effort ball again there from Kendo. And again, it's too many dot balls in, isn't it?
A lot of dot balls. Is there many foods that you didn't like previously that the older you got, Rico, that you sort of came a bit more accustomed to?
I suppose aubergines is the only one I never really liked aubergines, but now I don't mind it. There's certain, even simple grilled aubergines.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think it's probably because it's a Spanish thing. It's something that the Spanish make a lot of. Up in the air, should be an easy catch, and he tried his best to drop it, but fortunately for the fielder, courtesy of every part of his body, his stomach, his legs, his knees, he's held on to it. And, well, Salim Rain, he's having a good morning.
Yeah, it's a really sort of simple catch that got a bit complicated in the end because he fumbled it, but he held on to it, and that's all that matters. A little bit of a bubble in the hand. It's been the story of the morning, and another wicket will go down. And Zero United haven't been perfect in this morning's game, but they're still in control, you feel.
Yeah. There's a lot of foods, isn't there, when you're a youngster. For example, with myself, when I was living at home, there was especially meats, a lot of meats that we never ate. I mean, it was very simple. If we had a meat dish, it normally would be at the weekend when Dad would cook chicken or something, so we'd have chicken. The rest of the time was vegetarian. So actually moving out of home and, when you start living your own life, it was a real sort of wake up to different types of foods as well. That's a very nice shot. I'm liking that. What a handsome shot that is from Babu. What a lovely way to get off the mark.
Yeah, that's a little bit more like it, isn't it? We've seen a lot of balls wide of off stump missed from players trying to hit it in different directions. This time he just cuts it.
Yeah, also, I just noticed 2 new batters out there. They also retired out. Chauhan, he just got retired out. So that's why 2 new batters. So Chauhan got retired out at the same time as we saw that wicket go down.
So it's almost the old double wicket play.
Yeah, double wicket. So Babu's come out. He started well straight away, and out there with him at the moment is Ashik Kumar Patel as well. So Chauhan retired out. Well, I can understand it. He was on 19 of 16 balls.
Yeah, it's a good call. I'm surprised that AUM actually were alert to it, and just shows that they're still thinking about the game heavily, and that's good to see. That's the right decision.
That's played away, but they don't run here. And, well, it's good. Again, nothing off the bat at all. Caught a wide. I thought it was catching a bit of the bat, but no, it's straight off the gloves. Interesting on that on the retired out. I know that. Is there, because I know that sometimes that when I'm talking about this to maybe somebody like Vinny, and we're talking about batters that haven't quite got going, that's up in the air, catching opportunity and well held. Good catch. We saw that right in front of us from Suraj Durai. He picks it, gets his eyes focused on it, and then gets right underneath it. Takes a good catch. So Indrajit Babu, who came out there, hit a 4. But that would be the only runs he scored, was 4 from 4 as he gets out, thanks to that good catch from Suraj. So another wicket there falling. And well done to the bowler. He's come back. And we like the bowling of Hom Gurang, and not surprised that he's taken another one. But yeah, but going back to what I was saying, are there any players, so when you're a coach, I mean, you have that, if you're not going well, you're going to be retired out. Are there any players that you would never retire out, no matter what?
Well, DDC pushed me beyond what I like to do because Danny's, there was that first game versus England, I think he made 20 off 16, and he was actually 1 ball away from being retired out on 2 occasions. We were about to do it, but we gave him more slack than we ever usually would because of what he's done in the past. And just thought, even when he was 10 off 8, it's DDC. You're sitting there, you're thinking he'll come good for a 3-ball 6 in at any moment.
Yeah.
So there's certain players, I think, if they're in the green from years of smashing runs, you give them a bit more slack. But
I think remember,
it's a very small group.
I remember that match. Was he himself saying, I'm coming off?
No, I was signalling to him what you want to do, and he kept saying 1 more.
Right.
If it's anyone else, I think I'm probably pulling him a bit earlier. But there was an occasion we were about to do it, and then Hamza got bowled at the other end. So it's like, well, I don't like the idea of 2 batters coming off at the same time, which we just saw. So I think that throws it a little bit too much the other way. There's also other factors as well. You can have a gun play, but that's the first game of Championship Week. If you bring DDC off, what sort of message does that send to him for the rest of his week? He's probably a bit down then, So a lot of factors go into it. At club level, I think it can be done a lot more.
Let's play that nicely. Well, we were talking about food. A few people are
Oh,
talking about...
no.
Can you believe it?
Oh, I'm going to throw something, Rico.
Okay, well, can you believe it? Well, there, of course, you can see AUM. They're applauding. They like it. But again, another error. We're getting close to about 20-plus runs that have been given. Oh, that is just, look at it.
So bad.
He just takes it away from the fielder who's about to make the stop. This is a proper, well, I tell you what, he's an attacker in football. Look at the way he does the defender there. Defender doesn't have a clue. A bit of an own goal, though.
He just kicked it past his teammate. Imagine what he's getting told out there.
And Dave's saying he can cook a good steak Diane. That's a nice shot. He's in the action again. This time he says, keep that boot away from me. You might as well go for 2. They will not make it. They're just going to get the 1. So they'll finish on 90. I'm not really sure what the wicketkeeper is complaining about here. He doesn't like the fact that he had to do a bit of work on the throw, but he will take the stumps off, and that will be the end of the innings. They'll fall on 90. I suppose they never really managed to get going there at all. So, yeah, Dave, a bit of steak Diane from him. And we'll go back to that maybe. So keep them coming through. We're going to take a bit of a break after the highlights. But when we come back, we'll talk about some of your cooking talents as well. And the reason that we're talking about this is because in America today, well, it may not just be in America. I think in a few places around the world, we're talking about it's time for the men to do the work, where today it's all about empowerment in National Men Make Dinner Day today. So come back to us and tell us, especially the men out there, what your favourite recipes are and what's the best thing you can cook. We know that Corey said beef stroganoff. I'll make a nice mushroom dish. It's not my favourite, but a lot of people like. Let's go to the highlights. And to be honest, Corey, there wasn't a lot to be too chirpy about here.
No, AUM were trying their best to get going this morning, but there was a lot of play and misses, wasn't there? And I thought that Zero United actually bowled well for the first sort of 6 overs. They kept it on a very heavy length. There was the odd 6 that sort of gone long, but it was a comedy of errors in the field. There was missed opportunities, some sort of foot fielding that helped get the score up to something that might be defendable in the end. AUM, they sort of chanced their arm. They tried their best to get the run rate ticking along, but only ended up on 90. We got to those middle overs. Chauhan got 4 boundaries in his innings. He actually ended up retired out, 19 off 16. It was Gujar that ended up with 38. And yeah, you can see the Benny Hill music as they ran between the wickets for 3 byes there. Another one, oh no, watching each other not go for the catch, and a little push from his teammate saying, come on, you can do better. Well, 3 balls later, he did do better. A very good catch in the end, running in, and probably the best bit of fielding we saw in the innings. We got down to the back end. He decided to kiss that ball with his lips as he got 4 leg byes. The keeper trying his best to get there. Another simple catch this time that was almost spilled, but held on to it. A little bit of a wry smile and disappointment for the batsman. We got down right to the last couple of deliveries of the innings, and yeah, they made the boundaries as much as they could. Just didn't really find a consistent rhythm in the innings, hence they didn't make it to 100. There was a couple of late 4s, comedy of errors, kicking it past his teammate who's trying to field it with his hands is probably as bad as it can get. And that meant that AUM were given 90. It feels run out of the last ball. I think Zero United could have easily restricted them to 70, but there was a lot of errors in the field. So 90 on the board, and you can see there's a bit of frustration there between that team. They're not exactly happy with their performance, even though they'll go into the second half as favourites. 38 off 25 and 19 off 16 retired out for Chauhan. And in the end, 14 extras as well really helped that score look a lot prettier than it could have been. 90 for 6 for AUM, who are yet to register a victory. They'll feel that they've got an opportunity here, maybe if they can bowl well, to get their first win in the competition. Let's have a very quick look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? And well, shared around the bowling, plenty of bowlers used. Pick of the bowlers, 2 for 6 from rain. We're expecting some rain later this afternoon, but didn't expect to see it this morning. 2 for 6. Well done to him. 1 for 13 for Candell. That's it. That's the first innings complete. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are at Master Cricket Club at the ECS Malta. 14 teams in action over a 4-week period, a month of cricket action basically out here. And yeah, it's an interesting contest so far. AUM up against Zero United. Zero United obviously a little bit under par, you would say, for their standard they would have liked, but they did keep AUM to 90 in the first innings. This is the bonus point equations. I don't see AUM restricting them to 63 or less. I guess the only thing that could happen is if Zero United do go on to chase 90 and make 91 inside 7 overs. That is a realistic possibility, but we'll have to wait and see how this sort of pans out and what happens from here. AUM still searching for what would be their first win in the competition, a team that's tried hard and given it their all, but unfortunately it hasn't landed on their side so far. Looks like they're going to start with a Babu as well. He's got the ball in hand at the top of his mark. The batsmen are almost ready. A deep sort of mid-wicket and a deep cover, so covering both sides of the field as the umpire says play. Duray and Patel are out there. It's 91 to win. Can they do it inside 7? Here we go. Pretty sort of slowish sort of start. Little leg by, I believe, and the runs will open up as I welcome back good friend and co-commentator for the second innings here, Rico Full.
It's good to be back, and also good to be looking at some of the comments on our chat about some of the food. I see Jason County is with us. He said he just made some deviled sausages, nice and easy. He said they are. Of course, Dave was saying he makes a good steak Diane, which a lot of people are now inviting themselves over to Dave's place for dinner. So keep those coming in. Of course, today in America, it's a day where the men make the dinner. I wonder if certain Mr. Trump is making the dinner tonight.
I dare say he won't be, as that one is absolutely crunched. 6 runs, Rico, and will they try chase it inside 7?
Well, it is there if they can. I mean, this guy, as I mentioned, Ajay Patel, you got to get him out pretty soon. If you don't, well, he alone will knock off those runs. He's such a joy to watch. He's a good batter, is Achel. And he's out there at the moment with Suraj Darai. These two, if they can get going, can knock off these runs pretty quickly. But I've said before, if you can pick up 3 quick wickets, then I think AUM are in with a chance. The only problem is they've only got the 90 runs to play with. Babu needs to get it right.
Yeah, that's a good comeback ball, actually, from Babu. Good length is blocked in the offside. Yeah, I wonder if all our moderators got together and did a dinner for each other. That would be some sort of experience.
Yeah, that certainly would. Jason Cowley saying that his best, though, is a slow-cooked lamb shank hot pot. Yeah, I wouldn't mind some of that. I must admit, when it comes to lamb or beef, anything like that, it's got to be cooked nice and slow, and it just comes... Yep. You know, just comes off the bone and it's nice and tender. Yeah, liking that, especially on a sort of cold winter's day as well. It's going to be too wide there from Babu. Isn't it all interesting how your taste for food also changes depending on the weather? I mean, as soon as it gets a bit colder, you eat more bread, don't you? More soups, and you can't have soup without bread.
Yep, that's well said. And it's starting to get a bit cold around Europe, obviously, this time of year. Oh. Rico Full, that's maybe shot of the day. That's a huge 6 up in the tower.
Well, I don't know who's up in the tower. Well, let us know you're okay. Look at Andy Natty saying, are you okay? Oh, I love that. Yeah, we're all asking you okay. Look at this. Well, I don't know who's in the tower. I think it might be Dennis in the tower. But Dennis, let us know you're okay, because this one was right at you. Incoming. You'll get a good shot of this.
No.
Oh, that is right above him. Oh, Dennis.
We haven't had the thumbs up yet. I'm a little bit worried.
Oh, it's Richards who's up there. Not Dennis.
Well, Richards, give us a thumbs up on the screen or something, because I'm slightly worried right now you're not with us anymore.
Richards.
Earth calling Richards.
Give us something. He might be out.
I'm worried. I'm going to go and have a look to see if he's okay. Richards is not giving us anything.
No, we don't have any sign of life. I need a thumbs up. I need to see a little thumb come up. I need something. Richards, are you alive? I don't think...
You might be shy. Richards, don't be shy.
Don't be shy, Richards.
Come on, thumbs up, Richards. Thumbs up.
Thumbs
Give
up,
us something.
Richards. Give us something, Richards. Richards. Boom. 303 games since a golden ball. We've lost our camera crew. 300th game since a golden ball. Rico, what's happening? I want a golden ball.
We need to get a golden ball. Well, I think that maybe our next match could be an opportunity. It is the AUM again, but they are taking on the Lions, and the Lions have had a fair share of problems.
Is that my pencil game? Is that the fielding one?
Get the pad out, and get your red and your green markers out as well.
Well, the camera's gone slightly wonky since, the 6th last over. It's sort of on an angle. Maybe Richards is a bit on an angle now as well.
Yeah, well, Richards is probably trying to sort that out. Okay, Zoe Malik, the captain, decides enough is enough. I better have a bowl, otherwise this match could be done pretty quickly with 15 coming off that first over. He's having to go at the moment here at Suraj Darai, who places away.
It's a no ball, Rico, front foot. That's going to hurt, and the camera hasn't moved to the ball. Richards, are you with us? I'm really worried.
Well, there's the bit of fielding that's been done there, but yeah, this no ball foot fault, so oh dear.
Oh, when you've got a low score, a no ball hurts you a lot, doesn't it? Yeah. Let's have a closer look. Yeah, pretty clear and evident there. So good call from the umpire, and that means free hit time. I like what he's doing here. Look where he's setting up, Rico. Outside off stump.
And banged. Thank you very much. It's another banger. And, well, Patel is looking the business. I don't know. You can see the bowler. He's not very happy with whatever's been said to him there. But that is being spat. I don't think this is Zoe Malik, by the way. I think this is Jani, because Zoe Malik was on the boundary a moment ago, and he can't be doing both. So I actually feel that this is Jani that's actually doing the bowling.
What a lovely shot that was as well. Back of the length and sort of skipped outside off stump. I think while Patel's there, he's looking at trying to get all 4 points for his team. 68 required for the win, but can he do it inside 7 overs?
Here we go again as Johnny comes back, and that's better. Gets this through the wild swing of Patel. But Patel, I suppose, he's trying to make the most of it in the power play. There's nobody back on the offside, and I think that's why he really went for this one. But look where he's standing. He's a long way out of his crease. And little nudge, gets it in the gap. The chase is on. Iba. But even though this outfield is a lot slower than it would normally be, it still races to the boundary. 4 more. Are you getting Darshit Patanka there to put the lid in and stand on and stand up, because he's so far out of his crease, isn't he?
I think that you traditionally you'd say yes, but they're probably a little bit worried about the ball down the leg side, because then you could get easy 5 wides minimo. So it's a tough one.
Yeah, see, that name has been changed to Johnny. And that's not a good delivery, and that's what you're talking about there, Corey. I mean, if that one is missed by the batter, the wicketkeeper standing up will have no chance. There's another one being put away. A quick look there off the old rock star. We didn't see him with the bat, actually, Samir Khan. And you'll see him just coming into your shot. And there he is, the old rock star.
Let's say Richards gets hit there and he's out, right? We lose Richards for a while. Yeah. Would you be able to step up and take over the... Would you think you'd be any good at it?
I'd love to have a go under different circumstances, though. Of course, don't want Richards to get hurt. Would I be good at it? I think I'd be... Once I get used to the movement and how everything works, I think, yeah. Outside the off, and this is why he's going for this shot. There's no risk involved. Nobody out there. There's going to be 4 runs, and this is a very expensive over. It will go magical. And it's 22 off the over. And, well, Gazira United, they are going for all the points here. I'd love to have a go. I really would.
Yeah. I think it'd be interesting to try and pick up that sort of skill as we have a look at the table. And this is why I sort of feel like it's a big game for Zero United. They've played 11. They've got 2 games left, really. And that's it. They're done. They're stuck on their points. I was trying to figure out how many points you need to be safe. I think 8th spot will get in with like an 18 or a 17. It'll just get you in.
Okay.
That's my estimate. It's a pretty loose estimate. I haven't looked at the numbers. I'm just guessing, to be fair. But a big morning for Zero United. And if they can somehow get 4 points, they make it a great morning.
Tarek Shah is who they've got to deal with now. I know that the card I'm over because we have a fantastic setup there from the production crew. As this one is just eased out over the offside. It's going to be a long, hard chase, but chase for nothing as the ball gets to the boundary as Durai also is up and running. Suraj with his first boundary. But yeah, just going into that the production rooms and looking at all the screens and watching the guys and girls work their magic is absolutely fantastic. They do a great job, the Spring Media, but even like how quickly they go back and what they've got to do to get the replay shown again, they work wonders. They really do.
It'd be fun to try sometime, but yeah, they do an amazing job, don't they? As that is absolutely mullered, Rico, and oh, poor old AUM. It just, when it rains, it pours, and they do not look like they're going to pick up a win here this morning.
Yeah, well, not in this match. Remember, they do, and we'll get another match straight after this where they will be hoping that things can change. But I think it's now, they're really, it gets to a point now where what they're doing is playing for pride and seeing if they can at least pick up some points, because things just getting from bad to worse for them. But the good news is this is another one that will go for 4. So we just in the same areas, and the batter just leaning back and hitting it over the offside. And you can see that, it's almost like the bowler and the wicketkeeper having a sort of stare off there. But what he's trying to say is, look, give me some protection out there.
Well, what they've done is made it look a lot easier to get the 4 points. 44 off 27 with 10 wickets in hand. Realistically, they should do that.
Yeah, they should do, especially if they're going at this rate. And yeah, just talk about the next match coming up. Victoria Lions, they have played, after this match, they would have played 3 more matches over the American University of Malta. They currently are on 10 points. AUM, of course, are on 5. So that's a team, the Victoria Lions, that AUM can realistically catch. And overseas are also on 10 points, but they've still got a fair chunk of their matches still to play. They've only played the 6. So
is the next game bottom of the table?
Yeah.
The wooden spoon encounter.
It is. It's AUM taking on Victoria Lions, who are on 10 points, and also overseas on 10. But overseas have played only the 6 matches.
Wow.
So it is a big chance for AUM to try and get their first win, I think. This one gets played away out to the offside, and mid-wicket will do the fielding. So maybe a better field this time now here to Shah. Gets a bit of protection and that extra cover boundary.
Yeah, that'll conclude the power play, 49 for none. And on their way to go and get all 4 points, you can see 15, 20, 14, a complete sort of difference to what we saw in the first innings. And yeah, a wooden spoon encounter. 13th versus 14th, a battle of the Titans next.
Yeah, and maybe there's a bit of a tingle there as well, because we do need to put an end to that, the golden ball count that keeps going upwards past the 300 it went yesterday. You can see there that United, well, they're 99% is what the win predictors saying they're going to go on to win this one. And there's the equation. Let's just have a look at the equation there of the bonus point as that one gets played away. 42-24, and that's definitely doable, because just to do that, they need to go at just over 10s.
Yeah, definitely doable. The 50 partnerships up of 19 deliveries, beating one of the quickest 50 partnerships we've seen so far. That one cut away this time, Rico. It's going to be 4 more. Have to say, Zero United, they look like they're going to get all 4 points.
Looks that way, doesn't it? I mean, little things like that also going their way. It wasn't the cleanest of strikes, and a bit edgy, bit uppish, but gets it over the fielder. It's going to be 4 runs. What I like about Zero United is that it's a low score, but they're going about it like they're trying to chase a big score. It's good batting in the power play. Drags him out, that uses his feet, and will get stopped. And they'll just get the single. So
that's good. That's a good bit of fielding. Saves 3. So 1 more to the total. If they can pick up a wicket, they might be able to defend 1 point.
Yeah, this is Gurab Joshi, man, who I did give a shout out in my intro, because I just think that Gurab, he works hard, tries to get the wickets, and gets the ball normally in good areas. You see there, he's used good variation. He enticed Suraj to come down the wicket in the earlier ball. Suraj did and got a single. Now let's see if he can get the big wicket of Patel. Well, Patel doesn't move, doesn't flinch, because he knows that's going to be a wide.
Yeah, I like the look of this opening pair, Rico. They've struck the ball quite cleanly, haven't they? Oh, double nutmeg.
I think he kicks this for. Oh!
Oh, no way.
Cricketainment, folks, that's what we're bringing. First of all, I'm pretty sure the batter on the way round missing this kicks it, and then
It's a double nutmeg.
Yeah, double nut. What's this? You don't step on the ball. It could have been worse. Oh, he goes and he takes down the rock. At the same time, he says, I'm fine. Of course he's fine. He's just given us a highlight this morning. Oh, you could maybe see that again at some point. Save it. Save it for later. We love it. And watch this.
He is so lucky he didn't snap an ankle there. A double nutmeg, ankle shocker. Oh, AUM. They are the team that just keeps on giving, and they are getting shellacked. 14th place on the table.
Oh, yeah. Anybody for archery? Well, I'll tell you what, that's a bullseye. As now, well, Archer Patel, after kicking the ball to the boundary, he's now goes big. Oh, boom. Shakalagia kinna sona. Well, to Andy Nowdy is signalling 6 from the square leg. Well, I think everybody knows that's 6. That's gone over the fence into the archery range. And Gazira United are 66 without loss after 4. Well, we have some fun and games sometimes. I told you, we bring you a frenzy of action, entertainment, a bit of drama, and a lot of fun.
I've been saying for a while, I'm amazed at how many people go with the foot fielding and don't snap an ankle or roll it severely. And that's probably as close as I've seen. That's so risky. The old double nutmeg / ankle snapper. This game's over, Rico.
Yeah.
She's done.
It's over. And then have a look at that. 25 of 18 to take all the points. They should do that pretty easily. And goes for it, but a catching opportunity and held. So a little bit of joy as Suraj Dharai tests out the fielding ability of the man on the boundary, and Anush Kumar Patel makes no mistakes, so gets the wicket now. I keep saying 3 wickets and you're in them, but that's only the first, so you need a mega collapse from Gazira United not to go on and win this match.
No, they're going to go on and win. It's all about that bonus point, isn't it? And at the moment, you'd have to say they're on track to get it. A good little innings there. The partnership broken after 66.
Yeah, nice catch taken there. No hesitation, no issues from Patel. And the Babu picks up his wicket in the digits. Babu coming back to bowl his second. And Kamal Karki is the new batter. And Kamal, very similar, I think, to Suraj. He's not going to waste any time. He's going to be going for the big hits. And, well, that's not a big hit. It's a little edge, which is going to race away from the fielder. And the Rockstar this time. Oh, watch out, Rockstar. Incoming. Not this time. He stays on his feet. He doesn't get wiped out by one of his fellow players. There's that one. It's when he tries to push it out on the off to try and take the single, I believe, to try and get Patel the strike. But what he does, he just carves the boundary for himself, gets 4.
Yeah, an impressive batting display. They're only a couple more boundaries away from wrapping this up quite quickly.
And chases the wide ball, and that's quite an incredible shot. He's going to get 4 runs for this. I thought he was in danger of going all the way. It would have been a wide. He just throws the bat at this Kamal Karki, and he gets a boundary. This is quite an extraordinary hit.
Good batting. It just shows you, if you get bat on ball, good things can happen. In the first innings, AUM played and missed a lot.
Yeah.
And they still hit 90. Imagine if they got bat on ball, every ball, even a couple of edges to 4 and so on. But, yeah, Gazira United, they're on track for pretty much a walloping here this morning.
Okay. Almost there, aren't they? Yeah. 17 or 14. Want to take all the points away. And this time he will just block this away and take the single, and he'll give the Achal Patel a ball to face. He's going well, 38 of 15. Patel, last time we saw him, remember, back-to-back half centuries, it was against good teams, against the Bijuba Blasters and Marsa, when Gazira got those 2 wins. Gazira, by the way, as I found out on my travels when I was off, Gazira means island. That's the translation of Gazira.
Really?
In Maltese, yeah, island is what Gazira means. That's that over, comes to an end, 75 for 1.
Have you ever been to the Gozo Island?
Yeah, not this time round, but the last time I was there.
What's it like, Rico?
It's beautiful. Really lush and green. As are other parts of the island, as I discovered when I was on the boat. It takes you around Valletta and that, and some parts of Valletta also are beautiful. There's is nowhere near as congested as the sort of the main part of Malta, or the centre of Malta.
If you do want to interact and learn a bit more about Malta, we'll give you some background at Rico Full with 2 L's on Instagram and Facebook, or myself at cruckers_28 on Instagram. I'll have a look at that a little bit later, and if you do want to get any questions in or comments, do feel free.
Yeah, do. They're loving your interaction already this morning. And so far the sun is shining, but the forecast for later don't look too good. But it is only a forecast, and let's hope nothing changes. Doesn't look like anything's going to change here, as whenever the batters are swinging, they're making contact and they're getting runs. Kamal Karki brings up his 3rd boundary. It's another one which he just manages to slice away. And I just get the feeling here that AUM have given this one up already. I think it's a matter of get off the pitch, take as much time as they'll get, and they'll get a good break after this match, probably around 40 minutes, and try and prepare themselves for that big clash against the Victoria Lions. Short, horrible, played away, but won't find the gap this time. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, they've got to treat the next one like it's their final. If they lose the next one, you can almost confirm they'll end up bottom of the table.
Yeah.
It'd be hard to imagine them coming back. The next game's the Wooden Spoon final.
Doesn't quite get that out the middle, and therefore it will just be a single. So Patel hands the strike back to Karki.
Where does the term wooden spoon come from, actually?
You've let your fingers do the talking. I think it originated from surely something like with sort of sports, athletic sports, right?
Here we go.
Go on then.
Wasn't what I was. It's created in Cambridge, coined in Wales. In history, it dates back to the University of Cambridge in the 19th century. The spoon was awarded to the unfortunate student who received the lowest grade in a mathematics exam. The last spoon was claimed in 1909 by a student named Cuthbert Holthouse. So a student got it for the worst maths exam, and now we say it for the worst teams in competitions in sports.
Well, there you go. And it was a wooden spoon, was it?
Yeah, it was a wooden spoon.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh. Dear, oh dear. Well, that is Gaurav Joshi who gets this one wrong. He goes down, he says, I know what to do. I'll smother it with everything I got. Problem for him was, though, it still wasn't enough, as he does a little bit of breakdancing. And the Grizzly gets past him to the boundary, 85 for 1. And just 6 runs away from victory. So one big hit would do it.
Is the wooden spoon term sort of mentioned in Europe often? I know it's used in Australia.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
We use it a lot, yeah. Yeah, we also like have things like the wooden spoon race and things like that when you have like fun days like school summer fates and things like that. Yeah, the wooden spoon. And catch taken, very neat catch, nicely done as Tarak Shah holds on to it. And Achal Patel, he will depart for 39 of 17, but once again though, he's done enough, you would assume, for his team to be victorious here. But a nice moment there for AUM. At least they do pick up another wicket.
Yeah, wicket goes. Got to stick with it. They need 6 off 5 for the bonus point. Nice safe catch, running to his left at deep mid-off. Yeah, they used the term in the rugby as well, the Six Nations. I think Ireland would be out of the rugby, if I stand corrected, would have the most wooden spoons in the Six Nations. I know it's used in Australian rules football quite often. Not so much a cricket term, I guess. Not really heard that too much in the cricket sphere. Pretty hard to get a wooden spoon when you don't have national leagues so often.
Okay, Joshi has the ball here now. Now remember, if they can manage to, well, not get or restrict the opposition getting now 5 runs from here on in with the next 4 deliveries, then they will at least take a point. So needing to get 5 runs in the over from here on in to take all the points. And that probably will be it. Yes, it will. It will go all the way. Manos arriba, boom. Shakalagia, balle. And that is the end of this match. And Gezira United, they will take all 4 points.
Absolute shellacking. And game, set, match. Thank you for coming. And you have to say, Gezira United pretty much dominated from the outset. They bowled well. They fielded a little bit below par than it would liked, but then with the bat, they hit everything flush. And little AUM, you've got to feel for them a bit. They just haven't been able to get anything really going, and Their big game's next because it's 14th versus 13th.
Yeah, and we're calling it the Wooden Spoon Final as the Victoria Lions come into play. Now, Victoria Lions, I'll talk a bit about this in my intro to that match, but something like Jagdeep Srinath and Pradeep Pushpagadan, they are going to be very much the key. Two very exciting players. And Tamil Silvan, he's one to keep an eye on there as well. And Tins Joseph is another one to watch out for. Milton Devisia with the ball could be pretty interesting there as well. We're with American University of Malta. Once again, I think all eyes will be on Darshit Patanka, see if he can find his form. If he can get going and he can get the likes of Zoe Malik and also somebody like Gujar to bat around him, they can get to a decent score. Let's run the highlights of this one. And if you like quick finishes and if you like a flurry of runs, you're going to enjoy these highlights. Ajay Patel made a great start there with Suraj Dharai. And they made such a good start that really the heads from the AUM went down pretty quickly. Then Kamal Kaki came out and scored a quick fire 24 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how AUM respond. But let's focus on Zero United, Rico. They've taken the 4 points, and we were talking about them at the start of this game that 2 games left. They had to have two good games to make sure.
Yeah.
And now they're on track to make it through. That could have been much, much worse.
It's, I know we're laughing, but that's Suresh Viswant who goes into the rock star Samir Khan, and you're right, it could have been terrible, but both were okay. There were a couple of highlights in the field there as well. It was a nice catch taken on the boundary there by Patel. He played his part, and then when called upon, Talak Shah also would take a good catch to remove the dangerous Achal Patel. Patel would go, but it would be victory courtesy of this boundary. And it came in that 7th over, which means they would get all the points as well. So handshakes all around. But once again, it is Gazira United who are victorious, and they're enjoying a good little period here. And that's, 3 wins out of the last 3 that they played as they topple AUM pretty easily. There's that scorecard, and you'll be pretty happy seeing that. And they do it in style as well, so hitting a fair number of sixes on the way. In fact, in that innings, we saw 5 sixes. 4 of them, of course, were from Achal Patel. So well done to them on the bowling front. Well, there's not really too much you can expect from the bowlers. Once again, I think Gaurav Joshi, he does bowl well. 1 for 19, 3 balls to go in that over that match was completed in. And also, I think Babu didn't bowl too badly. I think on the bowling front, they will be competitive as long as they get runs on the board. So we will leave you with the match summary. Well done once again to Gazira United. They will be in action a little bit later. They'll take on the Red Stars. And the Red Stars, well, they're playing a bit hot and cold at the moment. That also could be a very exciting match as well. But we've got a break now of over 35 minutes. And we will then return with match number 2 in this match day 17. Match 65 in total, when AUM will be taking on the Victoria Lions. Join us back in, well, you have it there on your screen now, in around 37 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
Welcome back, viewers. Match number 65 is up next. The AUM are taking on the Victoria Lions. AUM, they're hoping to make this their day. Victoria Lions, the last time we saw them was back in match day 13, and they had an interesting day. They got a very good win, a surprise win actually, against the overseas. But then in the next match against the Blasters, well, they did get blown away. But an important match for them today here. They will fancy their chances against AUM. Let's join the captain, Zohan Malik, and also to Jayadeep Srinath, who are with the tournament referee, Stephen Gooch, for the coin toss.
Victoria Lions to call. Heads is called. It is heads.
You're going to bowl first.
Bowling. Good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Victoria Lions have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
The Victoria Lions winning the toss, and they're feeling that there is that issue with the batting with the AUM, so they have put them in to have a bat first. AUM, look, what can we say about them? Batting is definitely an issue for them in that last match, even though they've got the likes of Darshit Patanka in the side. They only managed to just get to 90. And one thing that we observed there is a lot of balls, good length balls, outside the off stump that they're just playing and missing. Not really watching the ball, swinging wildly. I think one thing they can do better is keep an eye on the ball, play it out into the area of space in the offside and take those singles. You've got to eliminate the number of dot balls that they got. But somebody who's not looking to get dot balls, if he can get going this time, is going to be Darshit Patanka. He is a talented player. I think he was a little bit unlucky the way he got out. He played a good shot, but it just came off the slice of the bat when he got caught on the 45. He's going to be keen to go big here. I think something like the captain that we saw in the middle there, Zohan Malik, he's got to put himself up to top of the order. And something like Guraj, once again, can put a healthy contribution in. With the Lions, like I said, a surprise victory against the overseas. But look, they've got a very good player in the likes of Push Bangarden. He is a classy left-hander. If he clicks, then really he can take the game away from anyone like he did against the overseas. I think the captain, Jayadeep Srinath, he's an amazing player. Keep an eye on him with the ball. I think with conditions today, he's going to get that ball looking like a banana. He'll be bowling some boomerangs here today. Certainly does get a lot of swing. He's pretty key with the bat as well. I think good partnership between those two is going to be very important. But a guy who I think the conditions will suit today and should bowl very well on here is Vimal Vijay. Watch out for him. He could be the difference in this match. It's going to be exciting. I think this one could even maybe be, well, could there be a tingle? Could we be talking about a golden ball? Well, I certainly think so. What does Corey think? Let's go over to Corey for the start of this match. Number 65, Corey. The news from the middle is once again, AUM will be having a bat first.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, wherever you're watching from. We have a wooden spoon encounter coming up. Victoria Lions taking on AUM. And, well, these teams have had a very difficult sort of tournament. Right now, 13th versus 14th on the table. Can one of them sort of break away? They don't want to finish bottom. And for AUM, they need to get a win. They haven't had one just yet. We'll have a look at the lineups and those beautiful pictures of Malta and the surroundings. Plenty of boats out on the water. It's a nice morning for fishing, but this afternoon it'll be interesting to see what happens with the weather gods. We have a look at these two lineups. Obviously, Victoria Lions 3 and 7. They've tasted victory, so they will go into this as favourites. AUM 0 wins in the winning column so far. They've had the washout and 5 losses. They need something big from Patanka and Gurjat. The two openers are their best batters by a mile. I haven't seen the Victoria Lions live, so I am looking forward to seeing how they go about it. Obviously, the captain I've heard a lot about, Srinath, and a few others in that lineup that I'll see for the first time. So hopefully we get a good game of cricket. Maybe it's a tingle sort of game. We'll have to see. These two teams at the bottom of the table. Fingers crossed it's a good one. We're almost set to go. And you can see the supercomputer thinks it's going to be a close one as well. 52% to Victoria Lions and 48% to AUM. As the teams make their way out to the middle and get ready for this encounter. I hope it's a good game. Fingers crossed. We'll have to wait and see how it pans out. AUM desperate for a win. Can they get something going? So almost set to go. Just waiting for the fielders to get in line. And they are ready to go. Here we go. Umpire says play. Skips in quickly. Kumar with ball number 1 of this match. And it's just going to be a single into the offside. In games like this where it is a little bit of a lower on the table encounter, I get the feeling that it'll come down to the fielding. Now, I'm going to do a little plus and minus for this game to see who fields a little bit better. And I have a feeling the fielding team that fields better will get the win. Deep backward point and deep mid-off are the 2 boundary riders. So, I think that ball was bowled without anyone really paying too much attention. Now, some of the fielders were still making sure they got themselves ready. And it's a free hit, so I'm not too sure why, but there must have been a no ball call from square leg for too many outside the circle. Well, that's a gift for AUM. They were not expecting that. The very next ball, the free hits, hit away through the leg side. So, yeah, the first ball, it is confirmed, too many outside the ring. So it was a no ball and 1, and then a free hit. So we're going to start effectively with 4 off the first ball. What an opportunity for AUM. Can they get enough runs on the board? This has to be their chance. Short ball pulled away into a pocket of space, and not bad pace so far from Kumar. 1 more run to the total. I think they're going to need 100 plus at least, as I welcome back good friend and co-commentator for this one, Rico Full.
Good to be back as we see the team with the green and the black. Not often see too many kits that resemble this from the Victoria Lions. And, up against, of course, AUM, still searching for their first win. Here's Patanka on strike. And it's got to be careful here. I think I'd like to see Daship Patanka here just sort of say to himself mentally upstairs, right, you know what? I'm batting through the innings because I think if he can do that, he will score runs and he will get AUM to, I think, a score that they feel they can defend.
I completely agree. He doesn't need to go and score at 300 strike rate. Even a 200 strike rate would be good enough.
Just gets this one away, but doesn't really get too much of the bat. They'll just amble and take a single.
Yeah, can AUM get to that 100 plus and then show us something special with the ball? But these 2 openers are the ones that, if they do bat a period of time, Rico, they could get 120.
Up in the air, and there's nobody out there. That's going to be a good strike. And that is going to go for 4 runs. Just bounces before the boundary rope. It's a little bit too short this time. Krishnan Kumar, and that's a nice looking shot from Drew Gujar. Gujar was in good form in the last match. He did score runs. He did score a fine 38 of 25. So he's in form. So that's why this partnership is pretty key here. Down the ground, and see they're thinking about the second but decide not to. That's well chased by the fielder. Another single.
Yeah, that'll end the first over, actually. So he's raced through the over. 11 runs have come off it, and a nice start for AUM. Can they build on this score? Obviously, 11 for none after 1. And yeah, Rico, it's always tough when you're near the bottom of the table, but you just never know. Maybe it's your day as we have a look at the ECL groups. Obviously, there's a few teams that will go into this maybe as not favourites in their group, but if you have a good tournament, you look at Peels and St. John's and talent strikers who are listed 5th in that group.
Yeah,
they're good enough to win it.
Yeah, they are. And look, also I'm looking at Group F. We know that Group B has got the 2 teams from England. Group F, you've got 2 there from Jersey, Old Victorians and Farmers. I mean, that's going to be a cracking group there as well. A little bit of waist swing to start off here from the captain, Jayadeep. Srinath, this guy, he's impressed me. He gets the ball to go both ways, Corey. I get the feeling if he bowls well, you're going to like a look at Jagdish Srinath.
Well, I love his mustache. He's already got my vote for best mustache in the league.
I forgot you ever think about mustaches.
Very Aussie to get around the Mo. It is Movember as well, so a lot of people Down Under currently are growing the mow for charity. Yeah, a lot of people get a little link and you donate to Mustache Growth.
It's for men's health, right?
Yes,
To do with
correct.
men's health,
Correct. So Movember, happy Movember, everyone that's growing a tash.
Oh, he gets lucky, and that one is probably going to make its way to the boundary. Yep, it does. A bit of an inside edge, and a little bit of luck there for the batter, Guraj. They certainly could do with a bit of luck. Are you growing yours?
I've done a couple of Movembers. It's not pretty. It's not like it's a full tash. I actually haven't done it in a while. Maybe I should do one next week. We don't have Comcam, so
Yeah, I reckon you should.
I could actually go for a little Movember while we're here.
All right, done.
Oh, no. No. Rico, it's not pretty, honestly.
Oh, well, that's pretty. It's pretty big. That's what it is. That's going to go all the way. That's 6 runs. That's another one that's gone into the archery range over there. Well, that's the second in the day. As Jagadish Srinath is a little bit too short. You can see he bats well outside of his crease, and he just helps that on his way. And, yeah, I'm liking the look of Gujar this morning. Cracking shot.
Yeah, nice shot. And this is exactly what AUM need. They need these two to bat for 6 or 7 overs. Can they get going? Can they keep it going? And can they get a big score?
One thing I think one or two of the viewers have picked up on that a little bit light in the field here, the Lions. Gone. And, well, it's a good response from Srinath, just full and straight. And that's timber as Dhruv Gujar will go for a quick 18 of 8 deliveries. Good comeback from the captain. Knocks the stumps over. They go for a walk. Here we go. It's not a good shot, though, is it, Corey?
No, plays across it and tries to hit it maybe a bit hard. And there he goes. He's sprinting off the field. He's not happy with himself. He's disappointed. 22 on the board. The first wicket goes down. AUM, you need a partnership. They need a good score. This is their chance for a victory.
Yeah, we see that again. The stumps, they go for a walk. As we say goodbye to Gujar. 18 of the 8 balls that he faces. Yeah, so going back to that, a couple of players. That's the one that goes the other way. Cleverly bowled and well watched. Also from the new batter, which is Indrajit Babu. Yeah, a couple of players being stranded in some traffic, and that's why the Victoria Lions have just taken the field of play with 2 men down. A few people in the chat just picking that up, so just giving you the update on that. They are on the way. Hello to Helix and all of the Jules. And Paul Kempin also joining in. Slower delivery up in the air, and nobody out there. It's a strange delivery to bowl when you've got nobody there at long on at all.
Yeah, well, yeah, you've seen obviously what's going on, and AUM have to capitalise on this.
Yeah,
you've got 2 players stuck in traffic. You've got holes everywhere in the field, and you're playing 13th versus 14th in an ECS classic for the ages.
Yeah, and also it's got to be pointed out. So, obviously they knew there was an issue with those 2 players. Yet you win in the toss and decided to take the field, Corey.
Well, the problem is on this little island that when you do get some wild weather, it does get very difficult to get. I think it took us an hour and a half last night to get home. It was a 20-minute drive.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Crazy. So, yeah, you look at the field there. You're seeing every fielder basically on the field with the mid-on. It's not going to be easy for Victoria Lions. They're going to try their best, obviously, but not easy.
No, it's not easy. And, of course, I think the players... One of the guys missing is one of the key bowlers. Tins Joseph is one of them. Pretty key with the bat as well. That's pretty nicely bowled. Gets the bat on this as Kumar does come back to bowl his second. That was going to be a single take, and they don't take any extras with the slight misfield.
Well, I was going to do the pluses and minuses, but they haven't made any errors in the field. Maybe not enough fielders to stop it. They haven't made an error yet, which is good. That's what I want to see.
Krishnan Kumar then back now bowling here to Babu. Wow, he gets a full toss. It's in the air, and it will clear the fielder. It's a nice strike from Babu. Gets it in the slot, and adios, Balota, because that's 6 runs.
Nice shot. Full toss. Got to put it away. He does exactly that. Bit of a hit-me ball. If AUM don't win this one, Rico, against a team that's got players stuck in traffic, I don't think they're ever winning. 13th place, first forward. This is the one. Come on, AUM.
This is the one, you'd think. And that's that one that he gets away and sneaks it through. Liking this from Kumar as well. He just bowls and gets back to his mark. Doesn't mess around. A good delivery, so he knows where to keep it to Babu. And this is the issue that I think AUM had in the last match. Every time the ball was in that the off-stump corridor, they're swinging and missing. Kumar again. You know where he's going to try and get it. Well, this time down the leg side, won't be out. And it will be a leg bye that gets taken, that gets Patanga on strike.
Isn't Malta, there was a random statistic, wasn't it? It's got the most cars per capita or something like that. There's cars everywhere here for a very small landmass.
Yeah, 520,000 is the population, 400,000 cars.
Not easy on a tiny island to get around.
Up and over. That's gone big. This is what this man can do. And that is another biggie. Well, poor old Richards has been in attack today. I think that one probably just eludes him. Hits the bottom off the side screen. That's a big hit from the tank.
Well, the tank is still there and the tank is ticking. If he can keep going for a while, good signs for this team to get off the bottom of the table and get a win.
Yeah, and here in the thing here in Malta is every time you pass your driving test, the thing is to buy you a car, and that's why there's so many as this one. Talking about cars, well, that's been driven pretty nicely over the top. Off the covers, it's just going to be 4 more runs. So, yeah, I think he's got the right mindset here this time, Ashit Patanka, to stay there and bat all the way through. And it's a pretty good power play. All right, they have lost Gujar, who goes for 18, but they're still got runs on the board here, 44 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, 44 for 1 on the board. And, well, this is a dream start for AUM. They're really enjoying themselves. Yeah, would you do a Movember as well? Well, you don't. You've got the full beard.
I've got the beard, yeah.
You've got the beard.
Yeah. I mean, we need to talk to Vinny. You can send him a memo.
Yeah, he'd like
I know
it.
He's been joining you out here. I think both you and Vinny could be doing it together.
It's good that it's a lot of people do it for charity and to raise money for a good cause.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that still no signs of those the missing players. Still just the 9 on the field. I can hear to the left of me a few car doors being shut, so maybe they are racing in here now. Well, the Lions certainly need him. This guy will need him. It's oh, that's going to be a no ball. That's too high, I'm sure. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it's been called pretty early by umpire Andy Nowdy, who stands in so close and, well, I think dangerously close to the action. I mean, there he is there. You can see where the 30-yard circle is. I haven't really had a chance to talk to him about this, but, I mean, it's interesting for me. I mean, this is a free hit, and, well, it will stay a free hit because that's a wide ball. So, at the moment, Vimal Vijaya not really doing too much justice in the faith that I gave him. And they're just asking the question here. Now he's close enough to see it cleanly, and he looks like he's pretty happy that the batter has made it in. Just keep an eye on the bat there. I think that I
think we need to wind that back a bit. Is the bat being grounded?
The bat's not grounded.
Is it not?
No, it's in the air here. That bat is in the air, and let's keep
it
this
hits
going.
the ground. It goes a bit up. I don't know if that's an optical illusion and it is grounded. I can't tell.
Yeah, I think he does maybe just get it down, so he's okay. Back to live action, and, well, that's been blasted. That's an absolute biggie. And he ain't running. He's just standing and delivering at the moment. And that's another Maximo. Ginnasona Shaka Luggia. The 50 has come up.
This has to be AUM's game. This has to be their chance at a win, Rico. Things are falling into place. They've got a depleted opposition, and they're ticking. They're 55 already.
Vimal Vijaya. Oh, he gets this one through. Nice take there from the man. Whatever the score is, Pradeep Pushpangaran is going to be the man. He's going to have to try and get him. He's got the gloves on at the moment. Short, and that's been drilled away. There's just gaps everywhere here at the moment, Corey. I mean, they need and would normally have another player out there on the leg side. He's not there. You can have a look at some of the fielders there on the offside, looking at each other. Keep looking at their bench to see if somebody else is, if these guys have turned up. They're not here yet.
Makes it tough, doesn't it? There's so many holes right now just around the field. As a batter, any bat on ball, you've got an opportunity for it to potentially go for 4.
Yeah, definitely. That one will just be a single, but you'll take that. The over's It's gone for 16 already. Still a couple of balls to come in it. 60 on the board. AUM going well. It's a good delivery. That's good areas there. That's what I expect Vijaya to be doing. One more to get through. Babu probably won't be too interested in a single. It's going to be okay, says the umpire. That'll be the end of the over. So he gets out of jail a little bit there. Vimali doesn't go magical. 16 come off it. And AUM doing very well. 60 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, have to wonder why they won the toss and decided to field the Victoria Lions. They are putting themselves in a pretty difficult position. And, well, they can fight all they want, but sometimes it's not going to go your way, especially when you're a bit undermanned.
Yeah, it's difficult for them. As we say hello to guys and girls in the chat. And hello to Thunder, who's joining in as well. And saying hi to everyone. All right, so the tank, he's firing. 24 of 10. In comes Srinath again. High in the air, opportunity. Srinath wants it. And takes a very, very good catch. That's the end of the tank. This is a cracking catch, Corey. He puts his name on it straight away. There are other fielders there that are probably better placed. But Srinath says, I want it, it's mine. And he holds on to a brilliant catch.
Yeah, disappointment for the tank, who just could have even hit a couple on the ground and manipulated the field. He goes to try and smack it, and the man with the Movember, takes a fantastic catch. He has 2 in the Victoria Lions fight back.
Yeah, great catch, because that body language says it all from the tank. He gets the start, but gets out. So the second wicket goes, and they've still got batting. Zahid Malik is a player that I've seen him score many runs here at this Malta International Cricket Ground. As the captain comes out to join Babu, and he'll face captain battle. That's not a good start there from Srinath. Wants to get the full Yorker length delivery in, but he goes down the leg side.
Yeah, getting the tank there can be the difference between a big score and batting them out the game to game on. So Srinath, Movember doing a good job.
Well, it does go for that Yorker length delivery. Once again, it's not the perfect Yorker. They'll take the single as the throw comes in. And at the moment, you've still got a clean sheet of paper there.
Well, it's a bit of a hard metric. There's not enough fielders. So, of course, I go to do something proactive and then something like that. So I'll have to save it for one of the afternoon games. But credit to the Lions. We haven't actually seen too many errors anyway.
Yeah, they're fighting hard, are the Lions. That's a good hit, and that's going to go all the way. Balle, ginna sona. Shaka lagya as Andy Nowdy goes on tippy toes to give the signal.
Yeah, nice shot. Over pitch from Movember, and a really nice shot. In the wheelhouse. Bang. Got every piece of that.
Yeah, it was in the slot, and he made it count. So back to the drawing board goes Srinath. 2 for 23. And that's well bowled. Tucks that one in. Srinath decides that he's better off not attacking the stumps. It's going to be a dot ball. Cleverly bowled.
Yeah, well bowled. Sneaks it in. Well bowled. Dot ball.
Noticing he's not getting the kind of swing and movement that we've seen from him in other matches. So he's not getting that ball to come in drastic. Makes a change here. Coming around the wicket. And gets well watched. Gets played away. It will just be a single.
Yeah, one more to the toe. Good throw comes in, but luckily it doesn't deflect, actually. Could easily have gone away. And might have a situation here, Rico, that AUM, if they can get to 120 and if the other players don't make it, you only got to take 8 wickets.
Yeah, that's the other thing. And of course, I mean, there could be some issues. I mean, we're hearing a lot of sirens, so there might be some issues around the ground, which is preventing the players to get here pretty quickly. And the last word I heard is they're definitely on the way, but they're stuck somewhere, that's for sure. Slow delivery, but no chance of LBW coming around the wicket. The ball pitching outside the line off the leg stick. So it's going to be just a leg bye to finish. Interesting that he does decide to come around the wicket. I think that might simply be because he wasn't getting the swing he normally does. Tries to do something different. Not the worst of overs. 10 will come from it. And he will take another wicket. That, the important one, of the tank.
Reminds me of that game out here a few years ago where it was even more drastic. The Malta Day 7. So they had they had a bowler and a keeper, and the 5 fielders were on the boundary. 2 on the leg side, 1 straight, and 2 on the offside. So there's gaps everywhere, and they won in off a golden ball.
Yeah.
Honestly, it will never happen again. 7 players from Malta Day 1.
Yeah, that was quite extraordinary. I remember listening to you and Vinny talk through that game. It was just extraordinary. It really was. Okay, Peter.
I've actually got one for you. I've thought about this for a while. In this T10 that we have, and we have that much volume, and obviously it's difficult to get players off work all the time, and if you do have injuries or subs or anything like that, I actually think it should just be 10 on 10 players. I don't know why it needs to be 11 on 11. You'd have one more gap in the field, but I reckon you could just go 10-10 consistently.
Yeah.
T10, 10 players.
Well, this is Peter. Now, Peter doesn't often get a bowl, so all right, he sneaks that one in. Peter's a great field. Well, all right, I don't know too much about this. There seems to be a little appeal there from somebody, and he says, "How's that?" And then comes in as well.
He's a bit of a cool customer. Look at the shades on.
Yeah.
Oh, a fan favourite.
Shades.
He's looking sharp.
Hair tied back, looking pretty tidy. But at the moment, well, he's just trying to get the ball in that area. What's the spin? The fielder does well. It'll just be a single. But yeah, I mean, Peter's having the ball here. Now, he sometimes has been also bowled when they've got the game tied up. Having a ball because of these players that are absent. So they haven't got Joseph would definitely be bowling 2 overs. He's not here. So issues here at the moment.
It gives you opportunity as a player to show that you can bowl, as that one's hit down the ground. Another good bit of fielding, and last 2 balls have found fielders remarkably. Yeah, Peter, a bit of a cool customer with the shades and the beard. I like it. Look at him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Taking some good catches as well, has Shajil Peter. Oh, that's mullered. It's because you know where he's going to be putting this. You know where the ball's going to be, and Zoe Malik says, yep, I know where that's going to be. He's in position, and not for the first time, we see the ball sailing over the head of long off.
Yeah, Rico, this has got to be more than AUM's chance. They can do this. The stars have aligned for them.
Yeah, they certainly have. They needed a bit of luck to go their way, and they're certainly getting plenty of it here. There's Peter. Same area, same shot, same result. 6 more. The captain, Zoe Malik, he's liking this matchup at the moment. And Peter, he's going to go for plenty. It's a big over. It's another 6. And, well, they're trying to boost him here. He's still got a ball to go, by the way, in the over, but it's already gone magical.
Well, it doesn't matter if you've got 11 fielders. That's a big 6. Doesn't matter. Can't bowl half volleys in any format at any time. Oh, no.
That, I think, could be a no-y. Let's see what the umpires think. I know now he's close enough to look at it.
I think he thinks it's okay. Looks like he signalled it was dipping down. We'll have a closer look.
Let's have a look at this. It was just about okay, I think. Maybe if he stays on the line, it's just outside the crease. If he stays in the crease, perhaps it's just dropping. Look at it from this end. It looks pretty high, but it is a magical over. It goes for 23. And the American University of Malta, who have not got a win so far in this European Cricket Series, are looking good. 93 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, 93 for 2. And they are on for a huge score against a depleted team. And they have every chance to win their first game here, AUM.
Yeah, so that's the problem. Srinath has bowled himself early because he had to. I think the same with Kumar because he had to. I know that Vimal has 1 to go. That one is, well, they're probably just checking the height on this one to get the feeding. We'll see it side on here. It's a long way outside of his crease. So get the feeding with that ball. I mean, is it going down? It is. I think that's going to be okay. So gets a rare dot ball in here. This is Rajan, who's now having a bowl. And
oof.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of this, I think, from here on in, as you're seeing guys having a bowl who normally haven't been called upon.
Yeah, it's going to be some players that don't usually bowl in this lineup. now have to step up in a big way, and they need to step up right now because this score's getting out of control. And poor old Rajan's got the type of action, old spray gun action.
Yeah, just have a look. He's sort of a bit of a slingy action. His body's a bit all over the place, and he's being asked to fill a gap here thanks to some issues with personnel, and it's going to be another wide.
Oh, Rico. When it rains, it pours. Poor old Victoria Lions, who would have fancied their chances. It's crumbling away.
Yeah, Lions, of course, they are above AUM by some 5 points. Okay, now that's up in the air. It could be a catching opportunity. It will be a catching opportunity. And Rajan has picked up a wicket as Babu gets his right at the toe end of the bat. He feels every bit of that, Babu. I think the pain that he gets going through his body is just as bad as him getting out. So well done to the bowler. Rohan Rajan picks up the wicket of Babu for 19.
Well, he gets one, doesn't he? Low full toss and right off the toe of the bat. And there's Babu already back in the dugout. So another wicket goes. Can Victoria Lions start getting some dot balls? This is going to test the bowler Rajan because Patel, the left-hander's out there now. And a different line, a different angle. It's also going to test the 7 fielders they have. Taking out the keeper and the bowler, obviously. 7 fielders to a lefty-righty partnership, Rico, is not going to be easy.
Yeah, well, here we go here. So, you can see Milton Devisia taking the catch. He's pretty happy. Oh,
told you.
That's no ball. Boy. No ball before height. And then what makes this worse now is that Zoe Malik has got on strike. And he, of course, is the dangerous set batter. So Anush Kumar will take the bye. So that's 2 runs there, 1 for the no ball, 1 for the bye.
Tough on a keeper.
Yeah, big time.
Well, it's a free hit. Malik's licking his chops here. He's going to try to smash this. Well, it's a free hit, boys.
And that's what Nadi's saying. Yeah, he did, but it's a free hit. And, oh dear. Well, Pradeep says, oops. And look at Nadi. Nadi's having a little giggle about it as well, shaking his head. Well, we saw that yesterday as well. But anyway, there was something on it, but no run. I suppose it's a good outcome, but that's not. That's going to be 2 wide. So this is a long over. Just keeping an eye. I mean, they should be all right on time because they do get through the overs quickly. The bowlers get back to the mark pretty quick and come back. But yeah, time could be an issue as well. Long over this from Rajan. And that's not a bad delivery.
Oh.
And well, this gets over Devisia. We'll go for 4. So 9 off it so far.
Gets over him. Does it go through him a little bit? It looked like to me it just hurried him up a little bit. It was hit flat. Just seemed a little bit late to react. He's quite close there, actually. The ring's probably 4 metres behind him. And when you've only got a few fielders, I think he can retreat a little bit.
I think so. And when you look at the score as well. Okay, miscue up in the air, but nobody back there. And that is going to be another boundary. So Cuatro Mas says that one comes off the bottom edge of the bat.
If AUM don't win this game, Rico, I'll retire from commentary.
Nah.
This is their day. This is their game. The stars have aligned.
We certainly feel that way, and of course, nobody enjoys being out there in the field when you're sort of understaffed as well. So not looking the best here at the moment for the Lions. Rajan trying to get through this over, but he's going to have to bowl another one. That's another wide. Oh dear, it's a long one. It's a nightmare for the scorers who are trying to get all of these little wides and crosses and whatnot in that little space they've got. What a long over this is. That's 5 wides and a no ball here. So seen 6 extra deliveries already. Coming around the wicket, I don't think is going to help him. It's going to be another wide.
Well, the spray gun is in full effect here. Rajan has no idea where it's going. And the thing where someone is telling me, he doesn't have to bowl as quick. He's trying to bowl as quick as he can and just get it on the spot.
We will finish with a dot, I suppose. And Andy Nowdy lets him get away with those last 2 because he also ends up standing right in front of him. It's a long over. It's taken a while to get through. 16 have come from it, but it did also pick up a wicket. And it's, the score at the end of 7. AUM 109 for 3. And I've been saying that they're a team that if they get to that 110 mark, then they should then hold on. Let's have a look at some of the upcoming events. Of course, we continue here to the 17th of November. Then on the Monday the 18th, it's time for Barcelona, the encore. I'm looking forward to going back to Barcelona, to the beautiful Montjuic baseball ground, expecting a lot of runs there. And after Barcelona is done, on the 9th of December, the last event of the year, it will be the European Cricket Championship, the women's edition, to end our season. High in the air, opportunity. And he will, does he take this on the, does he take this, he drops it. I think what happens here, he drops it. It comes out of his hands, and then he gets a chance to take the catch. We don't see it here. Watch, it pops out. I thought he was going to take it second time round. He should have, but he doesn't. He misses it, and oh dear, Vimmel, what an opportunity to get a wicket, but down it goes.
Yeah, he got to it. He made good ground, actually. Probably should have held on to it in the end. And the next ball's edge for 4. Cricket is a cruel game sometimes. And AUM, the stars are aligning, Rico. I tell you, this is it.
Well, Patel, he's the one who gets alive. He gets dropped on 0. But the worst thing about that was not the fact that he didn't get the wicket himself, but he allows the batters to cross over. So Zohar Malik is looking to cash in here.
Yeah, Malik's raced to 32 now. There's still plenty of time in this innings as well.
Takes a look around. I was going to say he takes a look around at his fielders, probably takes a look around at all the gaps. It's played out, and this one will at least go to that fielder. That's not a bad delivery.
Yeah, it does keep bringing the left-hander Patel back on strike. And yeah, well, what do you think, Rico? What could they chase? You've seen a bit more of Victorian Lions than me.
A lot of it depends on the man behind the stumps. Pushpan Garden has been sensational. Yeah, he bats really well. Takes a little bit of time sometimes to get going. We saw that down the leg side. We saw that against the overseas when he batted really well. Scored very good runs, and that was a bit of a surprise actually when the Lions got that victory. That was back, and of course, on match day 13. But he scored 71 or 36, and they did chase 118 for victory. They did it with 3 balls to go. So I'm going to say a score between, I don't think any more than 120, because you can't be relying on one man to do it all for you. And bear in mind that they're going to be light with the batting as well. Yeah, I think already you're getting to a score which I feel, even with Pushpan Garden batting well, they'll struggle to get to.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? Could easily be a 150 score still.
Hoiks out at this one, doesn't get the elevation. Ow. And that gets stopped by the tips of the fingers, I think.
Yeah, that one looked like it just rattled him a little bit. 118 for 3. It's been all AUM for the first time this tournament. They are in control in a match. They are ahead, and they should hit 140 here. And you'd imagine, I have to say, Victoria Lions still with 2 players that haven't had the ability to make the field, means that they might be a few wickets short as well, Rico.
That's going to be the other thing. I mean, one of the players that's missing is Tince Joseph, and he's a good all-rounder. They've missed him already. They would have bowled 2 overs from him. He's a good, tidy bowler. He's been picking up wickets for them, so they're missing him. And then also, I think Nirav Gordia is not there, so I think he's more of a batter. And, well, they're going to have to go to another bowler here. Well, you've got to feel here, this is Jinesh who's coming on the bowl, and you can see that Jitin Jinesh hasn't had to bowl too much himself, and you've got to keep an eye on these. I think they might be keeping an eye on his action a little bit here as well. This one comes back, he gets the dot ball in, and Andy Nowdy sends the bowler the wrong way.
Yeah, it does send the bowler the wrong way.
Jitin Jinesh.
Oh.
Yeah. You are now...
Looks like they're calling up anybody they can to try and bowl a little bit.
Yep.
It's tough, isn't it?
Scraping out the bottom of the barrel here, really. And, well, this one goes through. Well, they might be thinking of running here, because that's not good from Pushpan Garden. He seems to be having trouble with his pads at the moment.
Would it be fair to say that the two gentlemen missing would have bowled 4 overs?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay.
Definitely.
That really does
Definitely.
hurt.
Well, he does get a bat on ball. They'll take the single. And well, that gets Zoeb back on strike. Zoe Malik, I think he's the key here. If he clicks that, you're saying 140, I think if he clicks, they could even be touching on the door 150. He is a very good hitter of the ball. It's nice to see the captain finally making a mark here as well. He doesn't really have to play at those. That was always going to be a wide. So Justin Dennis really struggling. Just keeping an eye on. They will probably just scrape through with the time, which is credit to them considering how many extras they've had to bowl. But that's not a bad delivery. He doesn't miss the stumps by that much either.
Yeah, look, he's put it in the right spot enough. It's actually a pretty good over, 4 off it, considering that he's not a regular bowler at all.
And that is in the slot and is gone at 6 runs as Malik moves into the 40s. He's a little bit too short, and this time Malik, he's waiting for it on the back foot and gets a swivel on it. A little bit of the own. Oh, as this one goes all the way to the fence.
Yeah, 6 more to the total, and AUM, they're in dreamland, I should say, as they are really looking at hitting a massive score, Rico, 129 after 9. Right now, they're going to hit a score in the 140s, and if they just bowl consistently, they're going to get their first win.
Yeah, I believe so. And also, I mean, we're touching on the fact that the Lions, the 2 men down here, 2 lines down. The Cubs are missing. The search party is out. Yeah, they are 2 down. So, of course, that's going to affect them when it comes to the batting as well, especially with the likes of Tince Joseph. So, it's going to be pretty difficult for the Lions. And maybe, I mean, AUM, who haven't had a win at all in this, playing their 7th match, they could even take all 4 points here. That would put them just a point behind the Lions. That would be a real turn-up.
That wouldn't have been on my bingo card ever. You never know, though. You are right, Rico.
Peter comes back, and not bad areas from Peter. Zoe Malik cleverly took a single off that last ball to give himself the strike here, but first ball hasn't quite gone to plan. Peter's just looking to get 5 legal deliveries in here. Try to eliminate the wides.
That's better. Well bowled.
Yeah, that is well bowled. Well done, Peter. Zoeb just losing his shape, losing his head. You can see he wants boundaries. He doesn't really want singles, but I think sometimes you're better off getting something on the board than nothing. So 129, it stays at 4 balls to come. That's played along. He's not taking the single. He doesn't want the single. I don't get that really. He's wasted 3 balls here now. I mean, Patel is more than likely. There's enough time for Patel to give him back the strike for a couple of balls to go at the end of the inning. So he doesn't take it. It's another dot. Peter, good from him. That one's not. That's going to be a wide. And you know what it is? He's taking the shades off. Put the shades back on, Peter. Put the shades back on.
Yeah, fair enough call from the umpire. Definitely a wide there. Can he get out of this over? Nope.
Oh, that is... Well, they're calling a wide.
Yeah, probably just dipping again. It's been called wide. He does bowl these overs quickly. Oh, it's probably a no ball, you know.
That looked high to me.
He's bowled the next ball. Move on. That's it. That's why it's clever to bowl your next ball as quickly as possible before they can have a look.
Yeah, and again, Zoe Malik not running. He's not showing a... Look, they're 3 down here.
If I'm Patel, I'm walking off.
Yeah, they're not showing a lot of faith in his other batters. Only 3 down. It's not like you got a number 10 or 11 out there. This is a bit surprising, I think, from Zoe. Well, that's what he's waiting for, and he will get the swivel on this, and he'll put that into the bushes. That's 6 runs. And that's the one that Peter's got to try and avoid every time it's full. And Zoheb is onto it, and that one is going to disappear into the trees. 6 runs.
Yeah, unfortunately, he gets that one completely wrong, doesn't he? 6 more runs to the total. As the ball is still been flying around consistently. 140 just around the corner, and those players didn't make it the whole time. Victoria Lions, they'll feel a bit aggrieved.
Yeah, they will. And it's been it's hard
here
work.
they are, Rico, for the last ball. No.
Yeah, on they come. All right, Peter. That's better. That's where he needs to be. Now, they should be running here if they were alert. They're not alert. And now, well, what's going to happen here? Well, Peter, it's a nice bit of work. He doesn't have the ball, though. But look, yeah, they just fell asleep. They will get that bye in the end, which takes them to 138. But, yeah, Peter, if you had the ball, it would have been different. But what I like about that, you know, is that whatever happens there, they are laughing, they're smiling. It's not easy, and I like that from Srinath as well. And also there from Milton, applauding the players, because it's not easy for the 9 men to be out there. They put a big effort in there. But the American University of Malta, they have got 138 on the board. And, well, you would expect that that would be enough to get them their first victory. But the Victoria Lions, they are the Lions. They will fight, they will roar when they get out there. And maybe someone like Pushpan Garden and their captain Srinath could, well, put another surprise knock in here to make it a victory for them and more disappointment for the AUM. We'll have to wait and see. That was a good ball, though. Full and straight from Srinath to get the very important wicket first up there of Gujar. We know he can be dangerous. He goes for 18. But, well, the runs just kept on coming. And we thought that Darshit Patanka was actually in for a big score. But he'll be pretty disappointed after playing nice and playing some good, confident shots. He also just loses his shape here. Skies one up in the air, but Srinath, credit to him, takes a really good catch.
Yeah, the man with the mo did take 2 wickets, and when Patanka was dismissed, you sort of felt that maybe that will stop the sort of growth of the run rate, but it didn't. It ended up still being pretty impressive for AUM. Malik, the captain, got ticking in this one, and I sort of feel a bit for Victoria Lions, obviously, that certain circumstances have hampered their ability to field at full strength, meaning they've conceded a lot of runs, 138 in total, and a lot of comedy errors right at the back end as they couldn't really get their mojo going with the catching. And Andy Naughty, the umpire, with a little bit of sort of soccer skills there to disturb the bowler. Overall, Malik hit the sixes when he wanted to get himself to maybe the 50 milestone, but he's got himself to a good team, and a little bit of comedy cricket right at the back end. Good to see they're still smiling though and enjoying themselves. As the end of the first innings is complete, 138 for 3. Everyone chipping in. You have to wonder how much did the errors in the field. 27 extras, 27. Quite remarkable. 138, but with 9 fielders, that is just remarkable, isn't it? That hurts you. They should have only made 111 if you take the extras out. So let's have a quick look at the bowling figures as well. And it was always going to be tough missing some bowlers here. In this one, they had to go to bowlers that they're not usually given a go to, and they all got hit around. Just Srinath with the 2 for 24 to him. So that is the end of the first innings. Do join us back. Can Victoria Lions pull off something crazy here to win with 9 players? 139 required. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
Hello viewers, wherever you're tuning in from. Hello to the likes of Julian Dawson. I haven't said hello to Julian today. Thank you for joining us. And you can see that Corey is testing the patience of some of the moderators with his emojis. Hello to Lance. It's great to have you with us as well. And yeah, you tell him, Helix. You tell him. As you get ready to start here. Corey, behave yourself.
Oh, Rika. Imagine you're sitting at home and you're trying to tell people that you can't have emojis. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Surely there's bigger dramas in the world than 6 emojis.
Helix is saying he knows where you live. Be careful as we get ready for the conclusion of this match. Match number 65. And first we'll tell you the bonus point equation. It is, of course, 96. So, of course, restrict to 96 or less. And AUM, a team who haven't won a game, can win and take all the points. I actually think that's on the cards here because the Lions, of course, are having all sorts of issues, including personnel ones. Still 9, I believe, only here. Those 2 players still have not arrived. They're stuck somewhere. And, of course, to get a win, well, the Victoria Lions need to get to 139. I'm not saying that it's beyond them. If 2 batters get in and really go big, it's possible. But you're looking for, once again, Pushpan Garden to go really big. Selvin is opening up with him, but I think the other guy that could be in the frame and could be important is the captain Srinath. So Johnny with the ball. Johnny's got a bit of a shark fin on his head. He looks like he's ready to go for the kill here. All right, here's Johnny with the start. Coming round the wicket, and it's going to be a bit of a full toss, which ends up being a good stop. He'll get a single.
I hope he's okay. He stopped it and actually ballooned up, and it looked like it clipped him on the jaw. That grizzly ball's pretty strong, hard. Look, bang, ow.
Yeah.
That hurts a little bit. That does hurt a little bit. Yeah, can they do something special? 139 with 9 players. You'd imagine it's not going to be easy. We don't know if they've been able to turn up yet. And Rico, unfortunately, it is getting a bit darker around the ground.
It is. That one's up in the air, and it's going to elude the fielders. And in fact, it's going to go all the way over. It's going to be 6 runs. Shaba, goodness, Sauna. And the batter makes Andy Nowdy get on his tippy toes. Yeah, you're right. I was out there doing the coin toss proceedings for the next match, and I can see the clouds are forming, and they're coming this way because the wind is bringing them this way. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But for the moment, well, that is up in the air, and it's been held. He held it in his gut. It's one that is a one-handed attempt there from Selvin, and the catch is taken. It's he says, "Oh no, don't do that." He's just checking they're still there. Yeah, they're still there. I didn't think it went that low, but anyway, let's see it again. Goes out of the hands, and well, it sort of does, you know. It's a good job he grabs the right one.
It missed. It missed his hands, hit him in the chest, and then he grabbed it with the other berries. So a 6 and out. Interesting start. We know they're a bit depleted, the Victoria Lions. You just feel if AUM don't win this one, Rico, I don't think they're ever going to win a game. This is their game. This is the one where the little engine will get one.
Yeah, well, okay, Lalit, well done to him. Holds on to the catch. Lalit Jivanani, and Johnny gets the wicket. Next batter comes in. He gets it through one, but it won't and shouldn't go through the sweeper, as it's Vimal Vijaya that has come out at number 3. So Srinath just holding himself back a little bit.
Well, this man you've talked to me off air a little bit about, Rico, and you'd have to imagine that if he can get going, maybe, just maybe, they've got a shot, but he really has to go big.
Drops onto the stump. Well, we've seen a number of bowlers still bowling, even though it's a bit cloudy with the shades on, and Johnny is no different. Now, he didn't know too much about that. He almost palms it back onto himself. Almost drops onto the wickets, but you can see that Vijaya staying well in his crease. Oh, that's not a nice looking shot. A bit ugly, actually. The ball was pretty wide outside the off, and he should have been looking to hit that over the offside, but it's a tidy start for Johnny. Picks up a wicket courtesy of a very nice catch there taken by Jivanani, and it means that the Victoria Lions are way behind where they need to be already. 9 for 1 after the first.
Yeah, the winner of that over definitely being AUM. They've won the first 11 overs of this game, basically. That's their prize so far. They just have to stay consistent for a little bit longer.
Yeah, you can see there, folks, that it is getting a little bit cloudier. It's a lot darker. The sun has disappeared. The blue skies are vanishing. And that's going to be a little bit too wide from Babu. Pushman Garden, I've said this before, he's not a good starter. And if he gives you a chance a bit early on, you better snap it up, because if he stays there, he starts to motor. That's a Gandhi ball, so a bit of an overcorrection. Well done to the tank, who's now behind the stumps. He gets there, makes the stop.
Yeah, the questions will be, well, can they get this man out? Yeah, I'd like to see him get on with a few runs to make a game of it. But my worry is, if he is dismissed, Rico, do the Victoria Lions have enough in the tank to still chase a 139? 139 feels quite a lot.
I think if Pushpan Garden goes, then they'll struggle even to get to the 97. That's my thoughts. Srinath would then be the only next batter, but he's not electrifying. He's probably going down and missing the leg.
I think the umpiring's been very good. I think the umpiring's been pretty consistent. So, yeah, it's a funny one. They've only got a couple of wickets to play with as well. Obviously, effectively, it's almost like it's 11 for 3.
Yeah.
Or 12 for 3, sorry.
Goes for it. And the bat just, I think, spins in the arms a little bit, but that's still going to go all the way. It's going to be 6 more. So Pushman Garden gets one out of the slots, and that's what he needs to do, get a few more out, get the confidence going, and we'll start to rock and roll. Yeah, just see that bat, the way it just slides in his palms for a moment. Now this is an opportunity, and it will be out, and that is it. I think that is it, done and dusted. Pushman Garden will go, and with him departed, it's a wicket for Babu. I can't see the Victoria Lions now making too much of this contest.
Well, if I'm the Victoria Lions, I'm taking the next over and 2 balls an age to get out there, waste some time and hope the rain hits. And if I'm AUM, I'm bowling these deliveries as quickly as possible because we saw what happened yesterday. It does feel like the temperatures dropped, the clouds have rolled over a bit. It might still take some time for it to start raining, but AUM, they don't want to get cursed, do they? This is their game right now.
Yeah, it is. Remember yesterday, many people will feel because they bowled all those wides and extras yesterday, they ended up getting 2 points because...
Oh! What's just happened there?
Oh, that's taken off from nowhere. I was looking at the front foot of the bowler. It looked like he went a long way over to me for some reason.
This is out of nowhere.
Watch it. Oh, wow.
What?
Where has that come off? And look at Dajit Patenka saying, hey, what is that about? And the bowler saying, yeah, that's all me. I do it sometimes, says Babu.
That's crazy because it's one of the more consistent wickets. And all of a sudden thought it was Coimbra.
Yeah.
That really... he's bowling probably 65 kilometres an hour. I have no idea how that's happened. And look, clever. AUM, they know about the weather. He's running back and bowling very smart.
It's played away, but straight to the fielder. No run there, and that'll be the end of the over. And I think that, if my memory serves me right, I'm sure that was the score at the end of the last, which means that there's no runs. Where's their runs of that one? Let's see. And just the scores weren't updated. There we go. The scores are now updated. It was another 9 of that one. And that's 18 is the score on the board. But of course, it's 18 for 2.
Well, I'll tell you what. You look at that table right now. AUM, they are dreaming of the wins column saying 1.
Yeah.
And to be honest, they could actually get all 4 points, which is just ridiculous when you think about it. This is their best chance. If they lose from here, Rico, it's just not meant to be.
Oh, wild swing from the batter. There's Jivanani, who did take a very good catch, is now going to be having a bowl. This is Lalit.
Bit of tennis ball bounce, isn't there? Just in this wicket at the moment. Very interesting.
One's being played away, but there is a fielder out there. And that's the difference it makes. I mean, just have a look at the... just those 2 extra fielders being out there, how many more gaps can be plugged? And of course, that's the problem that the Lions didn't have. They just didn't have somebody to put in some of those gaps, i.e. mid-wicket, and a sweeper out on the offside early on. So, Jivnani. It's a little bit short, but again, it goes to the fielder.
I'm a bit worried here for Victoria Lions. We thought it might be a close one. Is there an emoji limit, Rico? Is there a limit?
There is. What are you doing now?
Well, it shows that there's too much power for a blue spanners if you can just get away with anything you want. This is easy.
You're testing their patience, you are.
Well,
You're testing their patience.
They can't do anything. What a waste.
Wait for this, but well picked up. Gets the throw in. Could be in trouble, but doesn't really get the power in the throw. That was the issue there. It was a good bit of cricket. It was a nice stop. The batter uses his feet to get to the pitch of this, hits it pretty well. But Gujar does make the stop, but he just couldn't get the power in the throw.
Yeah, couldn't get the power in the throw. And, well, AUM, they're on track here for a win. 2 more balls will make this a legal sort of game. It won't be abandoned, is what happened last night. Oh, he gets away, maybe a touch of line there. So one ball, and then it's officially there'll be a result, and that's good news for AUM.
It's very good news. Yeah, I think this is a good call. Great umpiring from Natty. That ball has gone right over that line. The line belongs to the fielding side. Good work. And you're right, the umpires, they've been good.
They have been good. They've been consistent.
And that's in the slot, and that gets put away. He has to go for that one. Good hit from the captain. Srinath brings up his first boundary. He gets 6 to finish the over, and the Victoria Lions are 27 for 2 after 3.
Well, they've put the jigsaw pieces together, have AUM, and it looks like they will go on to potentially win this game. Rico, we might go to the casino tonight because look at that. 9-9-9.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen that.
All 3 9s first up. No, it's not.
Is that good luck? No, 7-7-7.
Well, I don't know.
Slot machine.
999 in the UK, and maybe in some other countries, just the emergency number. And maybe that's what the Victoria Lions will be doing because, well, up in the air, another opportunity, and it's been snapped up. And AUM, one thing they are doing is they're holding on to the catches. Remember, these were the guys that were dropping everything earlier on against Gezira, but not this time. And it's that man again. It's Giovanni who takes another catch.
They are catching it all this time, Rico. They are on track for their first win in the competition, and it might be a bit of a shellacking. Could be a real comprehensive victory. At the moment, they've got 3 for 27. We haven't got any reports if the Victoria Lions have had their other players rock up. So effectively, it could be 27 for 5.
Yeah, well, that's disappointment there for Vimal. He hasn't had the best of matches, Vimal Vijaya. So he goes, you can see he's saying, yeah, just caught the edge. So the 3rd wicket goes down here now. And really, I think after Milton Devisia, I don't think there's really too much more to come. That's a nice looking shot. Here's a fielder out there who makes no mistakes. It's just a single.
Yeah, one more to the total. And, well, the bells are ringing, Rico, because Victoria Lions are in desperate need of something. And it's just not happening, really. Struggling.
And, that one's, yeah, they are struggling. That one gets played away. Just will be a single as the captain out there. Zoe Malik makes the easy stop. Well, it doesn't get it out the middle, you know, and that's why it will just drop short of the fielder who's patrolling in that area. So Devisia goes for the big shot, but once again, just not able to find the middle of the bat as it starts to get even more darker and gloomier out there. I suppose the good thing could be here, perhaps, for the Lions, as that's well bowled but well played by Srinath. He'll take the single. I mean, if it does chuck it down now, even if we do get back on for this match, if the match becomes reduced number of overs, then at least they get a point.
Yeah.
So the weather could help. Okay. The weather could help the Lions.
I get your point.
Get a point.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah, look, they'd probably still prefer to try their best, but you are right. It is looking like this game is basically a lock for AUM, and the 4 overs are complete, 32 for 3. And hey, credit to AUM. It's not been their tournament. They've stuck with it. You can only play the opposition that's in front of you. And you look at the comparative worms right now. They can't lose from here, can they? I think they might actually get all 4 points, which would be a huge turnaround for them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to you. I think if Pushpan Garden does get out early, then that is what's likely to happen. Even though Srinath is there, but he's not the super duper explosive player. But this is the last real partnership of any worth, really, for the Lions, and these two have to go well. And don't forget, we haven't heard if those players that were missing have shown up. I do believe that there's still 9, and which means that, of course, if AUM can pick up a few more wickets here, they're in real trouble. And I'm liking the fact that they've gone back to Jivnani as well. He's bowled very well. He's had a good day out there, taking a couple of catches as well.
Yeah, Jivnani's got another over. This one high in the air. It might be in no man's land. Dropped. Oh, not so dropped, actually. I'd say he didn't get a hand on it. I'll give him some credit. He tried his best and maybe didn't get there. Good comment from David Marks in the chat, who's saying, good to see AUM get some points.
Yeah.
And that's nice to hear, of course. They know, most people know they've had a tough tournament, and it does look like they're going to register their first victory here.
Yeah, that's David Marks, the man who likes to use the mongoose. Well, David, has the mongoose been out this time round?
The mongoose?
Yeah, this one
I haven't
is.
seen that in a while.
Yeah, David brings it out now and again. Yeah, looking forward to seeing it. And yeah, you keep putting Corey and his emojis.
Proving a point that if you have a blue spanner, you're given, and no one else can stop me right now. It's pretty funny because I know that deep down there's a couple of moderators that are glued to that screen, just itching at it.
They're steaming. They are steaming. Oh no, it's another opportunity. Doesn't get it out the middle, and it's another catch that's been taken. And that will be the end of the captain now, Srinath as well. He'll go for 9 of 10 deliveries. The catch gets taken, nicely done by Gujar. And the Victoria Lions are in all sorts of trouble here now.
Yeah, another wicket goes, and it is a matter of time before AUM get that first win. Credit to them, they're holding their catches in this one. And in this morning or in the previous games they've played, they've dropped a lot.
Yeah.
We've talked about their sort of fielding. So they've got the fielding good. And look at the scorecard. And, well, you got to get off the field quickly. The next ball's coming.
Yeah, here it comes. And Jivnani, he wants to bowl it quickly. Now bowling to Kumar, who just dabs at this. He'll take the single, rotate the strike, hands it back to Devisia. And, International Stout Day today, by the way. Are you a stout man?
Oh.
Do you like a bit of stout?
Is it International Day for it?
International Stout Day. Stout, developed from porters in the 1700s, have become some of the most beloved beers in many different nations. And strong and robust in flavour. As well, that's pretty strong and robust as well, as that will go for 6 runs. Yeah, strong and robust in flavour, and although they may be hard to chug, a stout is the perfect beer for sipping and saving. So yeah, if you are having a little tipple later, well, do think about having a stout, because it is International Stout Day. That was the end of the over. It does finish with a boundary, but now it's all about whether the Lions can get to the score of 97 for a point.
Well, this is turning out to be a bit of a piece of cake, you'd have to say, for AUM. They'd love to get all 4 points as well, because I know they won't be off the bottom of the table, but there's a good chance they can get some momentum at the very, very back end of this tournament. That is being absolutely smoked, however. Out of nowhere, Kumar has launched one into orbit.
What a shot this is. He literally, I think you like to call this a Hollywood shot. He does play the Hollywood shot. He comes down the pit and he absolutely mullers it. Have a look at this. Oh, yeah, that's a Hollywood classic there from Krishnan Kumar.
Yeah, what a shot that was. Sort of came out of nowhere. Really cannoned off the bat. And thankfully, even though the dark clouds have come overhead, it does seem like we'll get through this game okay.
Yeah, looks good. Well, talking about Hollywood, I'll talk a little bit.
Yeah, go on.
A bit later about Steve McQueen. Oh, I like Steve McQueen. Oh, well, this time it's not a Hollywood shot. But yeah, on this day in 1980, American movie star Steve McQueen, known for his portrayal of the macho, as a macho man really in films such as The Great Escape, of course, in 1963, and The Bullet in 1968, sadly passed away at the age of only 50.
Shame that. Yeah, Steve McQueen. You liked his movies?
Yeah, I like his movies. Good actor.
Do you have an actor these days that you follow closely?
These days, no, I don't think so. I don't think there's anybody in particular. No, I don't think so, no. I'll say no.
Yep, fair enough. Anyway, back to the action.
And that will do. That's going to get over that man who's in close in the catching position. I don't mind that, but yeah, a little bit of suerte there for Milton Devisia as he gets another boundary, gives himself a bit of room, and he does get very lucky.
Well, they're racing away a little bit now, trying to get themselves back to that point scenario, 46 off 26, and yeah, no reason why they can't do it.
Hello to Daniela, who's saying hi to everyone. Daniela, how are you? How's it in Romania at the moment? What's the weather like there? I trust it's probably getting a little bit nippy now. Hello to Martin Hurst as well.
Yeah, good to see. A lot of people have started popping out in the chat all of a sudden.
That's well bowled, and just look at the shape there of Devicia. Totally loses it.
It's good because so many people are sort of hiding in the background, and then you start pushing some boundaries, and then they all come out, don't they?
And all right, gives himself a bit of room, but this time it's going to backfire as it's that man again, Gujar, who takes the important catch to remove Milton Devicia now. And surely now it's curtains. The 50 is up, but another wicket goes at the end of the over. Well done to Johnny. And he picks up his second wicket. 2 for 20 for him. And Victoria Lions, they certainly are in a spot of bother now, with the 5th wicket going down, 51 for 5 at the end of 6.
How do you think that the Victoria Lions will respond from this? Because it must be mentally challenging. They're getting a shellacking from the bottom on the table. That's actually quite hard to come back from.
Yeah, it is. And look, don't forget that they do have another match, and that's what's worrying me at the moment. I mean, are they able to get a couple of more players in for that last match of the day? They'll be taking on the Red Stars. So, yeah, it will be interesting. But, yeah, this is not good for them. And remember, they themselves knew that if they could get some good wins here today, they could stay in the, at least in the hunt to finish in the top 8. But this is going to hurt their cause, especially if they get no points at all here. And that's the way it's looking at the moment.
Yeah, and we're going to have to keep a close eye on the weather later this afternoon as well. There's a lot around the ground as that one's hoiked to the leg side, and, well, it's going to be a little bit of a one-hopper. Almost got there, did the fielder.
And then pick up just a single. There's Kumar still trying to be super aggressive. And, of course, he's now got Jinesh.
I would like to officially up the emoji limit to everyone for 7 emojis at max at the moment if they would like. We can go more than 5. 7 is a good indicator of what's going on in life. I want to see a 7 from someone as that one's cut away. Another single, 43 required off 22 for that point. It's just racing away. Remember, they effectively potentially 7 down due to the problems with a couple of players making it here.
Yeah, and that's going to be key. And wide, but he goes after it. So luckily he doesn't get anything on it. As this is Tarak Shah, who himself is hoping to get in the wickets as well.
Yeah, a little bit of left arm round. Always got some room for left arm bowlers. And he's got a wicket. Well done. He keeps it fully straight. He turned around politely and asked the umpire, wow, is that actually out? Yes, it is.
I think the ball just hits the pad first, so he's already in the process of appealing for LB. And when he then has a look around at the stumps, that's probably what Andy Dowdy said to him. He said, have a look at the stumps. It is out. So watch this. He gets the pad first. Just get the pad or something, because there's definitely a deflection. And he's still saying, is that out? Is he out? And Andy Dowdy says, yep, you got your wicket, son. You got your wicket. So Tarak Shah picks one up as well. And disappointment, further disappointment for the Lions, as Kumar, who played a humongous shot for 6, departs for 9 off the 6 balls that he faces.
I think he might have even got a little bit of bat, you know, and it went the other way. But I think he's just too polite, Shah Rico. Yeah. He's a polite boy. He just wanted to double check that it was bowled.
Not looking a good scorecard, this, is it?
No. It's one of those ones where everything's just gone wrong for Victoria Lions. I tell you what, AUM probably think winning's easy. Yeah. This is going to be an absolute thumping.
Yeah, I got to say, I'm pleased for them. I think they've had some tough battles. They've been in the place where the Victoria Lions are at the moment. Remember, the Lions themselves, they themselves have had a few issues. They've not gone plain sailing for them. Their record was a 3-7, so they have managed to pick up some wins. But when they've lost badly, and that's why they haven't been able to pick up too many points. And this should be another one for Patanka to take the catch. He makes it look easy, as Rajan will be the 7th man to go. And I'm just having a look to see if there's anybody else left to come in. And well, I'm still looking, and I don't see too much action yet. Yeah. There is probably the last man maybe coming in here now. He's having to rush, because he has to get there pretty quickly. Remember, he's got 60 seconds as we see the replay of the catch being taken there by the tank.
Yeah. And you just sort of feel for Victoria Lions. It's been a tough game, and now we might be in a peculiar situation, Rico, where we think this could be their last wicket.
Yeah.
So sort of feel for them a bit. No one wants to come and play a bit short, and it's just the story that it's been for them. And, well, for AUM, they're going to come away with a massive, massive win.
Yeah. Ooh, well,
That's a good shot.
That's a very good shot, actually. He just gets this right. I think they want to just check the boundary here.
Oh, out of nowhere. That's a really nice shot. Josh comes into bowl and just clipped away beautifully. And, yeah, I think that's 6. I saw the rope move a little bit. You think that's 6?
Let's have a look here. I think it's 6. Yeah, I think it goes over the rope. Yeah, comfortably.
shot.
6 runs. So 6 to start. Boom. Shakalagya. Well done that for Jinesh. And plays this away. So this will be interesting as we're going to see Sejal Peter, who is now going to go on strike. So there's Peter. He's got all of his long locks tucked up in that helmet. Still wearing the shades, though. Good on you, Peter. Let's see what he can do here. And
well played,
look at
Peter.
And Shane, you're the maker's name. Look at Andy Nowdy. The umpire is liking that as well. He's giving it the little nod. I think Joshy might just want to flight this up there a bit. Well, he does, and Peter, he does well.
It's a good shot.
Sweeps that nicely for a single.
Might be asking for a bit of a go up the order next time he gets to go, Peter. He's always playing with his heart on his sleeve. 2 balls left in this over.
And wow, he's given this a big hit as well. Well, somebody else who might want to go up the order a little bit is this guy with Jitin Jinesh. Thumps another Maximo. Boom. Shakalagya Ginna Sonaki Waiki Henial. Que grande. Eso es 6 más.
Unbelievable. He's just jumped miles outside the off stump and played a beautiful shot. 6 more to the total. Tries to repeat the dose. Somehow gets it to the leg side and he'll get a single. So 8 overs are complete. Victoria Lions still fighting for that point to their credit. It is 72 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. We have seen some good partnerships that have at least meant the team have picked up something for their efforts. That's what Victoria Lions are trying to do here. They don't want to, once again, lose out and not getting anything. And that's what I was reflecting on before when I was looking at the standings there. So they've had 3 wins. And, of course, those 3 wins do bring you 9 points. But they've only got 10 points. So they've won 3. That means out of the matches they've lost, out of the 7 they've lost, they've only picked up a point. And that's been the issue. When they've lost badly. And it looks like they're going to lose badly here again against AUM.
Yeah, it's not an easy day at the office for the Lions as the next delivery is pulled away and the fielder drops it. Well, I think that's definitely
6.
a drop, and it's going to turn out to be a 6.
I'm pretty sure this is 6. This is going to be another 6. So you just get the feeling here. Look, Jinesh, right, he's hitting 6s. If he hits 3 more 6s, he's going to get them a point, you know.
Yeah. You know, he could. He's got the ability. It looks like he's actually hitting it okay. Can the Lions save a point for their little tournament? 19 off 10 required.
All right, interesting stuff. This time he's just happy to just play this away and take a single. So I like what I'm seeing here between Jinesh and Peter. Now Peter, well, he's shown that he can play pretty defensively. And he's also can use his feet to play nicely. He's taking no chances. He's got the arm guard and all the protection on Peter. And it's nicely played.
I like it. It's actually sensible from Peter. It's reading the room. He knows that obviously Jinesh is hitting the ball well. He's doing a good job for the team.
All right, there you go. 17 of 8 balls to steal a point away from AUM. AUM will be, I think they'll be pretty content with the win, but I think they know that if they don't get this point, they've let one slip away. You can see the tank now is standing up to try and keep Jinesh in his crease. And watches that nicely. And we'll take another single.
Yeah, take another single. Look, they're going to get it down to the last with this opportunity to pick up a point. I think AUM will celebrate no matter what, though, Rico. They've really worked hard to get a win.
Yeah, you want to have it. It's a difficult one because we feel this is the last pairing, but ideally you want to try and get a boundary of this ball. Otherwise, you're going to need maybe too many of the last and leave that one alone. Well, he doesn't, because he says, you know what, Rico, you want a boundary? I'll give you a boundary. And he decides to go after the wide ball, and he plays a pretty effective cut shot. That means they're going to need 12 off the last over for a point, Corey.
Yeah, well done to them. They've been able to take it as late as possible. Joshy is more than likely going to bowl the last one. His first went for 15, so they're on to save a point.
Yeah, and like in the fight here from the Lions, the top order, or the known batters, haven't really performed here. And you're looking at Jitin Dinesh, who's on 24 of 10, and Sajil Peter, who's come in at number 9, the 9 and number 7 batter, trying to get here 12 runs of the last over to see if the Lions can at least take a point out of this contest. And Joshy hands his cap over to the umpire Haranga. And launched. Oh, that's a beautiful hit. What a shot that is. Ginna Sona. Oh, that is a beauty. That is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. And well. 6 for a point.
What an innings from Dinesh. 30 off 11. Really good innings.
And, well, back to the live action. This gets played away. They get him off strike. So Peter goes on strike. And you know what Peter's going to try and do? This is, I think, where you really put the squeeze on. If you're AUM, you get somebody close, you bring the mid-wicket up, and you also put somebody close in on the offside, because he's going to try and just do that. There you go. You got to be reading the situation, AUM. They'll take the single, and he hands the strike back to Dinesh.
Yeah, really clever batting. It's actually the most sensible 8th wicket partnership I've ever seen on the network. These two are batting perfectly together. 4 off 3.
Oh, almost. Well, he smashed his back onto his own foot. That's why he's limping around for a bit. But I thought he almost smashes it back onto his own stumps. But survives. They're needing 4. A boundary would get them a point. 2 balls to go to do it in. And he launches at it. It's in the air, and it's going to be caught.
Oh.
They're going to fall short. AUM will take all the points. And it's another catch. And guess who takes the catch? Is, Janani. That's his 3rd catch. And as we suspected, there is no more batters to come. And those 2 men that never made it, I suppose, first of all, not only they gave it a bit of a nightmare to the team in the field, but they cost them a point here, those 2 guys. They've cost them a point.
Yeah, it's tough. The scorecard's going to look a little bit peculiar, obviously, because we know the situation, but at least they put up a small fight at the end. But let's focus on AUM. They have done very well to get their first win. Cricket's tough at the best of times. It's even tougher when you're losing. After many attempts, they're going to leave with 4 points, Rico, and that will make them feel just generally better about themselves.
Yeah, look, well done. They are a good team. They've got, having somebody like the tank, Dashit Patanka coming back into the side for them, that makes a big difference. Zoe Malik finding his form, and that's what it's all about. Look at Zoe Malik. He's talking to the players. The players have finally got a smile on their face, something to smile about. They get a victory, not just a victory. They pick up 4 points. And with that win there, don't forget, that means they're just 1 point behind the Victoria Lions now. Next up is going to be Gazira United taking on the Red Stars. This could be a very good match because both teams are in good form at the moment. Gazira United have got on a run of 3 wins on the trot. And the Red Stars, well, they're unbeaten in 3, and they'll probably feel that they were a little bit unlucky not to have been given the opportunity to get a win against the AUM yesterday. So that is going to be a very exciting match. That is the next one coming up. But first of all, we'll see the highlights that the American University of Malta will want to see over and over again, because they do get the win. As well, there was the first catch that was taken there. The first of 3 by Jimnani. He certainly did well, and he managed to hold on to that one and 1 or 2 other things in the process. And more wickets would follow, as there was celebrations there from Babu as he takes one. There's more catching, and yep, it's that man again. Jimnani certainly has got a good pair of hands. So has that man out there, Gurjar, also did very well. And I like the celebration. I missed that first time round there from Janani. He's actually done very well He's had a good day in the field. But what about that towards the end? From it was first those good shots from Krishnan Kumar. Don't forget that, but he would point out, and that we thought would be a big wicket. He goes for 9. But then, well, what about that sensational 31 of 14 deliveries from Jitin Jinesh there towards the end with the Shijal Peter supporting him really well. It ends up being the last wicket partnership because unfortunately the absentees of some players. But that partnership in the end, I mean, they came together at 57. So very, very good partnership. But it wasn't enough right there towards the end. If the catch is taken, it would be all the points, and it was taken. No issues there from, yep, that man again. It's Jivnani. Well done to him, and well done to the American University of Malta winning their first match this time round. Now, whether it will be enough to keep them in the competition when it comes into the second round, I don't think so, because just have a look at the matches they've got to go. They've still got a handful of matches, but they've got to move up into 8th spot, which at the moment has been occupied by Malta, who themselves have still got, I believe, about 4 matches to play. No, 5 matches Malta to play. So you can see that the AUM is just running out of matches and done, but it is still possible, and they need other results to go their way. They could do with the overseas and the likes of Malta Day and the Red Stars losing a few matches. Speaking of the Red Stars, remember, they are up next. There's still plenty of cricket to play here, and some of those matches could make a big difference. So there's the bowling figures there. Well done to Jani. Well done also to Babu, who picked up a couple of wickets there as well in what ended up being a very interesting match. And Tariq Shah takes 2 for 19 as well. But I want to say well done to both sides. Well done, of course, to the AUM, because they do finally get a win. But at the same time, well done to the Victoria Lions. It's not easy. Take it from me, you know, when I'm captain and you've been understaffed, when you haven't got players there for whatever the reasons are, it makes life very difficult. So they try their best to try to contain the American University of Malta, but really it was always going to be difficult. They allowed them to get to that 138, and as I thought, that they're a side that if they can get to 110, 120, I believe they can defend it, and they showed that there pretty well. So not easy for the Lions. They fought hard, they battled hard, they almost picked up a point. I think it would have been quite fitting if they did get that point, but unfortunately it was not to be, and the American University of Malta take all the points. So we've got a bit of a break now, and we'll be back in around about 27 minutes time to bring you the next match. It's going to be Gazira United taking on the Red Stars. We'll be back in about 27 minutes time. Volvemos en 27 minutos. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome to match number 66. I'm quite excited for this match because we're going to see two teams that have found some good form at the moment. Gezira United, we've seen them with 3 wins on the spin. We saw them earlier today getting a win against AUM, and they're up against the Red Stars, who themselves are unbeaten in the last 3. Going to be exciting. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Red Star's the call. Tails is called. It is tails. Bowl? Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Red Stars have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
Thank you very much to Stefan Goot. So the Red Stars winning the toss and will take the field first. They are on a bit of a run at the moment. A win the other night against Gozo Zalmi. They blew away the Bujiba Blasters yesterday. And if it weren't for the weather, they would have believed they would have got a win against the AUM last night. The sad news for them is that they've lost their captain, Dilshad Ali, due to an injury yesterday. So that's going to feature quite heavily on them. That means someone like, I think, Amjad is going to be pretty key for them. Amjad Ali, he batted very well yesterday when he needed to stand up. And I think someone like Vijayan is going to be very key. Watch out for him with bat and with ball. But Gezira United, they also are a team on a high. They've had some good wins and they started today with that win over AUM. Achal Patel has been in sensational form. Keep an eye on him. And then also, once again, Akaki was in superb form. But the bowling there from Salim was very good as well. He was the player of the match with that 2 for 6. So I think we're going to see a good, tight match here. I think the standards will be pretty high with that as well. And I think Corey will be happy with that. Let's join him for the start of the first ball.
Thank you very much. Rico Full, we're almost set to go on what is starting to get slightly cloudier sort of day here at Malta at the Master Cricket Club, but it does look like we've had a little bit of luck so far. The rain has sort of avoided us, and we should be able to get this game in time. I know Paul will be watching it. He watches 12 hours a day, Paul, while the world whips past him in the background, and a lot of the viewers are just locked in all day, every day, nothing else going on, because they want to watch Gezira United take on Red Stars. And, well, this is the type of game you want to watch because these two teams, I think, are pretty evenly matched. Red Stars are 3-3-1. Obviously, there was a washout yesterday, which they probably would have gone on and won. And then you've got Gezira United, who are 5-7. They've been a bit hit and miss throughout the tournament, but maybe, just maybe, they can get a bit of a rhythm on as they've only got 2 more games to go. So the players are making their way out to the middle in the background. We'll have a very quick look at the supercomputer. And it is saying 76 to 24, but I would suggest that this one might be a little bit closer on the supercomputer if it did sort of equate what's been happening in the last sort of 24 hours with Red Stars. I think Red Stars are a mighty improved team from the first game I've seen. A couple of people asking if it's raining. No rain at the ground just yet. It is a lot darker than maybe 20, 30 minutes ago. However, we might be a little bit lucky that it's sort of going around us at the moment. I think, I haven't had a chance to look at the radar, but I do think that we might be able to get this one in and miss us, and then hopefully we'll be able to get the last game in. So we're almost set to go. Players getting themselves into position. Vijayan has got the ball in hand. Duray and Patel are out there. The umpire just about to say play. He does say play. Ball number 1 of this T10 encounter, and it's been pumped away. We're going to start with what might be a 6 or a 4. I think they're going to use technology to decide on this one, as it looked like it was pretty close. And the umpires, obviously, you can always ask Spring Media to let them know, and that's exactly what they've done this time. So 6 to the total. Respectfully played. The next delivery. So A lot of results recently, teams beating each other. High in the air. Is it going to be an opportunity? I think he's got too much on it. It will be too much. That's going to be 4. So that is a 6 and a 4. And a nice way to start this game. Xero United looking to have got a big score on the board. High in the air and dropped. And there you go. The first drop of the game. And unfortunately, it should have been caught. Big moment in it. And it was hit high on the bat. It just got big on him. And unfortunately, he's put it down. Nudged away into the offside. It'll be a dot ball. A little bit of rain starting to fall. I hope it does miss us, but just moving some equipment in the background. As we don't want these laptops to get too wet and all the equipment, but yeah, it is starting to drop down just a little bit. That does conclude the first over. Do give me a moment just as I move a couple of items in the background. Back to the action. The laptops are safe. That's always a good thing. So, back to the action. We are at 12 for none after 7 deliveries. As the rain really starts to come down a bit. It's a shame. The forecast is always a little bit funny being on this island. It really did look like... it might miss us. But at the moment, I'm a little bit worried for this game. Will they try and get to 3 overs and then maybe get them off? But it is getting a bit heavy and you've got to protect the outfield. Yeah, just waiting and looking at the officials, and this is surely going to be called off. They're going to have to protect the wicket, you'd imagine. Yeah, high in the air, and that is a really good catch in the conditions. Really good catch. As the rain falls down, and just looking at the officials, there's a few words on the side. That's a really good catch, actually. Yeah, sorry, a little bit distracted. Still trying to get things under the sort of covers at the moment. But the rain getting heavier and... yeah, not looking good. Patel goes, you can see him protecting his bat under his shirt. That sort of tells the story. What a good catch that was. As this next delivery is pushed out there. Does look like they'll just be able to get back for a single. Yeah, just a bit fixated on the umpires here. I'm surprised they're still out there. They're really pushing through this at the moment. I have a feeling they want to get to the 3 over mark. That's going to be a big wide outside the off stump. So well, hit away on the offside. And another single to the total. Credit to the players for sticking out there as well. That just shows their commitment. But you can just see it's starting to get a little bit heavier. Really, that's a great camera view there. And it's really coming down. High in the air. This isn't going to be easy. The fielders look at each other and, well, sort of just reaches out a hand. Can't get there in the end, and going to be a signal, and that is the over complete. 20 for 1 after 2 as we try and push to maybe 3 overs and get through a little bit. Look at the table. Xero United, they've got 2 games left. They'd love a few more points, and so would the Red Stars, who are at a crossroad. The umpire's just conferring with the match referee. So a lot of equipment currently from everywhere is being put under cover as the players are going to stick it out in the meantime. High in the air. Well, this isn't going to be easy because it's wet and it's swirling, and he takes a pretty good catch, but he'll have to have something going on. I've just probably missed a free hit or something because no one's celebrating. There's too much going on as water really starts to fill the commentary box. Oh, no. Well, I don't know if Spring Media can hear me, but obviously I'm going to try and protect your equipment as much as possible. Oh, my apologies if it does get flooded. That is a slap away over the offside. That's going to be 6 more. I just have this feeling that they're trying to get to the 3 over mark. But sometimes you push yourself a little bit too far. I think they've got to protect the wicket a little bit as well. It's going to be pretty wet. It really is hammering down now. Maybe it is a passing shower. Maybe they've seen the radar. Oh, that's huge. Well, the batsmen don't mind. Pretty hard to be a fielder and a bowler. That one's pulled away from a mammoth 6. You'd imagine that ball is pretty hard to hold on to. Not that the batsmen don't mind. Unless it's a brand new bat, then you do mind. You don't want that one to get too wet. High in the air. That's going to be safe as well. And that'll be 1 bounce 4, I believe. Signalled 4 as well. And right now, the batsmen trying their best to sort of keep getting through. I feel for the bowlers a little bit here, as trying to run through this cannot be easy. I think they might need a couple little towels sort of handed out to the fielding unit as well, just to help them dry that ball. That's an absolute crunch for 6, as it almost takes out our 1 spectator. That would have not been good for the economy. 6 more to the total, 43 on the board. And if I'm the bowling team here, I actually think that, sort of saying to the umpires, it has to be an even playing field. And right now, I can't imagine it's easy to grip that ball. You can actually hear it really coming down. Fielders seem a little bit shocked out there. And the bowlers are not adjusting very well. 6 more to the total. And, well, I'm just watching the umpires. That does look like they're going to get the covers on. So, yeah, okay, I get it. Because they get to the 3 over mark, it does mean that they are trying to make a game of it, in a sense, because if we do have a long delay, it would mean that the other team only has to bat 3 overs. My issue with that, though, is you're forcing a team to bowl in conditions you know that aren't fair, and then later, if it is dry, the bowling team, they'll get a boost with the DRS, and then the opposite team have to bowl when it's dry, but they got to bat when it's wet. It's easy to bat when it's wet and not bowl. So, I don't know. I think I would have brought them off a little bit sooner, but I can understand they're trying to make a game of it. And you can see the fielders, they're upset that the covers are being brought on. 49 on the board, and it does look quite heavy out there. So a delay, definitely going to take some time here. So, yeah, just looks like, obviously, all hands on deck. That's European Cricket Network for you. So, unfortunately, we're going to take a break here. 49 for 1 after 3. The rain has set in. We'll try and keep you updated. If you keep watching the bottom of your screen, or I'll be in the YouTube chat trying to bait the moderators a bit more, we'll give you as many updates as we can. But let's roll. I believe we've got a classic match. I'm not too sure which one it is. That's going to come on the air. And please keep watching the bottom of your screen, as we'll try and give you updates. Fingers crossed we'll be able to get more overs in a little bit later, but at the moment it's not looking too good. It's a goodbye for now, and we'll keep you updated as much as we can. Thank you. Back a coffee and some lunch on the table. We'll get round to that shortly, but let's introduce the 2 lineups first. Gozo CC versus the Masita Warriors. Gozo, there's a big name missing. I don't see Mahbub Ali there, so they're going to be reliant on other players stepping up. Kenton keeping and opening the batting. Can he have a good day? Jaren Jacob, Sindhu Jen, Stevie Roy, Anthony, Tini Paul. Good luck to all of those players. On the other side, Masita Warriors, Tony Lewis, good player in the middle there. Vish Kumar at the top. Should be a good game, this. I think Gozo were a little bit underwhelming yesterday, it must be said, against Swiki United. How will they come back today? We'll have to wait and see. As we welcome back everyone around the world, especially those in India via fan code. Hope you're doing well out there, and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Welcome back. It's game 3 on this cloudy Tuesday. Pretty chilly, I must admit. out here in Malta. But the good thing is there's no rain. Don't mind it being cold. It's the weather with the rain's the big one. So hopefully, well, not hopefully, we will get 4 full games in today. We'll have to see how the rest of the week goes. The forecast isn't great, but fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we'll be able to get every match played as we slowly wait for the players to come out to the middle. And I've been good from Sadar in the chat, who's told me this is Gozo CC. I thought it was Gozo's Army. My mistake. That's why Mabu Bally's not here. I asked Vinny, my co-commentator, just off air, and he looked at me puzzled, but now it starts to make sense. This is why we always say we have the most knowledgeable viewers in the world, because you recognise the names a little bit better than me. Gozo CC and Gozo's Army are 2 different teams. Hey, mistakes happen. Would have been a bit weird if Mabu Bally came out and opened the batting then.
Okay.
So, Masita Warriors, they lost the toss. They'll be bowling first. They would have watched this morning's games and seen the scores in the 120 mark. And there'll be a little bit of pressure on them to score those runs similar to those morning matches, because I think when you start seeing opposition teams score so freely, you start to think we've got to be a bit like that as well. So we're almost ready. The umpires are out there, the players are out there, ground crew are ready, spring productions are ready, commentary team's ready, sort of. Here we go. First ball in the afternoon match. Swing, just a tad, and it's miscued down the ground for a single. So 1 run off the bat. A few people in the chat saying it's a batting pitch. I think it has been all along. I think batsmen are starting to get used to the bounce and starting to find what are the correct areas to score. As a little bit of rain comes down now, make it a bit greasy out there. It's defended into the offside. They'll go through for a quick single. It's a wild throw that deflects. Oh, we could have a 5. No, he gets there in the end. They come back for a 2. Well, good intent in the field, but maybe a little bit too much. And Tom, the bowler, has cracked it. He's absolutely cracked it at the fielder. No bowler likes to give away any extra runs, and he's given him a spray. It was a wild throw, wasn't it? Yeah, it does look like a bit of drizzle coming over the top now. Nothing serious, though. Still pretty bright here. Edge 4. Cruel game sometimes. And it's gone away to the rope. It was always going to get there. It was an edge away and a thickish edge. It flew. Thanks for coming. Doesn't matter how you make them, just make them. So 4 runs, 7 off 3 deliveries. Paulson on strike, Thomas with the ball. Beautiful shot, glorious cricket stroke. Well, if you're a cricket purist and you like cricket on a mat, then this will bring you back. This is a lovely shot. It's a low fully. Oh yeah, have some of that. He absolutely smoked that. Bang into the little concrete wall out there. Do like the vest he's batting in with the sleeves. Might be a bit chilly though. Head away into the offside. Could be another boundary, you know. No, he does good work out there. We'll have to check his feet, but I think he's reined that back in. So just a single in the end. Nice looking stroke. Splices away through backward point. And a good bit of fielding. Use your hands, kids. That's good. As Real Stewie in the chat says who's going to win. And well, usually the team that makes more runs wins the game. Nice looking drive again. Well, what a lovely start this is from Gozo CC. No slogging, no cowboy shots, just playing the ball on merit. It's a low full toss again. But nice drive. And the Australians is what they look like in their kit. Goes OCC. They're off to a very good start. 16 for none after one. If we take a look at the supercomputer, not as high scoring as we saw this morning, but I think that's going to change. I think the batsmen are starting to work out how to play on this pitch. As I welcome back good friend co-commentator Vandy Sandu.
Nice to be back. Now look, brought you coffee. I know your lunch is here as well. Why don't you have a little breather?
Do you mind that I can get into lunch so the coffee doesn't get cold?
Look, you're wasting away. So let's get you that hot coffee in your hands. I'll cover a little bit for you,
Thank
Corey.
you very much.
Nice job though in the first over. Tony Lewis is going to bowl the second. Hello to everyone. Just saw Sean Willis commenting a little bit before. Great finishes. I mean, getting a lot of messages. People really enjoying the morning session. 2 close matches. I suppose that's the thing. Maybe we haven't had too many close matches of late, but you'll sure see a lot of them on ECN during the year with this format. So Tony Lewis to continue. Over number 2. Paulson faces up and he whacks this one away for 4. Well, that's going to wake up the batting dugout. And goes OCC. The question is always, where are the runs going to come from? I think they rely heavily on their top order. It's not the worst ball ever from Lewis, but Paulson smacks it through the point region for 4. Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Hello to James Stewart and to the robot as well, to Julian Dawson, to Marnus. If you'd like to get a shout out, why don't you go into our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network.
Es kā es sapratu, otrā kamera patīk. Nu, viņa patīk filmēt ar redzēju kameru, ja ir pieejams no otrā kamera.
Yeah, well, I mean, both the Gozo teams, they play in a yellow strip, so I can understand that. I thought that when Corey was saying that, he was referring to the bartender behind me that made the coffees. He didn't really have the same build of Bali. Walking swing and a miss from Paulson. Shreyans is asking, do I have any other eyeglasses in my check-in bag? Well, actually, I have 3 different pairs of glasses with my prescription. The ones I'm wearing today, slightly different to the ones I wore yesterday, slightly different to the ones I wore the day before, if you notice. These ones are half frames wide this time. The ones I wore yesterday were kind of the old thick framed glasses. The ones I wore the day before were frameless. For all of you glasses fans out there, very observant of you, Shreyans. Hello to Angry Wick, hopefully you're well. Corey's just popped off to have something to eat. Middle of the day here in Malta. Lewis lures him into this spin, called a wide. Probably if I had to make an adjustment, like the umpiring, one thing I will say about it, it's been very consistent, very consistent. Maybe they've been just a little bit too harsh on the full deliveries waist high and on the wides. But I mean, at least it's consistent. So you know what you're going to get, even if you don't agree with it. This one would have been a wide. Instead, he goes uppercut. Almost taken out there by Tom Thomas. Corey mentioned he was ropeable in the first over. You can see here, just went up and away. And he gets 2 hands to it. I suppose he was never really set. And when you don't get off your feet and kind of plan a dive, when you're trying to catch that far below your eyes, it's quite difficult. Swings everything. In fact, he swings the tape off his back. Got this from side on. I'm pretty sure that Gautam swings so hard that he loses some tape. Have a look at this. Slow it down a bit if you can. And he's revealed he's a Jaron Jacob impersonator. I'll have a go at putting it back on, but the first time it's off, the writing's on the wall. That tape's probably not going to stay there. Edged and just out of the grasp of Pearstein behind the stumps. It'll run away to the boundary. An acrobatic attempt from the keeper, but Akil couldn't quite get there. Lewis induces the edge. Gozo living dangerously. Oh, it was a good effort, wasn't it, from the keeper. He did everything he could, but he won't reel it back in. 27 without loss after 2. And Gozo off to the races. Have a look at the table. Bit of a gap, 7th and 5th here. Gozo, they could make up a fair bit of ground here. If they could win back-to-back, then they would just slot into 6th. Warriors, though, they'll be hoping to push up and kind of make some space between them and Royal Strikers and Gozo Zalmi that are above them on net run rate. They could leapfrog them with a win even just here. So Let's see what happens in the last over of the power play. I want to welcome everyone back as well. Now's a great time in the chat to have a word with us. Some good numbers today as well. A lot of people tuning in. Why not? Shriyan says these aren't the favourite glasses. Well, I like to have a bit of variety. I do like the blue ones I had yesterday. One thing is my eyesight is very, very bad without my glasses. Soman gets the ball in the third. Bit surprised we don't see him opening. He can swing the ball around. In this game, they decided to open with Tom Thomas, who went for 16. Soman's a good player, though. I think that he'll just continue to work his way into the series. Of course, 18 matches for each team gives players a lot of opportunities to see what they can do. Oh, almost catches off his own bowling. Now a run-out opportunity, and he misses that too. Well, a lot of action very quickly here. Soman in the follow-through. You can see he doesn't have too much time to react. Kind of gets a finger on it. And they go on their hit, and this would have been out. 2 opportunities, none cashed in by the Warriors. Soman searching for the Warriors' first wicket. A short top edge. This is going to fly over the fielder. Going, and caught. What a catch that is. Incredible stuff. Divyesh Kumar finds himself in the circle at fine leg. A remarkable catch. It was miles over his head. He tracked it all the way back, ran with the flight. We have seen some incredible catches today on day 9, and really none better than this. He goes over the shoulder, tracks, actually has to turn his head at the last minute. He's looking over his left shoulder, and he ends up looking over his right. Well, I don't even know how you do that. Kumar has one that sticks, and what a way to go. It is Soman that gets the wicket. Dutta goes for 9, 28 for 1. What a catch. I don't know if you got that one more time, Elvira. What makes this so amazing for me, okay, running back, it's always tough to start with, but he's actually looking over his left shoulder there, and last minute he loses it, and so he actually has to take his eyes off the ball for a second. He puts out the hands. I don't know if it was in the middle of the hands, judging by the way he's wringing the hands. Oh, shaking it like a Polaroid picture. But what a catch. Jalebi fingers is what Rico would say. Yeah, that's so true. And, I mean, Divyesh Kumar took a remarkable catch earlier in the tournament. It was a sandwich catch where he actually dropped it. It got knocked back to him. Rocky Dianish knocked it back to him, and he caught it. But what a piece of fielding. Oh, taking a catch is so important. I don't think I've ever seen a catch quite like that, where he actually turns his head one shoulder to the other. Soman, the beneficiary of that. This one hits the edge of the pitch on the second bounce. It'll cost him 2 wides instead of 1. What do you think about that? Crazy stuff. See here, Pierstein was a bit worried about what it would do off the pitch, and he was right to be worried, I suppose. And now someone gets it right. Haven't got him away as yet. Got to say, a couple of really good catches today. Samuel Stanislaus this morning with a one-hand pluck on the boundary where he had to just pump the brakes as soon as he caught it, and then that. Julian Dawson says, like a contortionist. Jamie Dodger saying some great catches today. You're not wrong there. Soman continues to deliver. Go so. Let's just see if they can keep some momentum through the innings now. Because it's a bit of a danger time, isn't it? You never know. You get that pass score 90 odd. Goes OCC. They've defended 79 already in the series against Mudda Day. Mudda Day always with the close finishes. This is elevated by Paulson. He'll get 4 over cover. Last ball of the power play. Decides to go aerial. And there's a bit more safety in that at the moment with just the 2 outfielders. This will be the end of the third over, 34 for 1. And very entertaining stuff so far, although the step ladder's coming down, isn't it? 16, 11 and 7. Soman with a very good third over. Now we'll head into the middle overs. It'll probably determine the kind of final pace of this innings. It's important. I've really enjoyed today's play so far. Hopefully you have as well. Let's see who they go for in over number 4. Looks like they'll go to Shijil Joy, the captain. He's a pretty reliable form for the Warriors as well. The Warriors, I still remember, they have the unfortunate record of failing to chase the lowest target here. They couldn't chase 64 against Southern Crusaders, so we know that sometimes it can fall apart in the second innings for them. But they're much improved, aren't they? They're 4-2 so far. Played some good cricket. Jaron Jacob on strike, captain to captain. Starts with a big wide. P10 just stepping up a little bit, making sure he gets it before the second bounce. Doesn't want another one getting away from him. Well, 2 matches today. 2 very close finishes. Shijil. This one's a bit closer to the batter who turns on. Jaron Jacob gets 4. Good batting. Didn't rush at that, Jacob. He let it come to him. He had a bit of length to work with. He just settles back. The weight goes back onto the back foot. And a pretty well executed pull shot. I think the key to that, he didn't try and hit it too hard. He probably spotted the gap at deep mid-wicket and knew he just had to get it into that gap. So smart batting from the Goes OCC skipper. Gozo have come such a long way. So have the Warriors, actually. Gozo OCC a bit more dramatic, considering we all remember the first time they played ECN cricket where they bowled out for just 6. He's inside this one, I think. Doesn't want too much to do with it. Shriyans is asking, did I see his comments? Well, I haven't really poked my head in for a little while, Shriyans. Would I have any suggestions for Corey when he's in the commentary box? Oh, look, Corey's Corey. He's himself. That's what I like about him, actually. I know different people have different opinions. Skied. Well, this one really should be caught. Cover comes around, he drops it. Well, that is Jamshid Kudachirakal, who, well, it was always curving towards him, wasn't it? He just, I think, gets the hand position slightly wrong. You're pretty lucky as a batter if you get away with this. You can see, doesn't quite get that fingers pointing to the sky right. Bit of separation between the hands. Jacob has a life on 4. And now Paulson plays a really nice shot over cover point, 4 runs. That'll send the birds scattering. Gozo keep on keeping on. 4 carreras más. Nice batting, just nice easy free swing of the bat. Again, not trying to overhit the ball. I don't think you need to on a field of these dimensions. Julian noticing that Gary Ballance on 84 not out for Zimbabwe versus West Indies. Former English player, of course. Nice to see him in international cricket again. I'm going to have a pop at him here. Oh, that might have been out, you know. Jason really wanted the second. There's 1 ball left in the over. Probably doesn't matter too much. Let's have a look at this on the replay, because I've got a feeling that he might have been just short of his ground. All action all the time here in ECN cricket. Maybe we won't have time to have a look at it. As Jacob faces up, riding his luck. Last ball for Shijil Joy. And once again it's skied. We'll have another chance, Jamshid. And this time he catches it. Well, life doesn't always give you second chances, but it does in the 4th over. And Shijil Joy, well, he's happy about it. Jaron Jacob, once bitten, twice shy. He's going to have to go for 5. And that's also the end of the 4th over. It's 45 for 2. Well, only really cost them the 1 run, I think, when you look at it. And yeah, same kind of technique. Wouldn't say it's in the textbook, maybe right up the back somewhere. But it's good enough to get rid of Jaron Jacob. Shijil Joy with the breakthrough. And 1 captain gets another in the end. As we head into the 5th over, Paulson will be facing up. It goes though at the moment. Not a bad start, going over 11 and over. I think 100 plays pretty well in the matchup between these 2 teams. Puts a lot of pressure on the Warriors batting. Divyesh Kumar's been in really good form. No doubt about it. But he hasn't had a lot of help so far. I just wander back and have a look at the the Warriors batting performance. And Sukumaran comes in. Nice to see him playing the first game today. Often has just been playing the second when they had the afternoon games. Oh, in the air, another poke. This is going down to the outfielder, and he takes the catch. So Paulson goes now, and the wheels falling off in the middle overs for Gozo CC. Sukumaran is the man that gets the breakthrough now. And Tom Thomas, well, we saw him drop one that was a bit tougher before. This time, the infielders were rushing towards him. But he knew that was straight down his throat. And he takes it. Fairly low down, but was kind of square to the ball. Takes in the middle of his body, so a bit of an easier chance as well. 45 for 3 in the 5th over. Sukumaran is such a handy player when available for the Warriors. Yeah, looking at the Warriors batting so far, they've scored 112, 94, 80, 74. That's in 10 over matches. Then they had successful chases of 60 in 6.1 and 59 in 4.5. So, look, as far as those batting first targets, we've only cracked the 100 just once. Probably a wide it is. Yeah, they're currently scoring 94 per 10 overs. So I think that's what you do as Gozo. You try and get that 90 odd on the board. I think 94 is pretty much a par total based on what we've seen here in Malta so far. Sukumaran continues to dig it in. This time they go on the hit. It won't be an easy backup stop, but the outfielder's got it. That's a really good example of just both deciding to run on contact. I think you take the hesitation out of it then. And look, if there's a perfect piece of fielding where they pick it up and hit one stump, so be it. But at least it takes that mix-up out of it. Sasi Kumar's out there now. Senthil Raj, definitely a useful batter. This one cuts back a bit, so umpire gives it to the bowler. I think the key is making sure what you judge that as an umpire when it goes past the batting crease. Senthil gets surprised, and well, let's see if there's a signal from the umpire here, because it did seem that the reaction was like there was an edge, and there was an edge. It's given a run. He just feels that and it burst through the gloves of Pearsteed, who couldn't quite make the recovery. He was off balance. He was going to ground. So a chance for Senthil Raj. He gets off the mark in probably unwarranted circumstances. Sukumaran digs it in again. It's worked off the back foot. And, well, not the greatest bit of fielding that time from the double T. He just offers the boot at it, and it will go for 4. So 50 comes up for Gozo. Seen a bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly so far, haven't we, in the field for the Warriors. 52 for 3 though, Gozo. Not in bad shape run rate wise, but those 3 wickets probably the concern at the moment. Just a reminder that you can send us a message on social media at Mr. Maximo for me. You can also get Corey Rutgers at @CRutgers_28 on Instagram. And yeah, we'd love to get your feedback and let us know how you're enjoying the season so far. Obviously, a lot of people looking forward to what's coming up, with a lot of international cricket coming up, and also the Champions League of European Cricket starting on the 27th of February. Shijul Joy bowls the second over. Senthil will be a little bit fortunate to survive this long, but he'll be wanting to make the most of it. He's a very experienced player now for Gozo CC. Alex side. Don't think this gets anything. Maybe it just grabs the pad. Nope. It's called a wide by the umpire. And maybe it's a chance for us to do a bit of a lurker call out. Why don't we do that? We're into game 3 now. Everyone's settled in. If you're lurking out there, I know a lot of people are lurking while working, please drop into the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Let me say hello to you. Keep me company here. In the air. He almost pulls this off. I got this from camera 1 because I feel like Shijul Joy bowled this from a long way back. Yeah, look where he bowls that from. He's behind the stumps. So he's trying to create another variation. So using the crease, we talk about it as a batter, but can see Schedule using as a bowler. Just where he lands this time. So he's more back towards the front line. This is up and in the air. Down to the outfield. It'll just be one. Santosh asking Marnus, how's practice going ahead of the test tomorrow? Is it Wednesday or Thursday? Is it tomorrow or Thursday that the test starts in India? I know a lot of people looking forward to that, myself included. And thanks to all the lurkers, to Santosh as well. Drop us a message. Let us know where you're watching one. We'll just do this once a day. Shijil knocks this down. It's going to cause confusion. Picks it up. Misses the stumps. So Sasi Kumar gets a bit lucky. You see, I don't think the batters are expecting Schedule to get a hand on that. Corey Rucker's back from his lunch. Corey, how was it?
Yeah, good chicken salad, and they added some pieces of halloumi today.
Halloumi, yeah.
And quite a big lunch, which was good, but I've been watching from the sidelines, and once again, the batting's improving today.
Yeah, all teams kind of above that 10 and over. Gozo will get one here, you'd imagine. Well, they'll get four here. He was hit along the ground and just... We talked about how this outfield is, it's two pace. I think when it goes on the ground, it skates pretty quickly. Exhibit A,
I think he's a little bit distracted by his mate at the wrong time.
Yeah, too many cooks, eh?
Yeah, too many cooks in the kitchen. What is the maximum amount of cooks in the kitchen you allow, Vinny?
3.
I think even 3 is too many.
He's speaking metaphorically still. Hello to Wayne. And I want to say hello to Nigel Faulkner. He's lurking while working hard at retirement. Just did a bit of a lurker call out. Well, Corey's been lurking. He's just come back.
Who's been on the lurker call out? How are all the viewers doing?
Yep, going well. And Gozo, people's favourites. Come a long way, like we said, right now. 6 overs down, 61 for 3. Why don't we talk a bit of ECI since you've come back and jog my memory?
Well, yeah, sure. You want to put my squad in the link? Go on. Give them the good news.
So, what, your squad?
Yeah, put it in the chat and people can critique me.
Okay, I will.
They can spray me.
Talk about some of the new players to the international team, though, in this tournament for you.
Yeah, let's talk a bit of ECIs. I think everyone's excited. Austria and Malta as well will pose certain challenges in the T10 arena, and we came up against Austria a few times last year, and it was more bowling-dominated games, actually. And Malta in their home turf can't be underestimated, that's for sure. They're going to come into it a bit hotter than we will.
Sukumaran has been digging it in, and now he's going to get a wicket if it's held, and it is. Yeah, it's right off the end of the bat. I don't think it's in the middle of the gloves of Pierstein, but he does well. He gets down, gives himself a chance. He clutches it to his torso. Sasi Kumar is going to go for 7. Well caught behind. Sukumaran has the second wicket, 61 for 4.
Yeah, look at that. It's so wide, and he gets a toe ender, and the keeper, it doesn't hit right in the middle of the gloves, but he does well to roll with it and sort of wedge it between him and his body. And he takes the catch in the end. But yeah, I think the ECI is a fun concept, new, wasn't expecting it. I don't think anyone was expecting it.
International cricket throughout the year, so I think it's good. We get to see some of these players, and also allows you to pick a team for the ECC with a bit more T10 international experience behind them. And, of course, some countries that we don't visit for ECN, like Norway, these kinds of countries, we'll get to have a look at some of their players and give them some more T10 exposure, which I think is fantastic. Sukumaran is going to continue.
Well,
gets another one past the outside edge.
Off the top of my head, I think there'll be 2 or 3 spots that are pretty much open for whoever takes them throughout the year and to get themselves into the ECC squad. We probably wouldn't make wholesale changes, but if you play well throughout the year in the local T10s, there's no reason you can't get into one of those few remaining spots.
So I'm going to put your link in the chat now. People can check that out if you like. See a nice, beautiful photo of Saeed Shafat Ali and also Mathieu Rahman there on that web article. Slower ball. Sukumaran's a clever cricketer.
Oh, no.
I reckon it doesn't cost him a run. Just costs him a bit of social capital.
Maybe it's just a little bit too cold for him to bend down and use his hands. I do understand it is fresh.
It is. I'm pretty happy with my wardrobe choices today. I've gone heavy jacket over my coloured suit.
My worry is I don't have much more I could put on. I've gone to my limit.
Are we going to go back to this, to you bringing a blanket to work?
That was needed.
Yeah, full toss, knee high, and dispatched by Senthil Raj. Well, he was dropped first ball behind, a ball that flew, but now he's settling in. And not a good delivery. Warriors have fought back pretty well through these middle overs, but that wasn't a good one, and it goes to the fence. So yeah, we now know that you'll be playing in the first ECI match 2023?
Yeah, early morning start.
8 o'clock in the morning. How do you feel about that?
Not great.
Oh, gets away from the keeper. It kind of yorks him. It'll be a bye, I think. Yeah, I can see your team talk. This is you the night before. Now, guys, you come this far. It's up to you. So we're going to try something. Tomorrow morning, you'll go there without me. 7 overs down, 67
Well, I
for
just
4.
hope everyone makes the team bus in time, because I showed them the hotel they're staying at last night, and there was a few big smiles in the chat.
Is that right? 20 days to go to the ECL as well. So there's multiple countdowns going on at the moment. So what are we? We're 11 days from the men's ECI. We're 13 days from the women's ECI, and we're 20 days from the ECL, which will bring 30 champion clubs plus the European champions together.
Yeah, but it's a fun concept. And what a great way to see new players and some old players, and wearing the national colours is always an honour.
Well, they're going to take it on. I was kind of talking about this earlier. Oh, no, there's hesitation. I was going to say, when you hit and run, you don't hesitate. It forces a perfect piece of fielding to get you out. Now, there is a chance if they hit the subs, it's out. But I think it's smart, and it's kind of on the balance of probabilities. Statistically, you should probably be taking those runs, and they do. Yeah, so yeah, we've had a bit of fun, obviously, here, but the early start, because 5 games a day.
I'm sorry, but
so
that is...
It starts an hour earlier.
Can I be a coach and not a commentator for a moment?
Go on.
That is a ridiculous... We're going to be doing warm-ups at 7 a.m.
The thing is, you can blame astronomy, because we've got to use the sunlight. The sun comes up at about 7:30, and we've only got just over 10 hours of sunlight. So,
no, it is what it is.
Well, it means I'll have to have my breakfast the night before, so I know that as well.
Yeah, it might be a very early leave from the hotel. It's going to test some of those unworked bodies.
So, man, is going to hit this down the ground.
All of a sudden, the red zone for an injury on that Saturday morning's rather large.
But also, I hate to break this to you, but we're going to have to probably make up some games. For example, the 4 games that were washed out. And there's every chance maybe the ECS will start an hour earlier while we try and make some of those up. Your eyes look like saucepans there. Get down the ground.
At what stage do we call a max on the amount of games per day?
We do what we can. We're trying to bring people the maximum amount of entertainment. Okay, hold on. 2 things. First thing, I want to talk about the keeper positioning. And I'm going to tell you why it's a bit tough for Pierstein, because he's been yorked on quite a few balls, which makes him feel like he needs to move forward. But he's also had a few edges fly on him, and he hasn't had enough time to react. And so, well, this will be called a wide. Pierstein can't believe it. I see this on the replay. Central Raj looks pretty cool about the whole thing. See, that one, maybe it's a wide for height. When you look at how he's trying to hit that, it's probably why it's a wide.
It's a big wide.
But yeah, that's why it's tough. He's been yorked by a couple of balls. On the second bounce, he's had to take a couple of balls, and that pushes him forward. But then he's had nicks that have pushed him back. I have hotel questions in a second for you, Corey.
Oh, sure.
Fancy footwork from Raj, who then just carves it to the offside, and that is going to be 4. What a shot. Sent to Raj. And look, he makes this shot a bit easier by getting that back foot back across. For all the foot movements, the back and across, last one actually put him in a good position to play that shot. Good batting.
It's like he predicted early that he was going to play that shot. Nice batting.
Off a good bowler too, Soman. He's got 1 more ball left in this over. On for 16. Raj survived a scare on 0. He's still there. Gets a slow ball. He hits it, and he hits it straight and out of the ground. Maximo! Central Raj moves into the 20s. Given him opportunities, cashed in. Takes him into the 80s. 82 for 4 after 8 overs. Okay, Corey. So where are the Spanish teams staying? And the Austrian team, I guess.
The Strand Hotel, 1115.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch and Victorinox.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. Good news. You can see that the umpires are leading the players back on the field of play in this match number 66 between Gazette United taking on the Red Stars. Now it will be 7 overs per side match now, which means that 2 overs per power play. Of course that won't matter in this first innings because we did get past the 3 over mark. 2 bowlers may bowl 2 overs or more. So remember when we left this contest, it was after almost a supersonic over as Tony Thomas was blasted for 29 with some superb hitting from Suraj Durai. They have lost though one of their key batters, Achal Patel, but at the moment I think Gazette United are in a good position. 49 for 1 after 3, so 4 more overs to go. So just a reminder that it is a 7 over a side match, 2 overs to power play, and also whatever the score is here will it get modified slightly using the DLS system, and normally doesn't end up being that many from what we learned yesterday. Anyway, Sobu George is going to come on to bowling here to Durai, who, well, he's played this away nicely. He's going to get 4 more. He's in good nick at the moment, isn't he? That's nicely played away. It's a lovely shot. And Kaki getting in on the act as well. It's nicely played. Sort of comes forward to this and then decides that he's got the width and the height to just guide that away. Welcome back, everybody. And was enjoying, of course, one of the classic matches there. And that one dating back, of course, to 2023. It was February. You can see the temperatures were a bit cold then, as Vinny and Corey were talking you through the action. And Gozo not playing this time around. We're batting. And that's nicely played away. Talking about batting, that's another nice shot from Kaki. Runs coming very quickly here. So in this, the 4th over, 50 already on the board. And you just get the feeling here that Gazette United are really looking to post a big score. And it might be a 7 over match, but they could still get to, well, look at the expected score, still get past that 100 here. So George, the captain, trying to make some key changes here for his side. And it was probably the shot to go for. He just doesn't get himself in the right position. Just needed to take a little step across, I think, before he goes with this one. And you see the ball not really doing anything, just straight through. Ends up being a nice take by the keeper. Played into the deck and will be stopped. Of course, the pitch, as you know, was well covered, and including some of those footmarks on the bowler. So I don't think there'll be any issues with the pitch. Of course, the biggest issue is, of course, if the players don't have the right footwear on, running from the moist grass onto the pitch could be a bit slippery. So there is sawdust available for those footmarks if needed, but obviously the sawdust doesn't make any difference on the pitch, as that's another one that's played and missed. This time is Durai, and from experience I know that usually it's not a good idea to put sawdust anywhere near the pitch, because if you get sawdust, when it gets wet, it gets in the shoes, and then you transfer that onto the pitch, you certainly will be sliding. So conditions will test both sorts of players. That's an up and over shot. Good use of the feet this time. Plays that wide of the man who's down at third. And that will be 4 more runs. So runs are coming quickly. Captain Sobu George just come into the attack, hoping to try and slow things down. It doesn't. 62 on the board. Just the 1 wicket has fallen. It was the important wicket of Achal Patel, but the way these two are going, they're not looking like that's bothering them at the moment. That's over it goes for 13. And they'll want to keep on going at this rate. So welcome back to everybody. Good to have you back wherever you're tuning from around the world. Hello to the Trippy clan. It's good to have you with us. And welcome to Croom. And welcome back to Dave as we continue here. And hello to Ronnie. Ronnie Spragon is saying good afternoon all from a chilly northeast of England. Whereabouts in northeast England? Ronnie, do let us know. Good to have you all with us here. When, I mean, I wouldn't say it's chilly. It's definitely not cold. In fact, this morning it was pretty humid and muggy here in Malta, and I think that humidity will go up after that rain. Temperature's certainly not cold. It's certainly going to bring the bugs out as well, that's for sure. Well, oh yeah, it's showtime at the Malta International Cricket Ground. Oh, what a shot this is from Kamal Karki. Well, Kamal ne to Kamal kar ditta, kidda swad aa gaya. What a shot this is, lovely jubbly. Oh, that's the way we like to do it here on the European Cricket Network. Ye beauty. Lamma pa ke hai na, lamma pa ke shakka maar ditta. What a lovely shot that is. And that goes all the way for 6. So Jimmy James, the man who did take the wicket, comes back on, but not having success as yet. Well, he might here, as this one should be taken, and it will be taken. That is the end of Karki, who plays a remarkable shot for 6, and then he's going to give his wicket away. As he'll go for 18. Mind you don't mind that. You're only batting 7 overs, so you want to throw. Your bat had everything. So Karki, well, he stalls, doesn't he? As he goes for 18 off 10 deliveries. And it is Jimmy. Jimmy James. And a name that could be for a Western star. It really could be one of those spaghetti westerns. And the leading role is Jimmy James. As he gets off his horse. And well, let's just say, and takes another bandido down. But in this moment in time, he's got 2 wickets to his name. So gets a wicket. And now is Tanka Kandel who comes out. So does the sun, by the way. And this is just bat dropped on ball. And pretty quick Durai to get to the other end. To at least have a go at one delivery here from James. A catch comfortably taken there by the wicketkeeper as well. That's Prathapan. It's crunched away onto the onside. This will just be a single. So a good bit of bowling from James. He's bowled tidily. Looks like he's got just the one more to get through in the over. But have a look at his economy rate here at the moment. He's taken 2 wickets. 16 have come from him. And when you have a look at some of the pain from the other bowlers, he's done well. 70 though on the board. Misses out on this one. Goes for a shorter wide delivery, and Kandal, who's the newer batter, not able to get that one away. It is the end of the 5th over. They're going away nicely. 70 on the board, 2 wickets down. And, well, the man who's next to me is the lovely handsome man you see on your screens. It's Corey who joins me back.
Yeah, good to be back. I'm glad we're back after the rain delay. Obviously, a shortened game, and, well, the sun has started to peek through again, Rico. So if you do want to interact, you're more than welcome at Corey Rutgers on Instagram, _28, or Rico Phil with 2 L's. But yeah, if you want to get any questions in or comments, do feel free.
Yeah, do indeed. And I want to thank you in advance for all the lovely messages that we've had so far. A lot of people have been enjoying the cricket here in Malta, and a lot of people are still talking about, of course, the wonderful European Cricket Championships that we had at the Cardamom Oval. And if you like that, don't forget, we will be going back there on the 9th of December for the women's edition. As well, spoils that one completely, does Suraj. And you can see he's a bit frustrated with himself. He'd love to go big again. Remember that one over just before the rain came when he smashed 29 off Tony Thomas. And, this is Aldeo Apollos, who's bowling over number 6. That's played up in the air, but it's a catching opportunity. He's dropped straight in, straight out, and never gets a base, Corey, does he? He's moving, doesn't stand still, in, out, and that's a big opportunity, goes down.
Yeah, it's the old Arnold Palmer, Rico, right off the middle of the palm.
Yeah.
And he should have held on to that, shouldn't he? And a big opportunity goes begging.
Yeah, it is a big one. Durai, you don't want to be dropping him, not the way he's hitting the ball at the moment. Gets dropped on 45. This one gets played away, and this, well, not only does the ball elude the fielder, it's going to go to the boundary. That's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, 4 runs, and unfortunately, that is, I think, an opportunity. Yeah, it is.
Yep.
These are the little ones where it's like if you don't come in quick enough, Rico, it's a half volley, and then it's a Yorker, and you just get caught in between no man's land.
Yeah, committed, but then overcommitted and let the ball get past him. This one's just been scuffed. It's not going to have the legs to get to the boundary. It'll be a gentle pick up there from the fielder. That's Tony Thomas, who was the man who bowled that unfortunate over.
Yeah, they just need to make sure they don't let this get to near 100 even, or 95. They're going to get a bit of a boost, Rico.
Yeah, I wonder if, yesterday we were quite surprised because remember in that match yesterday, which of course, I'm trying to think of it here. Yeah, the score was 91 after the 8 overs. And at the time then they went off, they'd only lost the 1 wicket. And they only got a boost of 2 runs. It went from 91 to 93. I wonder if this one will be any different. Ah, beautiful. Clean out of the middle. That has gone a long way. And I get the feeling that's going to be right on the fence here, close to going into the car park. 6 runs to finish the over. And also, it brings up a fantastic half century for Durai. What a good knock it's been from him. 52 of 17.
Yeah, 52 off 17. And well, a lovely stroke down the ground to bring up a 50 off only a couple of balls. Strike rate of 305 and 6 sixes, 3 fours. Very happy indeed.
Yeah, very happy indeed. And getting ready for what will be the last over of the innings. So I said they were on course for around that 100 score. At the moment, expected 95. But if they can go big in this one, it's Vijayan who's going to bowl. He's second. They really do want to go. They want to take him big here. And going for it. Does he have enough of this? Only the 1 fielder out there. And it will go to the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs.
How have they ended up with only 1 fielder out there, Rico? It's deep mid-wicket and, yeah, they've gone a very heavy offside field. I can't believe it just looking at it. 3 back on the offside and actually 4 on the offside. There's 2 third men.
Yes.
A deep mid off and a deep cover. This is a strange field.
Very strange field here being deployed by Vijayan, but yeah, he needs more protection out on that leg side, surely. He gets this one through the big heavy length. Yeah, interesting. So you've got a very fine third, a wide third. Then
just too many chefs in the kitchen, almost.
You have, but nobody behind them. You then have to look all the way to extra cover. Now they're making a little change here.
Yeah.
So that man of extra cover, yeah, that's a bit more like it. They send another one back, but just keeping the 3 on the leg side. Oh, a wild swing, another dot.
Yeah, it's complicated with the DLS, isn't it? I don't really know what they're going to get boosted. I don't know how it works when it's a shortened game. But last night we were a bit shocked. We thought it might be more than 10, 12 runs. It ended up being 2 or 3.
Just 2,
so
yeah.
Will they get much of a boost? I don't know.
Well, he's got this high up in the air. Now one of those fielders, he's eyeing it up and holds on to a really good, neat catch. Well, we only need 3 on the leg side. Is what the captain, Buwan Arial, will be saying, because they still hold on to the catch. So that's nicely done. It's a very good catch, actually. It goes a long way up in the air. Now, bear in mind that the players have just gone back on after some rain. The ball definitely is wet, but he takes it pretty well. Good catch taken out there under a fair bit of pressure.
Yeah, good catch. When that got hit straight up, I didn't know if he'd be able to hold on to it, considering that the ball's probably a little bit damp now from running over the outfield, which is wet. But he gets into a good position, and even though the hands probably aren't in the way I'd teach the young kids, his feet are very still, and he stayed still at the point of the catch.
Yeah, well done to Madhavan. It's a good catch. And, well, they've got to rotate the strike, and looks like they will. I don't think they're going to be thinking about going for the second, even though they probably could too, because I think the problem and the issue that Kandal created in that over, he just never tried to get this man back on strike, and that's Suraj Durai. He is on strike here now, and he's only got a ball to try and face here of Vijayan, and he'll be looking to get a boundary to get them at least into the 90s. And up, and it's gone. Gia, Shakalagya, and he will get them to the 90s. 93 off the 7 overs for 3. Yeah, just Kendall there, swinging and missing and keeping the main man off strike. That's probably cost him anything up to about 10 runs, I reckon.
Yeah, it's an interesting one as well now to see what they end up on. maybe 97 or 98, but it's going to be a good score and difficult to chase inside 7 overs. So, yeah, let's see how this one pans out. A good display from DeRay. And he was good before the rain, and he was good after the rain. He was just good overall.
Yeah, he was good overall. You have to say that is true. And there, we're talking about a team who have a man called Rain in their side, Salim Rain, and he'll be hoping to maybe put another good performance in. Remember, he was the player of the match earlier for them with the figures of 2 for 6. So watch out for him. But, well, early on, it was watch out for Suraj Dharai because he was in blistering form.
Yeah, he was in blistering form. That was a really good catch down there at deep third man. It flew away and he held on to it. This is when the weather was just about to turn for the worst. The rain started to pour and the players would go off for around about 25 minutes actually. And we ended up losing 6 overs in total in the game, so it is a 7-over affair. And then after the rain, they came back out. They continued to hit boundaries. And that's why they're going to end up with a pretty attractive looking score off 7 overs. It's going to be a tough chase considering the Red Stars aren't really known for their batting, more a bowling side. Gazira United, they'll be happy with their efforts, I dare say. They'll back themselves. That's probably one of the shots of the innings from Kaki in the middle order. A couple of catches right at the back end. One there to the keeper. A nice, simple, safe catch. And that one, the old Arnold Palmer, a drop and maybe a half chance that time. Final ball of the innings getting hit for 6. Will that prove to be the distance? We will have to wait and see. As one more wicket was to fall. And that was all she wrote. First innings complete. Game of the first innings over. As we get to the scorecards, and it was a one-man show. 58 off 18 for DeRay, 18 off 10 for Kaki. 2 extras considering the weather conditions. Actually not too bad at all. Only the 2 extras. I'll give them some credit for that. We do see a lot of wides sometimes out here at the Master Cricket Club. 93. I'll try and get word for you. I'll see if I've got any notes in. I do. They're only going to get boosted 3 runs. So the target is 97. I repeat, the target is 97 to win. 96 is what they've been boosted to. 2 for 16 for Jimmy James. We'll be back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch and Victorinox.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We're at the Master Cricket Club and the halfway stage of a T10 encounter between Xero United and Red Stars. It has had a bit of wild weather in the middle section of this game, so it did get reduced to a 7-over match. Super 7 is what I'm going to call it. Xero United did get a little bit of a boost onto their total. They made 93 for 3, but it does end up 96 effectively, and means 97 required for the Red Stars to chase it down in 42 balls at 13.85 and over. That is not an easy chase, that's for sure. So not a result that Red Stars would have liked. A shortened match, I think. They would have loved the whole 10, but you can't help the weather. Thankfully, the clouds have rolled away, and it looks like we should be set for a long afternoon of cricket. Still another game to come after this one. So the umpires are in place. The fielders are ready. Ball number 1 of the run chase. It's DeRay bowling to John. Here we go. Hit into the pad and goes all the way back to the bowler. So first delivery will result in a dot. And that scorecard just looks, or that little graphic on your screen, 97 off 41 is a long way away as I welcome back Rico Full into the commentary box.
Yeah, it's good to be back. And, well, one DeRay did very well. That was Suraj DeRay with the bat with a fine half century. And Bibek DeRay is not a bad one to have in your side. The leading wicket taker with 17, 2 ahead of Jagith Purna. And just not picking the pace of the ball at all, playing a little bit too early here. There's John, who gets given a chance at the top of the order. Of course, remember, you've got to feel a little bit for the Red Stars. Remember, they did lose their captain, Dilshad Ali, who was in sensational form. And he, well, we haven't heard, but we're pretty sure that he's done some ligament damage yesterday. So with him not in the side, they were going to struggle with the bat a little bit.
Oh, massively. It's a huge out for them. He's a good player.
That's nicely played. Rocks back, and they will come across and take the single. Now, direct hit. This will be very close, I believe. Whenever it's a direct hit, because the batter's probably not expecting it. I reckon he's a little bit slow going here, Corey. This is going to be close.
Oh, let's see. Does he get that bat down? I think he'll just be okay. Yep.
Yeah, he runs well. Good technique. Head down look. Head down, not looking at the ball. Running hard. And slides in. Nice signal there from Andy Nowdy, the umpire, giving the third umpire decision. We've had a look, and he's okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be just 1 run to start Pristine's. Good throw, only 1 stump to aim, and he made sure he hit it. So technology helping a little bit as well there. Definitely not out.
Yeah, not out. Bibek goes back to his mark. It's nice that the sun is back. You can see some of those shadows as it starts to come down to the left of us. It's another wild swing, and well, the batters really should be looking to at least take a bye there, but no backing up at all from Ojoy John, so it stays at just a dot.
The problem is, Rico, it's only a 12-ball power play. So really, the field's in, you've got to cash in, and this is a great first over from that man on your screen.
Yeah, he's bowled well, wasn't he?
Great hairdo as well.
He's been such a good introduction. Yeah, he's got good hair. I think him and Peter are really challenging for that today. All right, now, off balance. It's up in the air. Will he get lucky? Yeah, he will. And I wonder if, yeah, it's 6, because I get the feeling this lands just either on or just the other side of the rope. So a bit of luck, a bit of fortune. They needed a boundary to get going, and they do. That's 6 runs.
Yeah, that is right on the rope. So definitely saw it bobble in the air, which can tell you that it's going to be given 6 runs. And they need more of that, Rico. 7 overs to get 97. Not easy.
No, not easy at all. So here we go.
I guess one thing we should touch on as well, there's no bonus points in a shortened game, so at least 1 point for each team.
Yeah, that's true. So you might as well have a go. And that's the message that certainly you're going to give into the Red Stars. They are having a go. And swing and miss. They have got a Red Star on their jerseys. They're not the easiest to pick, but it's sort of in that bit about the sort of in the breast side and goes under the armpit. So you don't see too much of the Red Star, but they are the Red Stars. What? And well, how about this? 305 matches now since that golden ball. And well, I had a feeling today, you know, Corey, I had a feeling that maybe that we could reset that. But, well, it looks like the weather's playing its part a little bit as well. And Zero United have put a lot of runs on the board. Red Stars are struggling in this one.
Feels like we've got a curse on us with the golden balls, to be honest.
Yeah.
Since I've been here, there haven't really been close games. A lot of one-sided games.
Yeah, I think there's one that was just before I came. Oh, that's I think that dips pretty well. I think it's worth asking the question. Probably going to go on and miss the leg stick, but that dips pretty viciously. I don't think it's too high, if I'm honest. And yeah, look at the way that dips. And that surprises everybody.
Yeah, it's not that far away either. It's going down the leg side. It just surprised him. Completely surprised the batsman.
Yeah, well, this is Salim rain. Well, we've had enough of rain, but this is the kind of rain we like. As Salim, well, he won't like that because now it's raining runs as that's been blasted for a big six. Good pickup, good shot. And, well, Salim Rain, who was the player of the match in their earlier match, with good figures, 2 for 6 against the AUM, gets hit for, well, 6 of just that one ball.
Yeah, nice shot, really nice shot in the wheelhouse, and he got every piece. So, last over the power play, field's still in. I think the next 4 deliveries try hit them all to the boundary.
Yeah, that's what they've got to try and do to get themselves in this contest. They're needing to go at 14s, really. And, well, it's there for the shot. And, well, the umpire thought he was in trouble for a moment. That's a cracking shot. It's the same ball again. It's too straight. It's too short. And it gets mullered to the boundary. Lovely jubbly. Oh, thank you very much. Umpire Ranga having to watch that carefully, and he sees it go over the boundary for 6.
What a shot. That's a very flat 6, isn't it? Just over the ropes. So great work from the camera crew again. 77 of 33 now. George has gotten ticking. Good signs if you are a Red Stars supporter.
Better areas. That's better. After attacking, gain 2 straight. Goes a little bit wider, and we've seen, not for the first time, there's a particular patch out there where the ball hits. It really does take off.
Yeah, today's the first day I've seen that sort of happen in Malta. There does seem to be a little spot that the ball just kicking up a little bit.
Okay, a bit of success for Rain, and he comes again. And this time, he tries to go in the same area, but doesn't get it right. It'll be a wide. Gets signalled there by Andy Nowdy. The umpire is out there with umpire Aranga. So welcome to everybody that's coming back into the chat as well. And, after seeing a bit of the old classic back in February 2023. Slow ball, doesn't really see it early enough to crunch it away. So fairly well disguised there by Rain. We'll get a single. So 14 off the over when whatever comes off this one.
Yeah, John's got to get going. 1 of 4. I know it's not always easy when the ball's zipping around with the new ball, but 1 of 4 is not acceptable. Time to get going, try to get some boundaries and help George a bit.
And, well, they're appealing. There's nothing here. And if the batters wanted to, they could have just ran there because he's thrown this so far up in the air. There's the keeper while he's appealing, but there's nothing in that. That's Achal Patel, who's beyond the stumps and not out. Is the verdict, and it's quite correct too. 22 without loss after 2.
Yeah, let's have a look at this table. Zero United have played 12, so a big sort of game for them. Red Stars are at a crossroads, 3-3 and 1 no result. Big game, it sort of feels for both teams. Zero United want to make sure they consolidate that top 8 spot, and for Red Stars, they want to get into that top 8.
Yeah, it's an important one, isn't it? And Red Stars, remember they do play straight after this as well. They got a match against the Lions, and they would back themselves to get the victory over the Lions. The Lions, I am told, the players did, and this is the story here now, Corey. Those 2 players did arrive. They couldn't get past the man on the gate. The man on the gate wouldn't let them through.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, wouldn't let him through. So they were here at the gate, but the security on the gate wouldn't let him through. Because you know that Mars is such a funny place. It's a members only. So obviously those names must have been down on the list. But for some reason, the security guards would say, no, you're not going through. And in the end, the guys had to go over there and literally go over and say, look, what's the issue? So that's a bit rough, isn't it? That's a bit rough.
Oh, that's really rough.
Yeah,
so they
rough.
were here. They
were here. I mean, obviously they were a little bit late, but they were here, but couldn't get past security to get in here. So yeah, that's a shame. That's not a shame. That's a delightful shot. Cut away by Sobu George, the captain, putting in a good little performance here and trying to keep his team in the hunt. Remember, no bonus points to play for here. You either win the match or you go down. If you win, you get 3. You go down, you pick up a point.
Yeah, nice shot that. Good cut shot. But yeah, what a random story that is. That's the last thing I expected you to tell me. Sort of feel for the Red Stars there. There's not much they can do about that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but sometimes it's the way it goes. But, yeah, the captain there, Jagadish Srinath, was having a chat with me and saying it was us. They were here. It just didn't let them through. So, yeah, I felt a bit for them as well. But and also I feel a bit for Joseph, who was one of those players, because he was only able to play that first match because of work duties. So he was here to play. He wouldn't let him come in, and now he's not. He wasn't available to play the second match, so he's just had to come and go back, and he's been stuck in a lot of traffic to get here. So that's a shame, but unfortunate. So Victoria Lions will be key to try and bounce back well in that last match against the Red Stars. Bibek goes a bit straighter this time, and not allowing Sobu to get after the wider ball. He'll take the single that's well fielded out there in the deep. You wouldn't think we've just had about 25 minutes of rain, would you?
No, this is island life, isn't it? It looked like it was going to rain cats and dogs, and then before you know it, the sun was out. It looks like a perfect day, and I think we might be good for the afternoon now.
All right. And this is worked away into the 45. That ain't going to be stopped. You know, there's nobody there. And as a result of that, it's going to be 4 more runs. So that's Achal Patel, who chases that in vain. It's 4 more to the displeasure of Bibek Durai as well, the bowler. He's not having everything going his own way here today. He hasn't been able to pick up a wicket. And he's getting well, let's just say, the rub of the green that he perhaps did have in some of the earlier matches. It's not getting it quite here today, but Gazira still getting the results. That's what's important. Now how's he dropped it? How's he dropped this? It's an absolute dolly. I think he thought it was coming quicker than it was, but he gets this completely wrong.
You know when you get the corn bowls, it's that look like an easy corn bowl, but they're always a bit trickier than you think. I'm trying to find a reason for him, Rico. That's probably one of the easiest ones. I know he's shaking his hands there, but I sort of feel, he probably should have caught that one.
Yeah, I think he should have definitely caught that one. So he gives John a life on 5. Mind you, John's probably not the man that you particularly want to get. So if you stop him scoring and keep George off strike, I think you'll take that. Well, maybe you won't, because then John says, all right, if you're going to put me down, I'm going to now rub the salt into that wound that you were rubbing earlier, and I'm going to get 4. That's a really nice shot. So hopefully that's got John going. They need that. But still, in contrast to the match and where it's going, it's a pretty decent over. Even with that boundary, 13 will come from it, but they're needing around 15 and a half.
Yeah, 15 and a half required. They've got 10 wickets in hand. Maybe this is the game that will go down to the wire. You feel like George has to keep going. Just checking the radar, I think we will be all right for a while. The thing is with Malta, it comes quickly. All of a sudden, it looks good, and then it does sneak up on us.
It's like the guys were saying, I was talking to them all, because we had that rain yesterday, which was not forecasted at all. And they said, you know, here in Malta, you look out the window, and you then make your mind up if it's going to rain or not. And they said, well, with that rain coming yesterday, maybe it's made the rest or some of the other days look better. And today, certainly this afternoon, looked pretty bleak, but here we are, good sunshine. Look at the way he's holding the bat here, Corey. Oh, that's absolutely long. That is huge. It's the 3rd one that's going to go over the fence. This one, I think, is going into the tennis courts, but it's got a very unusual way of holding the bat. Look at the bat here. That is really peculiar. But I tell you what, there's nothing wrong with the way he puts that away. That is a tremendous strike.
Yeah, he was just choking the very bottom of the bat and smoked that a mile, 56 off 23. Well, George is the word at the moment, and he's looking good.
He's looking great, very good. What? There's
Boom.
that shot again. That was awesome. Biz away Super 6. Thank you very much. Right, that's the reply going to be from Kundal. And he just holds it back slightly. They'll take a single. Now, this is where it works in favour, I think, of Gazira United. Gazira meaning island, as I found out on my travels. And, well, if you did miss the intro, make sure you do go back and watch it. I did a bit of filming while I was out and about in the 2 days I had off. Took some videos of the ports and also of the creeks there in Gazira, Salima and Valletta, and also went to the beautiful and magnificent aquarium, the Malta National Aquarium. It was very good. So if you haven't had a chance to, do go back at the end of the day and watch the intro. And I recommend it to anybody to go down then. It's a very good, enjoyable day.
Yeah, I saw the intro. It did look pretty special, Rico.
It was nice. If you got some time off, you've got to go. Whether you do that, because the boats go right from in front of us. And very good value for money. Well, that's a good value for money shot. Well, good value for money for that bat because he's using every part of it. And this is good from John because you were relying too much really on Sobel George doing all of the hitting. But now John, he gets another boundary here as that one slices off the blade of the bat, goes behind and goes for 4.
Yeah, runs are runs. It's starting to pick up still for the Red Stars. They're staying with the rate enough, and if they can get to the last over and they need 15 or 16 and you've got a set batsman there, game on.
Yeah, agree with that. So can they get another boundary here? And trying, hits it well, and it won't get past the fielders. They'll do the job between them. Hang on a minute. They will get a second. That's sloppy. That really is sloppy, and that's Achal Patel. You'd expect better from him. The fielders probably didn't have to throw it in as hard. They could have gone easily and gently back to the bowler. But, yeah, difficult one because it hits the pitch and it could go anywhere. And Patel not able to take it, so they get 2 as John goes back on strike. Will he punish them or not? The last in this, the 4th over. Oh, that's an exquisite strike. Liking that. As the bowler wants to go upstairs, Kendall. But the batter, John, is up to the mark and he plays a wonderful hook shot. Oh, that is a terrific strike. How about this? I'm liking it. I'm liking the fight. 6 runs.
Yeah, it gets it down to 43 required. So this game is brewing up nicely. 54 for none off 4. The Worms heading the right way. And I was just touching on that. Well, since I've arrived, I haven't really had that many close games. Really, I can only think of one, and it was still pretty comfortable. This now is set up for a grandstand finish, Rico.
I think it is. I mean, let's have a look like for like. I mean, they're 62 for 1 as opposed to 54 without loss. But it's that without loss that's key. And they still have a good hitter to come out there. Don't forget, you've got Sanjeev Vijayan still to come out. So they've got the batting, but 1 over that doesn't go their way. And this guy, Hom Gurung, has been bowling pretty well. That could change the tide of this match. That's not going to help because that is going to clear the fielder beautifully. It's 6 more. And, well, the captain, George, is saying bring it on because this is the one. The Red Stars, they're really going for this against United.
Yeah, they're really going for it. Some would suggest they might even be ahead. This is feeling like it. We're going to get a last over thriller, Rico. There's going to be the odd dot ball. The keeper is coming up to the stumps now.
George,
I don't know about this either. George was standing still and playing pull strokes, right?
Yeah.
If there's a ball that goes down the leg side and goes for 4, oh, risky.
Very risky. And no fine leg or third on the boundary. All right, that's well bowled. He just keeps him tight. So I suppose that's the plan, is that sort of delivery that maybe when Sobel George is outside of his crease, he's playing that quite nicely, whereas being kept inside his crease, he's not being given the chance perhaps to go forward. But having said that, that's a ball right at him. There's no chance of keepers getting it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it, Rico. He's not really charged much.
It's down the ground, and it's going to be kind of 4 runs.
4.
Well, he's thrown everything to try and stop this as the fielder. Is this the captain? And this is Buwan Arialu, who makes a complete hash of this. I mean, he has the time. He tries hands, he tries feet, he tries one foot, he tries the other foot. And in the end, he does go down and use the hands. But by that time, the ball's already gone onto the rope. So that's 4 more.
Oh, he had to stop that, didn't he? He's given away a couple of extra runs there. Oh, inside edge.
Yeah, inside edge. I told you, got no fine back, no third back. That's going to be 4 more. So runs are flowing big time here. Look at Sobu George. He's moved into the 40s, and he's eyeing up a half century here. 45 with just 16 balls.
Right, if George is there at the end, I can't see them losing. They're going to have to find a way to get this man out on your screens. What a good game, and what a chase from the Red Stars.
Yeah, this is an exceptional chase, and it started from nowhere. Remember, only 7 came from the first. 7 from the first, then they've gone 15, 13, 19, and whatever comes of this. It's a slightly shorter one, just tucked him up slightly, but George, you won't mind that because he's got John at the other end who also is finding the boundary rope. So remember that rate was around that 15.5. Well, it's under the 13 now. So this is the big delivery. Boundary, and you're back in front. And he goes for it. It's up in the air. It might just plug. It does. And, well, they're fighting over it in the end. You can see the fielder says to the captain, oh, Captain Saab, ran it merely. Otherwise, you're likely to kick it over for 4. So they'll get 2 there. I think that's about an even Stevens.
Yeah, this is definitely going down to the wire. Rico, 71 for none off 5. And we haven't had a golden ball in over 300 games. This one does feel like it's got a bit of a tingle.
71 on the board, 26 required of 12. The batting team has not lost a wicket, so the Red Stars must be big-time favourites. But one good over can change everything, and it's Kamal Karki who's going to bowl it. Karki played a good hand with the bat earlier. Let's see what he can do here with the ball. Played into the deck. Just will be a single to start.
I think Karki's actually a good option here because he hurries you up. He bowls his overs extremely quickly, and he's going to try and sneak through 6 rapid pace deliveries. Look, he's already almost ready to go again. Just has to swap something in the field. So, interesting contest. They need boundaries. Can John get a boundary here?
Charges, and it gets through to the keeper, who can't take it cleanly. He's not able to get involved in the stumping. But I suppose what he does do, he doesn't allow the batters to take a run. Ends up being a dot ball, but there's a chance.
Well bowled. John's struggling, 23 or 14. Stand still.
I suppose bat on ball, at least he does rotate the strike. But that now puts a fair bit of pressure on his captain here, because he's got to really, I would say, at least hit 3 boundaries,
at least
the remaining deliveries.
So they're under pressure just because John hasn't really got flowing. George has to keep going here. This has to be a boundary.
He isn't able to get it. He scuffs at it. They'll take the single. And now, now you're at a point with these next 2 deliveries. You want to be sending them to the boundary. They're needing now 23 of 8 balls.
Karki's bowled a perfect over. He's just quick. He hurries you up. And they're very late on it. He's not a spinner. It's almost medium pace from a few steps. Wrong option. If you charge him, it's too quick for you. And John's 25 off 16 in a 7-over game.
Yeah. That is...
yeah.
Problem you got here now is, all right, you need a boundary. So let's say that the boundary is hit. But then for the last over, you're off strike to start with. So...
needs to hit the boundary still. There's no time to nerdle a one. Has to hit a boundary.
Yeah, they make a change in the field here. They bring up the 3rd so you can push extra back on the boundary. Let's see how that works for them. And, well, that is the boundary. So that is, at least it means you're going into the last needing less than 20. 16 required, but he's going to start off strike. So it's going to be very interesting here if Gizera United are going to push a few bodies up to try and stop the John getting a boundary here. And that also brings his 50 up in 20 balls.
What an innings. He's 54 off 20, a 10 out of 10 innings, and John is being retired out. So, brave. They're retiring the man that's been there and on 25, and they think someone else is going to be better at finishing this game with George. Now, I like it. I like teams that are proactive. I like that teams are using the retired out more technically.
Yeah.
He gets a tap on the back, but this is a brave call.
Yeah. 10 came off that over. Very brave because it's, let's see who they've gone for. It has to be Sanjeev Vijayan. If it's not, then it makes no sense.
It is. That's the right call. But
it's the right call because he'll be on strike as well.
Yeah, but it's hard for him. You've been sitting there for a while. Not easy to then come out and hit. Look, minimum if he gets a single, George is on strike. All they don't want is player misses.
All right. 16 required. 15 gets us to that golden ball. Right.
Wow. This really could be a golden ball.
Ready for action. We're all ready. And who are they going with? Well, they're going to go with the bowler. I don't think we've seen Govinda Pudel.
Oh, good luck.
So here he is. Govinda Pudel to start. And has played away, but only a single, which is fine. It's not a dot. And it does mean that George gets back on strike.
Well, in the next 5 balls, they minimum need 2 boundaries, and one of those 2 boundaries has to be a 6. So George is on strike. He's batted beautifully, but this is now time to make it happen. Be a hero. Those little 3 runs boost they got, it's helped.
It helped, isn't it? Oh, his balls are wide. Oh dear. That's down the leg side. He just needs to step inside. I mean, it sounds easy from here, but of course, all the things going through the head of Sobhu George. He wants the boundary. He wants to be aggressive, but really, all he needed to do here is use his feet.
Looking hard for Red Stars from here. 2 boundaries off the last 4 balls at least. Vijayan, sorry. He needs to hit one out the screws here. Good over from Paul Dahl.
Let's see where he's going to be here. He's been at the pads and he's been pretty wide. And he's wide again. And this is just going to be tamely played down. No mistake from the fielder. Kamal Kaki keeps it to just a single. And he literally walked the ball back, not wanting to throw it in case the batters get a second.
Really good bowling. He's bowled a good last over here. Time to go, George. Go on. A 6 would make it exciting, Rico.
Yeah. 13. 2 6s and a dot will do us good. 12 for a golden ball. Oh, and it's well bowled. It's a really good delivery. Had to go big, did Sobhu George. But with that wicket going, well, it's not the end of it, because if the next batter can come in and hit 2 big 6s, we get that golden ball. It's going to be very difficult. Just look at the wicket keeper there, Achal Patel, talking to the bowler, saying, look, same ball again. Listen to me. Same ball again. It's the perfect Yorker. And the end of an incredible fight from the captain, Sobhu George, comes to an end. 54 of 22.
Yep, 54 of 22, a top innings, but he just couldn't get his team over the line. And 2 6s turned it into a golden ball, but I highly doubt that's going to happen. I think that, unfortunately, Red Stars have just fallen away at the very end.
Here we go then. New batter comes out, and it is Thomas. Oh, hang on a minute. What's going on here? How can he... There's something wrong with the scoring here, and I reckon this is to do with the retired out, because if he's on 25 already, they won the match, but he's not. Well, interesting. I think the scorers have got something to sort out. And George was the last man to go on 54-22, but the new batter, and it's the right man, Tony Thomas, but he's not on 25.
No, and Tony Thomas is going to have to come out and do something that, well, people always dream of. He'd have to go 6-6, and then I'm sure they would leave him there to place the golden ball, and then win it. So you could dream big, and just a little delay as they swap the bail over. That's all been sorted now, and
yeah, we saw that, the bail, 3 bits.
Still, Thomas is on 0 off 0.
He's on 0. The score that you see for Thomas, and sometimes we have these little glitches, was the retired batter. The batter was retired out, so that's why that's showing up there. The scoring system's just gone a little bit array. Yeah, remember, Joe John retired out on 25 of 16. So Tony Thomas has somehow there we go. I think they're trying to sort that out here
I would love a 6 here, just to I want that last ball pressure. 6 and a 6 for a golden ball.
Well, he's a tall man. If he gets it in the slot, he's certainly going to have a go. So, yeah, a little bit of tension. This doesn't help, of course, the bowler, does it? Because Pordell just wants to. He's just taken a wicket. He just wants to bowl again. And whereas the batters, well, they've got time to compose themselves and hope that Pordell gets put off. If you put him off, he bowls a wide. Well, then 2 sixes can win you the match. Pordell just going through the motions here. Looks like we're ready.
Here we go, Rico. Can he be an absolute hero 3 times in a row?
And
what an over.
No, he can't. It's a great delivery. And just like that, Gazera United are going to continue their impressive spell. And looks like they're going to make it now here. Another win. 4 on the spin. And, well, they came into the day playing the last match as well, remember, in this first round of matches. So we're definitely going to see them, I think, in round 2 because they've taken 7 points from the day, and that's certainly going to help their cause. Here comes Pordell to bowl the last. Bowling to Thomas, who gets a fair bit of this. It's going to go probably 1 bounce 4. It's the end of the innings, an end of a very exciting match, but they're going to finish on 98, unfortunately. They're going to be 9 runs shy of where they needed to be. So well done to Gazera United. And you got to feel that it was that probably smart batting and clever bit of batting in that 3rd over before they went off for rain. It was almost like Suraj Jarai realised that, you know, it could end up being a 3 over a side match to try and get as many runs from it as he could. And that's exactly what they would do. So well done to them. I have a bit of a question for you, though. And it's quite an important question, actually. I was looking at that scorecard. Now, didn't they make 93?
Yeah.
So where's the DLS score? That wouldn't they have been? Are you telling me they got nothing?
So the first innings they got a 3-run boost to get them to 96.
All right, so 96. Okay.
So they made 93, but they got a 3-run boost to 96.
Okay, just I'm looking at the scorecard and it's not showing on there. So
yeah. So they got a little boost, 3-run boost.
So 3 runs it was again. So
still
weird.
Still not much.
Yeah,
but in the end, those 3 runs did help them a little bit. So Lions taking on Red Stars next. Victoria Lions have had a tough old day. Will they come back and respond, or will Red Stars sort of pull away? Both teams have 3 wins. Huge game, Rico.
It's a big game. Ajith Kumar in the side for the Lions. I think he's going to be a key player as well. You've got Vimal Pillai coming in as well. So these guys could make a difference to remember what was a pretty poor showing from the Victoria Lions earlier on against the AUM when they went down. But AUM would like it because they picked up their first victory, and they picked up 4 points as well. Up against the Red Stars. Red Stars, they came close this time. So will George and his men will be pretty keen to bounce back against the Lions. Let's take a quick look at the highlights here of this 7-over-a-side match.
Yeah, 7 overs to chase down a score in the 90s is never going to be easy. But tell you what, George gave it his all. I thought he batted extremely well, and he got them close. He had a little bit of luck here and there, but overall just couldn't get the runs really late in the piece. That was the biggest 6, Rico. That was huge and out the middle of that bat.
Yeah, it was a massive strike. The 3rd time that we've seen the ball end up over into the archery field. This was a little bit comical. How important could that have been if they lost that match? Because it should have been just 1. The worst case scenario 2, but he gave 4 away. And the batters just kept them going. And you can see that Achal was having a good long chat there to the bowler, Pordell. Whatever he said worked because he came and he took the very important wicket.
Yeah, he did. He took the wicket, but he bowled a very good defensive over. And in the end, there was no nerves. That was the Yorker to seal it. The keeper very happy indeed as Gazera United, they scrapped through a 7-over sort of masterclass. Good game of cricket.
Yeah, it was a very good game of cricket. It came close. Maybe the closest we've been for a while to have a close finish and maybe reset the golden ball numbers. Is not to be as we get ready to look at the scorecard. So good contribution there from Sobhu George I know it sounds horrible. I like the retirement of John. I think they decided, let's do it, let's take the gamble. They went with Vijayan. It didn't quite work as planned, as the ball that he faces, his first ball was just a single, got Sobu back on strike. But take nothing away from that final over from Govinda Pudel. It was brilliantly bowled. And there he is there with the one wicket, the only wicket that would go down. 1 for 6 in that over. A very exciting game, but well done to Gazira United, who continue their impressive run. And remember, they played their last match in the first round here, and I'm pretty sure with the points that they have picked up today that they'll put themselves in a position where we will see them in the second round of matches. The Red Stars, though, well, they're a team that really, if they want to be there, then the next match becomes, I think, for them, a must-win match. So we're getting ready for that next match coming up. It's going to be about 20 minutes' time. So just to remind you, final match of the day coming up. Victoria Lions taking on the Red Stars. The Lions, they're looking to improve on what wasn't a good performance for them against AUM. But, of course, they were 9 men. 2 men were here but couldn't get to the ground because of security issues. But they are here now. So looking forward to that. Well done to Gazira United, though. They have finished a very good day off here today. They got a win earlier in the day by 8 wickets against AUM, and chasing the 90 they needed quite comfortably. And then in this one, a 7-over-a-side match, they did enough batting first, helping them to 93, which with the DLS Stern system was re-evaluated to 96, enough to win, and to win by 8 runs. So congratulations to them, and we, myself and Corey and the rest of the gang here, the ECN crew, will see you back in 20 minutes time for the final match of this match day 17, match number 67, coming up in 19 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Well, first thing I'll say is good to be standing here with the sun shining on me. The sun is back, but will it stick around? I can see in the horizon plenty of dark clouds, but depending on the way the wind blows, it might just stay away. Remember the last match, we did have some disruption, but hopefully not in this one. As the Red Stars are back in action, they're taking on the Victoria Lions. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Red Star's the call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It is tails.
We're going to bowl first.
All the best. Yep. Good luck. Good luck. Red Stars have won the toss and they're having a bowl.
Red Stars winning the toss, and like all teams like to do, they've decided they will have a bowl first. So the Victoria Lions are going to be batting first. The good news for the captain there, Jayadish Srinath, is that he has got 11 this time. So the players have arrived. They've got a full squad, and they need that full squad because they did go down to AUM. I think the captain Srinath is going to be very key. Pushpagadan is going to be key there as well. But don't forget, we saw a good fiery little innings there towards the end of their innings last time. So the question is, can that man be elevated up to the top of the order and do it in the higher place? Well, if he can, well, that would help them get to a good score. They're up against the Red Stars. The Red Stars, of course, had to play the last match where the weather wasn't so kind for them. I think once again that somebody like Vivian is going to be a very key player for them, and I think also that somebody like Ajmal Ali will be pretty key as well. I reckon it's going to be a tight and exciting match to finish the day off. Now remember, it is the final match of the day, so we welcome your random questions. So keep me and Corey busy with some of your questions, and maybe we'll talk a little bit about Malta as well. So Corey is ready to go. Corey, the news here from the middle is that the Red Stars, they have won the toss and they will be having a bowl first.
Thank you very much, Rico Full. We're only a couple of moments away from getting the last game on this Thursday away, and thankfully it does seem like we're going to get a full game in. The weather has ended up clearing up pretty well. This morning when we looked at the forecast, we thought this afternoon's games would be difficult, but another full game coming your way. I feel Victoria Lions and Red Stars are both on 3 wins each. You just feel like it's a big game for both. Red Stars have only played 7. Lions have played 11. And the Lions had a shocking loss this morning. They didn't even pick up a point against bottom of the table. And they need to respond. The Red Stars have shown glimpses of what they can do. George made a great 50 in the previous game. Look out for Tony Thomas, but they're going to have to be reliant on the bowling because they've decided to bowl first. Can they restrict Victoria Lions to a low total? We're going to have to wait and see, as the supercomputer offers up some pretty tasty percentages there. 58 to Red Stars, 42 to the Victoria Lions, as the players slowly make their way onto the field. All the people in the chat coming back. Hello everyone, I hope you've had a good day. I know a lot of you have been tuned in all day from the moment we started to the moment we end, and I know the Red Stars are picking up fans around the traps because of their energy and the way they go about the game. We're almost set to go. The men in green versus the men in a different shade of green in this one, but thankfully the weather has cleared up. It didn't look too good a couple of hours ago, but I don't think we'll have any issues. Tomorrow is probably the one day in the whole trip that is at the biggest threat. We'll have to wait and see what happens as the players start getting into their fielding positions. Deep third man looks like it's going to be one of the boundary riders, and maybe at deep mid-wicket, a traditional position you see a lot of teams start with. So we're almost set to go. The umpires have been fantastic so far. I think Stefan Gooch has made his way out to the middle. So our match referee's jumped out there for a game, and I'm sure he'll make sure that all the proceedings are good. He's got a big smile on his face as I welcome Rico Full for the last game on Thursday.
Yeah, it's good to be back. And, well, Staffy's saying it's probably good to be back out there. So he will be one of the on-field umpires. That probably means that Mars Bargy is probably doing some of the match refereeing from behind the tournament referee's desk. We are ready to go. Very important match this between these two teams. So the Victoria Lions taking on the Red Stars. Now, Red Stars, they're just hanging on to that 8th spot. They played 8 matches, haven't they? And 14 points to their name. And that one quite easily could have gone back onto the stumps. So it's just going to be a single. As Pushpagadan, well, he's a man that has to perform here. It's a tasty left-hander. Takes time to get started, but when he does get going, he looks good. So yeah, Red Stars just holding on to that 8th spot. They've got Malta just behind them on the same number of points, and the Bajiva Blasters, but the Blasters have played 10 matches. But if they can get a win here, they then join the likes of the Titans. Still got a few matches in hand, have the Red Stars, so it's in their own hands if they do make it to the second round. It's Vijayan with the ball, bowling to the aggressive Selvan. Plays this flat. Is an interesting looking shot and almost carries to the fielder.
Yeah, it almost got there, didn't it? Just ballooned in the air. Vijayan's got a little bit of pace about himself, and yeah, winning the toss, electing to have a bowl first. They want to restrict these runs and chase this down comfortably, of course.
Vijayan back again to Tamal Selvan. Up in the air, it's going to be a very soft dismissal. The catch gets taken, no problem whatsoever for that man. It makes it look easy, doesn't he? So there's the catch, there's the wicket, and that is the end of another one. Not a good shot at all. And a wicket goes early. It's going to be Selvan who's going to go for a 2-ball duck. It's funny, we haven't had too many ducks in the day, have we? I mean, it's a good day for ducks. We've had plenty of rain. And Tamal Selvan becomes one of them.
Yeah, we haven't had many.
No, we haven't.
It doesn't feel like we've had many. Anyway, there is one. Nice start for Red Stars, who would love to have a bit of a comprehensive game here. Srinath has come out at number 3, the man with the bow. Good luck to him.
Yeah, Sobel George, who had a good game in the last one, almost pulled off a good win. It's going to be too wide, and well, Stefan Gooch, he's onto that straight away.
Yeah, signalled wide straight away.
He thought he caught a bit of this, does the bowler. See it again here. And no, I think that's a good call, just outside that line. I don't think any of the ball catches it. It's played away, and it should be taking a single with that. It gets over-attacked, a little bit too zealous is the fielder. They weren't looking to take the run, so he'd done his job with just his initial approach, and all he had to do was field it cleanly. But it's going to be a single, and well, Pushpagadan, the left-hander, comes back on strike. And I like this. Vijayan, for the time being, is staying over the wicket.
Yeah, staying over the wicket. A little bit of sloppy fielding there, going with the one hand allows the single. So these two off the mark. Can they get a partnership going in this last game of the day?
A swing and a miss. A lack of footwork there from Pushpagadan. He's an interesting guy to watch. I mean, I've seen him start like this, and then he gets in, and then you can't stop him. So you got to get him. He's a classic scenario of get him early or he'll punish you. These two looking to put a good partnership together, and it's another sloppy looking shot from Pushpagadan, and it's the end of a very good over from Vijayan, and takes the wicket, and now you can see the 3 runs, 3 for 1 at the end of the first.
Yeah, 3 on the board, and a pretty slow start to the final game of the day. It's not going to be easy for the Lions, who had a bit of a poor loss earlier. They're going to have to get something going as we look at a little bit of tomorrow. Obviously, we get plenty of different teams. It looks like we've got 8 different teams to the ground tomorrow. Okay, no double headers. There you go.
No double headers. So we get to see a little bit of everything. Royal Strikers, I haven't seen too much of them myself. AUM back in action. Overseas, I've yet to see them. And they take on Marda Day. And then we also will see Goza Zalmi and the Edix Knights in action tomorrow. So big day of action. 4 more matches, hopefully, coming up your way. I say hopefully because, as Corey's touched on already, the weather for tomorrow, for Peacock Friday, remember, doesn't look very Peacock Friday-ish.
Yeah, good, because I don't have any Peacock shirts here.
Is that going to be? It's too cold for Peacock Friday.
I'll be having the jacket on during the intros, Rico. That is for sure. So good start here from the Red Stars, electing to bowl first and bowling it in the right areas.
The chat will never forgive you if you don't have your Peacock Fighter shirt on. You know that.
Well, the chat can build a bridge and get over it, Rico. Let's hope we get the weather good tomorrow to get the games on that. Tomorrow, out of all the days, is the most risky one.
Yes, and we want to get those games in because seeing 8 teams in action is very exciting, and some good teams in there and some big matches as well. So let's just hope that overnight the wind does change direction in our favour as Jimmy James is still firing them in. That's good as well. It sneaks that in. He has a little nervous look back at the umpire, and the ump says, yep, don't worry, it's perfectly fine. Yeah. Nicely bowled.
Just not getting any bat on ball at the moment at all.
That one is a little bit too wide, and no regrets.
Yeah, just a good amount of swing here for James. Really is getting it to go.
And that's elevated. It's a good, solid strike, which is going to get away from the fielders. You've got to see a bit more of this in the power play. That's what they haven't been able to do as just yet. And the Victoria Lions, remember, looking to come back after the disappointment of the loss earlier to AUM, giving AUM their first victory in this 2024 edition of the European Cricket Series in Malta. And edged and out of the reach. Well, can you believe it? I think that's gone all the way. It has. Manos arriba, eso es 6 carreras. And sometimes your luck is in and sometimes is not. But this time it's suerte, suerte, suerte for the captain, Jagadish Srinath, who gets his first maximum, 6 runs.
Yeah, 6 runs. And, well, a big edge goes flying. We've seen so many times those edges, Rico. They just go sometimes, don't they?
Now this is up in the air, doesn't get the middle. The fielder is going to hold on to it. He just never looked very confident to start off with, but Srinath, he'll go very much the same way that he went in the last match. Well held by the man who has got also the 2 the wrong way up on his shirt. I'm 100% sure of it, and that's Amal Madhavan. And whoever did these numbers put the 2s on the wrong way. And when you have a look at Aldo Polos, you'll see his shirt has got the 2s the wrong way up as well. So that doesn't matter. What matters is that when it comes to taking the catches, the catch is held, and that's a big one. Srinath, more disappointment for the captain. He'll go for 11 off 7. A good catch by Amal in the end, and Jimmy James gets another.
Yeah, Red Stars on the table at 14. Victoria Lions right there at 13th position. So, Victoria Lions, it's starting to get to that point in this competition. Unless they can go win, 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 they might be getting knocked out.
Really interesting that, all right, Krishnan Kumar now comes out, and he's going to have to go, it's 14 for 2, by the way, at the end of that second over. But I would have just, from the dice, and I would have said, you know what, Jitin Jinesh, who came out at the end of that last match and crunched 30-odd runs in no time at all, I would have just said to him, look, go out there, see if you can do it again. 31 or 14 he scored, almost getting the Lions a point. And they haven't gone to him yet.
I think sometimes teams, Rico, get a little bit stuck in their ways, and you're right, it was maybe an opportunity just to get a bit funky this time.
Yeah, this one has missed by a whisker. The ball's come back in, and have a look at that, how that's not taking the off stump. And getting plenty of encouragement there from the wicket keeper. That's a Prathapan. This guy is so interesting, Pushpan Garden. You see him sometimes, and he just looks amazing. he plays all the shots. You think, wow, what a player. But the start of his innings, it's ugly. It really does take time to get going. But when he gets going, you've not seen it yet. Corey's giving me a funny look to say, Rico, I thought you said this guy was all right. And he hasn't looked the part at all. But when he is going, he starts to bat beautifully well.
I'm still waiting, Rico. I would like to see a little bit of flair here. Victoria Lions are playing and missing a lot at the moment, has to be said.
Yeah, they certainly are. Yeah, Brady Pushpagarden, he scored a 193. He's signed up 200 runs in the series. He's 17th at the moment in the rankings of the run scorers. And his highest was that 71 not out that he scored the last time we saw him before today, and he got that incredible win against the overseas. It came from nowhere, and that's the sort of form that he needs to show again. In fact, him and Jagadish Srinath just haven't clicked here today. Srinath, well, he's already gone, but well, this guy's still here. Can he get going? Well, maybe. That's one boundary, and he just sort of helps this away with this Srinath. He's already back, and he's probably hoping that Pushpagarden can maybe start something here. That's a bit more like it. Just sort of controls and helps this away to the leg side boundary.
Nice shot. There you go. That's a bit of a glimpse. A little pick-me-up shot. It wasn't that short, but he gets it for 4. Power play is complete. It's all the twos. 22 for 2. And can the Lions get roaring? So 22 for 2. Well bowled. Sort of pace off that time, keeping it wide from the batter. Just a single to the total.
He just sort of leaned the bat out, didn't he? It was almost like, I'm not going to hit the ball, but I'll let the ball hit the bat. And it almost carries to the fielder. This is now Polos, who's got the ball in his hand. And yeah, have a look at the numbers on his bat, Corey. Now tell me those twos are not the
They do look the wrong way around, don't they?
And that is well hit. All right, he's starting to get going as somebody has obviously put the coins in the meter. And this time, well, Pushpagarden slowly but surely is starting to find his rhythm.
Yeah, 6 more this time and just coming along. So working on a couple little technical things. Hope you can hear us all clearly. $29 for 2 at the moment. Can they keep ticking along lines, finding a couple of boundaries in the last few deliveries? That one's high in the air, Rico, and it's going to be 6 more. He's starting to wake up, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, I mean, for a moment, I thought he was going to find the fielder. That's Sanjeev Vijayan was there, but he just got it right. I mean, again, not trying to overhit. He's got an interesting follow-through, but he gets that at about 53 metres, which is enough to get it over the fielder. So Pushpagarden moves to the 20s. And make that 4 more, in fact, 24 now.
Well, just ticking along. It was a slow start. You called it. You said it'd be sometimes a slow start from him, and then when he gets going, he really gets going. Good response and a couple of boundaries now.
Yeah, this is what they needed, didn't they? They need him to find it. He's the man. He's the man that can make the difference. And if while he's out there, and if he's going, then things can start to happen. So it just gets guided away. It gets fired, in fact, to the keeper's set, but they will take the single. So this over's been a good one so far. 18 have come from it after a slow start. Remember, the power play score after 3 was all the twos, 22 for 2.
Yeah, it's been a big over. Can they take it magical? I'd love a 20-run plus over.
It's up in the air, and oh no, how unlucky are you? Well, this is really unlucky. Sanjeeth Vijayan is chasing after this, and this one hits the deck, and it spins away from him. Look at that. Well, talk about being unlucky. That's going to be 4 more, and it is a magical over, because that one, courtesy of this, goes for 22.
Oh, the old plugger. He just gets caught up in the grass there after the rain earlier today, and they get 4 more runs to the total.
And well, that just doubles their score. It was 22, as we said, of 3. 22 of that one from Aldo Palus, and all of a sudden, things are looking a lot better. So the score moves to 44, and well, Palus, not the over that he wanted. Now they've got to tidy this up again, and here comes Madhuavan. And that's just played right back to him. But is this a bump? Well, he's saying it's out. They're going to have to check this.
I think this is out. I'm not too sure I saw a bump ball there, but the umpires will check and use technology. This looked out to me. That looked adjacent.
Let's see here. No, let's see.
Oh, yeah, she's out.
Straight up, that's out. That is out. There's no doubt about it. That's what you want to see. Brilliant work there from Spring Media. And this is what... You can see the bowler, he gives the ball a little kiss and says that out. And Stefan Gooch just wants to check with his partner. And Steph and Aldho's having a chat. And that's going to be the wicket they wanted. It's a soft dismissal in the end for Pradeep Pushpagadan. He's going to be caught and bowled by Amal Madhavan for 25.
Yeah, easy decision. Had an easy out, really. Soft out. Just chipped it back to the bowler, and that's disappointing.
Yeah, it is. And it's normally when he gets going, he doesn't like to give his wicket away, but you can see there, so that's one of the issues he has, that he doesn't, sometimes, as I've said already, I mean, he's cleared the boundary, but only just, he doesn't hit the ball. He relies on just a bit of timing, and that works against him this time. And now, of course, as we said before, with those wickets gone, it's going to be tough, but they have elevated this guy up the top of the order, Jitin Jinesh, who, well, hit a few big balls the last time we saw him, scoring a fine 30-odd. And he hits this pretty well. Won't get it past the fielder, though. He'll take the single.
1 more to the total, and not too much happening at the moment for the Victoria Lions. It's just getting stuck, aren't they? Only one player was really going along with some runs.
There we go, Madhavan. Oh, that's a pretty big wide. All the way. Bolle, Ginna Sona. Well, Krishnan Kumar, remember, look, he did get into the teens last time round. He played, if memory serves me right, a couple of big sixes, a boundary before he got out. Jitin Jinesh, so that's what you need. The 50 comes up here. You just need positive batting. And probably say to yourself, look, be positive. The chances of us being bowled out is probably pretty slim. They're liking it, and they'll get the wicket. It's going to be an edge. Taken, well, just like that. He wanted to be brave, Krishnan Kumar. He gets the double figures, gets to 12, but the wicket will go to big appeal here. It's going to be another wicket. Well bowled there from Amal Madhavan, and a good catch taken there. Prathupan makes no mistakes. You can see everybody's up, and Stefan Gooch has no hesitation putting the finger up there. Another wicket goes, 2 in the over. So wicket falling as Krishnan Kumar goes back. He'll go for 12. So these are worrying signs here at the moment. And he gets a few high fives there. 12 off 6, did hit a big 6, but again, another batter who you could say makes a start and then gets himself out. Prathupan takes another good catch behind the stumps. New batter comes out, and it's Vimal Vijaya. It wakes this away. Vijaya looks like a guy who can bat as well. He looks pretty classy sometimes. He's quite a wristy player, but he's yet to make a big impact as the halfway point comes up. And they're going at around about that 100 mark at the moment, but losing 2 wickets in that over will cause a bit of a dent. 53 for 4 at the halfway point. Nice tidy over there from Madhavan, taking 2 for 9. So well done to him. And it looks like Sobu George is going to come back and bowl his second. And I like this from George, the captain. He's probably feeling another wicket or two here, and they can really cause the Lions all sorts of problems. It's a wide to go on to the score. There's Vimal Vijaya, 1 strike. And he's hoping that he and Jitin can get things going. That's nicely bowled. Nothing wrong with that. Gets it a little bit closer. There is movement away, but that movement is coming after the ball gets just tucked inside that wide guideline for the umpires. So dot ball. He's got to use his feet. Here's Vijaya. And he scuffs this up in the air. Doesn't really get any power in it, which is probably just as well. Otherwise, it would have been another opportunity for Sanjeev Vijayan to take the catch. Looks like a man who's on a mission, doesn't he? Looks pretty focused. Red Stars. That's nicely played. That'll do. It's another boundary. Apologies, just going to having a few issues with some of the wirings here. So I've got Richards here, who's trying different things to get things sorted here. So that's why every so often you'll hear myself and Corey go quiet for a while. Corey's just off here for the moment while we try and sort his side out. There could be just some of the water during that rain has got into some parts somewhere in the ground, which is causing a few electrical issues. But hopefully it's not spoiling your enjoyment of the contest. And that's another. Yep, he's got to go. Chases a wide one. He got lucky once before, but Jinesh this time gets the snick. It's a nice, easy catch taken. Another one there for Anandu Prathupan. And well bowled to Sobu George. He came on to take this wicket. That's what he wanted to do. And he gets another one. And there's going to be no real fireworks this time from Jitin. He did get 1 boundary away, but he will depart for just 5 of the 4 deliveries. And Prathapan taking another catch there behind the stump. So keep an eye on the number of dismissals he's been involved in. New batter goes out there straight away, and well, he will get a wide. But I tell you what, that ball does start to come back in a little bit. This is Rijith Abraham showing maybe a little bit too much of his stumps. And Sobu might once again go for that leg stick here. And it's too full. It does want to go for the Yorker. It gets played away and will get 4 runs. It's a good solid hit. He times that well. And Rijit does get his first boundary. But batter's getting in there, playing shots, getting a boundary, but getting out. And that's what the problem here is. You can see that the Red Stars, according to the computer, 70% to 30 to go on and win from here. It's well bowled, has him on the back foot, but good running. That's probably one thing that we haven't seen done well today, I would say. I think batters getting, we've seen batters looking for boundaries, looking for big runs, but we haven't seen a lot of that. We're just clever play. We saw Paul do it a little bit, and also Peter in this side when he put that partnership together with Jinesh in the last match. And of course, the Victoria Lions were involved in. But batters just taking singles and keeping the strike going. We haven't seen a lot of that. And we haven't seen a lot in this innings either from the batters. Pradeep Pushpangaran, 25 with 12, but nobody else really making too many more inroads. Tony Thomas. Now, Tony Thomas, remember, one over that he bowled in the last match, that rain-affected short match. He went for 29 and 1 over, so he'll be keen to get a good over in here. There's no doubt about that. That's well bowled and well played as well. Good bit of cricket. Ball that's pitched up nicely, but gets a good bit of bat on that. There's Vijaya. Abraham. On strike. Stands pretty still, and it's that shorter delivery outside the off that's caused most of the problems here today. That one's been signalled as 1 for the over, so it really, look at that, it really does shoot up. There you can see that he's trying to control that, Abraham, to try and keep it down, but that ball rising viciously, has to be said. And well, that's the one down leg side, which, well, Abraham at the moment has been judging that perfectly. So that's going to be another wide. Hey, it is, come on folks, the last match. I know we're coming up to the end of the first inning, so any random questions at all, fire them in. I know we've talked about food. We've talked today about, because it is international, they're going to take a run. They're going to hurry here, and they will get there. Chases are wide there. Yeah, we have talked today about some of the days. Today, of course, was all about empowerment, as it's National Men Make Dinner Day today. So it's time to give your loved ones a break, and for you to get in the kitchen and make a meal. It's all about giving men the strength to get in there and whip up something nice. And a few people were talking about what their favourite dishes are. And this day is also, it's International Day of Stouts, and have become the most beloved beers in many different nations. And, stouts are typically strong and robust in flavour, so if you like stout, have a stout today while you're making your dinner. And talking about dinner, well, this is, I suppose, what you call a bit of a barbecue, as Vijaya swings and misses, stumps knocked over, chuck the what style, as that's a boogie oogie woogie grizzly 5-ball, as the stumps are shattered. Just watch this, it's full and straight, and adios, as well, Vijaya looked like he was there. Like I say, he looks like he's there to stay. He's played some nice shots, but then he just has that sudden rush of blood, goes for the big shot, misses it, and Thomas picks up the wicket right at the end of that over. So wicket goes down, 69 on the board, 69 for 6. Good over. And he needed that over, really. Remember, he went for an expensive one in the last match, but that's more like it. And it's good, really, also from Sobhi George to give him that over. You don't want to remember your last over being one where you went for 29. All right, what can they get to here? 70 comes up on the board. What else can I tell you about today is that it's straight down the middle. It's not Jesse James, but Jimmy James. Comes back. What else? There's a few other things I like to talk about days that we had. In 1996, at the age of just 18, in only his second first-class match, Wasim Jaffer hammered an unbeaten 314 for Mumbai in their Ranji Trophy match against, it was Surashrat in Rajkot. No one else has ever made a triple 100 so early in their career. For good measure, Jaffer added 457 for the first wicket with, who was it? He was there with Sulska Kulami. That's another wide. So the bowler just, not like James here really, just getting it a little bit wrong. So another wide as he's bowling here to Kuma. Kuma, the new batter. Well, I suppose he won't mind if the runs keep going up and he doesn't have to do anything. Let's see if James can get this one right. And again, it's sort of at the pads. That's going to race away. Iba. It's going to be 4 runs. It gets a little bit of bat on this. And that, again, shows that this outfield, no matter how soft it is still pretty quick. And milk stout, as Paul Kempin is saying. Okay. We've had that. Oh, that's got to be out if they appeal, and it is out. I was going to say there was hardly any appeal here at all, but the appeal does come, and then the umpire and host has to honour it. What I was looking at saying is where the impact was, but he literally walks forward. But I think that ball is coming in, and I reckon it hits him in line. Have a look here. He goes across. Yeah, then see, he looks like he's jumping across the line, but he then comes back in, and there is no doubt about it. That, for me, is absolutely plum. When we were talking food, well, the least favourite food for Ajith Kumar is a plum, because he was plum. He'll go for 4 or 3. And well done to Jimmy James. Jimmy James does it again. There's, yeah, plum, LBW, no doubt about it. 4 of 3. James, he's had a good day, hasn't he? The only bad thing about him is, once again, the man who did the numbers on the back, whoever was doing the ironing must have been doing the ironing on all these numbers in the early hours of the morning, I think. Maybe they're a bit dyslexic as well, because the 2s, all the 2s, are the wrong way round. Have a look at that. And I think even the 5 on the back of Jimmy James could be wrong. Well, he's played completely wrong. This is Peter, Sigil Peter. Now, I was saying that he was probably the only man who batted pretty smartly, a tail-ender coming in late on. And at the time when he was out there in the last match, he was out there, of course, with Jitin Jinesh. And he was doing his bit in just rotating the strike. Probably needs to do a little bit more this time. He gets a loose delivery down the leg side. And, well, James fires another wide. So I suppose one thing that has been happening, they've been getting a few extras here, courtesy of these wides. That's the 4th one in this over. What about vegetables that you just cannot eat? That's a good one. Any vegetable that you just won't eat. I know that you heard Corey say earlier he doesn't eat any mushrooms. I've got Richards here with me at the moment. He's trying to sort things out. Richard, any vegetable that you don't like? Richard's just shaking his head. He's saying, what, you eat all vegetables? He's saying no. Tell me one you don't like. Onions. Oh, there you go. What, even if they're cooked? Even if they're fried? Well, Richards doesn't like onions. Well, maybe they make him cry. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I'll be lost without onions. Most things I cook have to involve onions. The thing is, though, I love onions, but I wouldn't have raw onions. Like, you know, yeah, sometimes put them in salads, even if it's red onions. In the air, and the catch has been taken. Nicely done. It's Sobu George takes the catch. He's having a good time. He's the captain. And another one bites the dust. And unfortunately, it's Rijit Abraham who, well, he was there for 7 balls. He's got to 8, but he will also have to go. Sobu taking the catch and rewarding Tony Thomas with another wicket with Thomas. And things can only get better after his last over that we saw, which went for 29, and is getting a lot better. 2 for 4 off the 7 balls that he's bowled. And with the demise of Abraham, it's Rajan who now comes out. Can they just stick around and get some more on the board? That's played away. It'll be a single. So I mean, it looks like it's going to be another score in the Grady 80s. Remember last time we saw them, they were chasing 139. They got to 93 all out with a ball to go. When if that ball went to the boundary, which it was looking like it could have done, they would have maybe picked up a point. Thomas, could be another wide. It will be another wide. So in extras alone, let's have a look at the extra score here, by the way. Yeah, that's going to be 12 extras now. So they've been giving a few away. Yeah, vegetables that you just don't like. Marrow, John Hisham is saying. All right. Thomas Martinez is... Oh, that's a shocking shot. It's another wicket. It's the 9th that will go. And it's cauliflower is nice, but things happen when you eat for some reason. Well, Thomas Martinez, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep, it does happen. The same with baked beans, I suppose, or any types of beans. And I think a lot of people have that issue with some lentils as well. Luckily, there was no cauliflower in the lunches today. That wasn't me, Corey. Corey might not be talking, but a certain part of his anatomy certainly is talking here at the moment. Isn't that right, Corey? Has to be done. It is the last match, the last inning. All right, no more of that. Behave yourself. We could be seeing an end of the innings pretty quickly here. They might not even get to the end of it because they are 9 down. Any wicket will do it. What else? Hey, for me, I cannot eat celery. I cannot. Everybody tells me, Rico, eat celery because, you know, it's supposed to be good for many things. Cholesterol, if you suffer from high cholesterol, they say if you can eat some celery, you don't have to take any medication. I cannot stand celery. I don't know what it is about it, even if I smell it. I don't have no allergic reaction to it, anything like that. I just can't get on with it. And I think they're checking with it, is this a wide or a no ball? Where does this? So it doesn't see it. I think it'll be called a wide. It just catches a little bit of the bit. You can see that Stefan's saying, I can't see past the bowler here. So Tony Thomas will get a chance to bowl another one. And what other sort of things? I'm not a big fan of beans, like things like runner beans and green beans. I just feel they have no taste. Slower ball. And it's the throw. It's a good pickup. Almost gets the wicket. Gets played one-handedly. Right. A raw chicory, says Dave. All right. Fair enough. Anybody else? Pictures are saying onions. Spring onions are great, Dave is saying. Funny what makes people go bad, you know, stomach-wise. It's interesting, you know. I remember that in my earlier days, I was a training professional, so I used to train management and all sorts of things. And one of the things that I had to train staff on when we were opening, when companies were opening new supermarkets, was food hygiene. It was a big thing. The food hygiene certificate came out, and we had to train anybody that handled food. So from the fishmongers to the butchers to even if you were handling vegetables, so any kind of produce, we had to train them in food hygiene. And one of the things that I was showing them was some videos, and it was all to do with, of course, things like the storage of food, etc., etc. And a number of things that used to come out, and food poisoning, of course, was something that was talked about a lot. And you know, you always hear it. I mean, you still hear it nowadays, don't you? When people, you know, you've had a night out, maybe you've gone and had a kebab, or you've gone for a curry, and then afterwards, the next day, you're being a bit bad, and say, "Oh, that curry I had," or, and usually it's never the meat; it's always the rice. So be warned. Usually it's the rice, because rice can be very dangerous, because rice tends to be made in big batches, and then obviously just reheated and reheated, and it's not a good idea to do that with rice. So the next time that you think it's the curry that's up in the air, no, it won't carry. They'll just take a single. So trying to bat out the entire 10 overs. They've got 2 more balls to try and get through, but it's going to be a low score here, which I think the Red Stars will be pretty keen to knock off pretty quickly. Red Stars, of course, lost out in the match against Gazira United, 7 over a side one. They'd love to finish the day with a win, and that's going to be another dot. And the thing is here, Victoria Lions, who didn't get a point against AUM, well, they may not pick up a point here either. So this day, certainly going to dent their hopes. Okay, here we are. Paul Kempin, a lovely comment from Paul. He's touching on the fact. And 6 runs. Well, where did that come from? 6 to end the innings. I like that, really. As the batter, this is Nirav Gordia, says, all right, it is the last ball, so I now can go for this if I'm out. It doesn't matter. And he thumps it out of the middle. And he hits it for 6. They'll get to 90. Now, 90s may not win you a match, but they could win you a point. And Victoria Lions are in danger of not picking anything up. I've got to read what Paul Campin said. I was saying I hate hates celery, can't stand it, and he says that's what you get at the end of a week at a vegetable factory. A good celery. Very well done, Paul. Well said. And Dave was saying he had a young cousin who wouldn't eat anything red. No tomatoes, red peppers, etc. And that's a weird one, isn't it? Would he eat red fruit, though? Would he eat an apple? Well, Dave will come back to that as we have a look at the highlights here. And let's just say one thing that I think the Red Stars did really well, and I think most of the teams after and if you won in the morning with AUM, but since then most teams have taken most of the catches when they've had the opportunity to do so. Push Bungarden, he was a man that I was saying if he gets going, he can make a difference, and he did start getting going. A little bit of luck there with the spin, a bit of the top spin that got past Srinath, but that was the bad one, wasn't it? Push Bungarden is the dangerous player. He thinks he hit it into the deck. One or two others did as well. Myself and Corey were pretty sure that he didn't. And when you had a look at the side view, it was straight into the hands of the bowler. So Push Bungarden would go caught and bowled by Mother Heaven, who bowled well. I have to say, the bowling was good most of the time. That's another one. That's Tony Thomas, who had to come back strong after he had a bit of a mare last time. The batter doesn't like this one. That one was given out up in the air, and there's another catch taken, and that was nicely done by the captain, Sobu George. And there's the end of Peter. Peter just going across the line. He's normally pretty good, pretty straight the bat he plays with, but I think at that point, he probably heard me saying when you need a little bit more than that. And how about that for a finish? Hits the ball, hits it for six, and just starts running off. Says, that's the way I normally do it. And, well, maybe once again, Victoria Lions probably just need to reshuffle that batting order a little bit. But you've got some players in there towards the end that certainly know how to hit a ball. So, have a quick look at the scorecard. And Pradeep Push Bungarden 25 starts there for Srinath. Srinath, I think the captain will be disappointed the way he's got out on two occasions, just hoiking out to mid-off. And Krishnan Kumar, the man that we know can hit the ball pretty well, gets the double figures and gets out. But no fireworks from Jitin Dinesh this time. He goes for 5 or 4 deliveries. That means that with the assistance, has to be said, of 12 extras from 12 wides, that Victoria Lions do get to 90. Red Stars will be looking to knock those off, and if they can do it in 7, they'll do just that. And that means it will be a very disappointing day for the Victoria Lions, where they won't pick up a single point for their efforts. But hey, who says that they're not going to get the wickets here? Because the Red Stars, they've had a few collapses of their own. We'll take a quick look then at the bowling there. Tony Thomas, what a comeback from him. 3 for 9, 2 for 9 there from Amal Madhavan. I think he bowled very well as well. And Jimmy James, he normally always gets a few wickets. He does, but he was a little bit expensive on the wide front this time around. 90 for 9 then, as we go into the last innings of this match day 17. The final innings of match number 67 coming up in about 10 minutes time, and it's all about the Red Stars. Are they going to be able to get the job done quickly, or are the Victoria Lions, are they going to roar one more time and maybe put up a bit of a defence for the low 90 that they put on the board? Join me, Rika Full, and if he can get him back connected, Corey Ruckers will be back to join me for the final innings of the day. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the European Cricket Series here in Malta at the beautiful Malta International Cricket Ground, and we should see quite a straightforward chase here from the Red Stars, looking to get to 91 for victory, but stranger things can happen. A few people in the chat were saying that it's a score that should be done quite easily by the Red Stars, but they will rewind it a few times. But some people that we have seen some good defences in the past, and some of them have been scores in the sort of 60s, early 60s. So it wouldn't be uncommon if this gets defended. A couple of early wickets can make a difference. Srinath is going to start with the ball, and it's a bit of a way swing, catching chance, and just drops before now. Real mess up, as out. It's a direct hit, and the scorers are going to have to sort out. You can see what the captain's saying. Jagadish Srinath is saying, well, that's the man who should be out. The two batters, look at them. They are frozen. They don't know what to do or what to say. Who's going to be gone, who's not? Is it Sabu George who's gone? Is it the non-striker? We're going to have a good look at this. It's a direct hit. The catch doesn't get taken by the fielder. I think it's Rigid Abraham. Let's see this one more time. So there's a chance to take the catch, and it goes down. Now watch the throw. Keep an eye on the batters. Who's gone here? Who's gone? I actually think it is Sabu. Sabu George doesn't get. They're running the wrong way, saying, look, Iba, let's go for this. They're running the wrong way, and George, it's going to be Sabu who's going to be out. Well, Sabu's going to be sobbing away back in the dugout as he's going to go. Oh, yaar, ki kar ditta mainu. So Sabu will go. It's going to be a royal start with a royal duck. Here we go. The catch goes down. And he said, and then all of a sudden, and in the end, oh dear, it's done, it's dusted. The next ball, short one, no run, 0 for 1 is a perfect start from Victoria Lions. And Jagdish Srinath, the captain, he was so quick, wasn't he? Srinath to say, hey, it's George who's gone. It's Sabu George is the man they wanted to send back out for a diamond duck. That's going to be a wide. Sabu George, well, he did a good job in the field. He did a good job with the ball, but couldn't add anything with the bat. Not often you see that run out without facing a ball, but all to do with Abraham. Drops the catch, but probably, I mean, think about it. If you want, who would you get out, John or George? George. So he probably does the right thing. Oh, that's come back a long way. That's that swing that we know that Srinath can get, and it does well to get bat onto ball here. If that one hits the pad, I get the feeling that Stephen Gooch would have been putting the finger up. All right, John gets off the mark, and Vijayan faces his first. It gets done by an absolute beauty. And that's what Srinath can do. We've seen him getting, normally we see him bowling the in-swinger. The in-swinger just hasn't worked for him today. He hasn't been able to get the ball to come in, but the out-swinger has worked beautifully. Vijayan gets beaten by a beauty. This time just a little bit shorter, gets through the fielder. There's a sweeper out there who will tidy up and just keep it to a single. What a start. Only the 4 runs given away, but of course the huge wicket, and courtesy of a direct hit and run out by Abraham to get the wicket of Sabu George. So cracking start, and well, those of you that thought it was going to be easy, who knows? It's not that easy. Big appeal. And that will be the end of the over. I thought it was over already, but obviously was jumping the gun. So 3 come from it. And the score 3 for 1 at the end of the first. 306 matches since the Golden Ball. We sort of got close in that 7-a-side contest. We thought it might end up a little bit closer. Still a few issues. They're trying to sort out the box. And I know what you guys have done. Don't go telling me you don't know what's going on. I know that Corey has been a naughty boy with all the emojis. And you kept telling him, I told him not to do it. And you know what's happened in the end? Karma has done the job. The powers that we know nothing about have said, all right, Corey, you're a naughty boy. I'm taking you off the air for a while. So Corey, we're still trying to sort out his side of things. So you'll just have to settle for me for the moment. All right, here we go. Dave, I hope your jam session goes well. That's not a good delivery here from Christian Kuma. It was an issue that they had plenty of against the AUM. So many extras were bowled. In fact, they did pretty well to not get penalised any penalty runs. Just a gentle pat on the back there from the captain, Srinath, saying to Kuma, come on, take your time. I like that. And now this one, it might be too high. Let's have a look at this side on. See the height on this, and it is on the way down, and the bat is a long way out of the crease. So I think that's a good call there from Stefan Gooch, who says it's just about okay. Krishnan Kuma got away with that one, it has to be said. And that one should have been just a dot. That's sloppy from Pradeep Pushpagarden, who, by his standards, has not had a good day here today. This is something I want to share with you. Today, on this day, I should say, in 1962, the birth of the first woman to play 100 one-day internationals and the first to reach 4,000 runs in the format. It was New Zealand's Debbie Hockley. It's going to be a no ball. Oh, well, what has happened to the fielder? It's a complete wipeout. Well, it's Peter. Jajil Peter, if anybody's going to give us a highlight, he is. And, oh, well, what happens here? So it's a no ball. It gets past the keeper. And Peter, he's pole vaulted the ball. He's used his knee as a pole vault, and it's gone flying over. Oh, well. I get the feeling it might be one of those innings. Corey, come back. All is forgiven. It's the free hit. It's going to get away, and it's going to be 4 runs. So, Christian, I'm actually surprised that Kuma is getting this over. They've got so many other options. And bowling somebody who's spraying it all over the place, I think this is the man that Corey was calling the spray painter. And you don't, after a great start, you don't want to concede an expensive over. 6 of 3 so far. And that's well played. That's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played. He gets that swing and plays for it as well. Gets himself in a good position. Nicely done. Cuatro carreras. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's go back to that. So Debbie Hockley played in 5 World Cups. Finally winning in 2000 after being runner-up twice. She scored 2 World Cup hundreds, both in the 1997 edition in India. In 2016, Hockley became the first woman to be elected president of New Zealand's cricket. And that is more runs and not the over that you wanted. It really isn't. And now Kuma, after a great start, has just given away too many. And that over ain't done yet. They've still got a ball to go. It could be a magical. So after a magical or diamond start, you could say, getting that wicket early off Sabu George, Krishnan Kuma, as let's just say he's bowled a little bit of filth here, and he's got what he's deserved. In fact, I reckon he's got away with a few. It could have been a lot worse. Trying to end it without going magical. And it's waiting for, I think, this ball to come back. The fielder, he has found it. Well done to that man. Give him a lollipop. Nicely done. Finds the ball. Well, David's just talking about that schedule. Peter, oh, that was just crazy fielding. I've never seen a knee plug. It looked like he was pole vaulting the ball. this one gets dragged. A couple of bounces will get fielded, so won't go for a magical over, but he will go for 17. And you can see there that the captain, Jagdish Srinath, just holds on to the ball. It's almost like he says, okay, I'm going to bowl the next one. I don't mind that. He bowled his very good first over. This is the way it's looking. Look at the lines here. And they came into the day with hope of trying to move off 10 points and get themselves sort of midway up the table. It's not going to plan. They haven't picked up a single point so far. And I think that's another reason why Srinath wants to bowl himself out here and save him for later. Gets this one through. Dot ball. John swinging and missing at it. Yeah, so this is not what the Lions were expecting here today. They would have expected to have got over AUM. And they've had some bad luck as well. How's this one not hit the stumps? That's quite amazing. Here's that delivery. He just gets that movement away. I think otherwise this is crashing into those stumps. Well, Corey, another reason Corey might not be here, because he maybe wants to get a little bit closer to the man he's calling the man with the Movember. Yep, Srinath, that's got a nice tash. Moving away. He's moving too much. He's moving too much around. I cannot believe that the non-striker here, this is a Vijayan, is actually asking the umpire if that's a wide. I mean, look, he turns around to the umpire and saying, hey, is that wide? I mean, behave yourself. How is that a wide? No way near. All right, swinging and missing, John. Srinath. Looks like he's getting another good over in here. He's just pushing the fielder. I like this move from him. I think he can sense that Vijayan wants to get on strike here. So he's just closing the gap a little bit, pushing them a little bit tighter so that single is not on. And then he just bowls a full toss, which also gets missed out on. So, well, we've had an over of 3, an over of 22, and now this one, so far, nothing from it. That's right, nada, nada, nada. Under a lot of pressure now is Ajoy John. And that's going to be a wide, so he ruins what could have been a perfect over. I think once again Stefan Gooch just wants to check where this ball, if it hit any of the pitch. It does, so it will be a wide. So you just couldn't see clearly because the body of the bowler in the way. So the first run of the over, courtesy of wides. Slow, full toss, fielded. In comes the throw. Umpires don't seem to be looking at this side on. They're letting it go. And then finally, well, whether Vivian wanted to take this or not, he's going to get on strike. Vijayan with just the ball to go. You'd think only a boundary will do here. And he's not going to get the boundary. He will take the single to at least keep him on strike. But what a good bit of bowling that is. Only that one sort of bad delivery in that over, which was the wide. But just 2 runs from it. So his spell of bowling has been absolutely brilliant. No wickets, 6 runs. There was that run out of his over. But just a 3 of that over because there was that one wide, of course. And the score, 28 for 1. And look at the 2 power plays. Just the 6 runs separating them. At this point, though, there was 2 wickets that were lost by the Victoria Lions. So 63 and 42 to win, needing to go at 9s. I do still believe that the Red Stars, I mean, any win will do, you would think, for them, but they would love the opportunity after going down in the earlier match to take 4 points here. 5 points in the day. I think you'll take that. You take 5 in the day, especially the position that they're in. High in the air. Catch me if you can. And it's going to be a save. So this is interesting as the throw comes in. It's Shadil Peter bowling again. So they're going for Peter here because they feel he could keep it tidy. I think that's actually very well done by the fielder. And it keeps the ball in play. saves the boundary. The batters will get 2 though. That was Rohan Rajan. Right, this time I don't think anybody's stopping it. Going, gone. It's a biggie. I've got to question the bowlers that are being used here by Srinath. He obviously understands the reason for keeping it tight. That's why he's bowled himself out already. He wants to take it past that 7 over mark to get at least something out of the game. But the bowlers that he's used around him are what I would class as bowlers they've used as makeshift bowlers in this tournament. Shajal Peter is one of them. I think even Krishnan Kumar. So strange tactics, keeping it tight one end with one bowler, and then on the other hand, giving runs away with another. No runs this time. Yeah, Corey has left the cage. Corey was misbehaving himself in the chat earlier, and I think well, he's finally being got at. No, on a serious note, we're just having some problems here with the electric. It's going to be a tight call, but I think the right call. I think that ball was always going to miss that line. Peter, if he gets it right outside the off, he can get it through. But Vijayan is really searching. Anything that's short, he's going to be onto it. And that one is going to be played into the deck. Hand onto it from the keeper. Just getting a little bit dark again, I have to say. Some more clouds coming. There's not a lot of wind, so I don't think those clouds are going to, hopefully not going to ruin the end of the day in this match. Peter. And asking the question, he does beat the bat. He's asked a lot of questions. Trying to get a wicket, he won't. And I guess at the end of the over, he won't be too disappointed. We're going for 10. 38 for 1, 4 overs completed. 53 required of 36 for the win. And that will mean that they take a point, and also means that the Victoria Lions will get their first point in the day. The Red Stars, they did get a point in the loss to Gazira United in that 7 over a side match. I know I was going to I'll tell you what, this might take a while, so I'll make a start here. So back last year, 2023, perhaps the greatest one-day innings of all, when Glenn Maxwell walked to the crease. This was in the World Cup game against Afghanistan in Mumbai. Australia were 49 for 4 in the 9th over, chasing 292. Then 10 overs later, they were in a shambles at 91 for 7. Maxwell had made 22 of 26 at that point, but then from here on in, he just went crazy and sealed Australia's spot in the semi-finals when he became the first Australian to score a double one-day 100. And he did it off 128 balls in the match, and the first in all cricket to get a double in a one-day international chase. If those numbers weren't enough, we'll have a listen to this. It should be out, and they should have their man here asking the question. I think we're going to have a look at this side on. Has Vimal Vijaya got the wicket here? I think probably, and I'm going to stick by that. That foot comes back after the bells are broken. Have a look there. He's a goner. And that is a big wicket. He'll get his marching orders here in a minute. And there it is. He goes 40 for 3. That's a big wicket. And that was just frustration created. So well done to Vimal. Well, Vijaya. It's a man that I gave a shout out a little bit early in the day. And he's got the wicket of Sanjeev. So Vijayan goes to the good, clever bowling of Vimal. And good work there from Push Pangarden. Push Pangarden does the job. They get the wicket just when you can see they wanted to apply the pressure. So 12 off 12. As a new batter is Jimmy James. That comes out. I tell you what, with that wicket going down, it certainly does make things a bit interesting here now. Oh, now is that going to go on and hit the stumps? And I reckon it's a tight call, but umpire's call probably just going on to miss. You could just see the leg stick there with his mate's impact. Close. Gets played away. Want the run, but not going to get it. The fielder in close. Yeah, just going back to that innings of Maxwell. When he was doing that, he was battling cramps, even falling flat to the ground after his legs seized at one point. It's another dot ball. And scored his next 54 runs off 29 balls while barely moving his feet. He contributed 179 in the 202-run partnership with Pat Cummins, the biggest 8th wicket stand in the history of men's one-day internationals. So that was back on this day in 2023. I want to say a big thank you to Parry Match for their in-game analysis, also to HCL Software and to Victorinox. Glad to have Victorinox on board, and I always refer to them as the precision timing when we see some great shots, to Grizzly Bear Sports and also to Bizaway Travel. That's going to be a, well, I was going to say it's going to be a wide, but it won't be. It will be one run though, because he spoils the wide and in order to play the shot, but the fielder doesn't make a mistake. Just a one taken. So John, yeah, tiki-taka. I wonder if they're thinking about getting rid of it. You can see at the other end there, they know what they're going to do. It's Jimmy James goes for the big shot. Doesn't get it. It's another dot ball. Ooh, well, Victoria Lions, they're staying in this contest. There's a Jinesh. This is Jinesh doing the bowling. It's stroked away quite elegantly and will get 4 runs. So James is off the mark with the boundary. It's all happening at the moment, isn't it? All happening at the moment. That last over from Vimal Vijaya, just the 2 runs, the wicket falling there as well. So Jitin Jinesh just trying to keep it tidy. I mean, I'd love to see fielders there run and dive. Hands first, trying to slide and keep the ball in play rather than using the feet. High in the air, but he gets plenty of it. Gear, gear, gear. Shaka la gear. Boom, boom, boom. Shaka la gear. Boom, boom, boom. Ginna Sona. 6 runs as well. James. Well, not Jesse James, but still quick firing is Jimmy James. Just waits for this one, plays it away. I'll take just a single as, well, Peter still finds the need to throw the ball in dangerously quick for no reason at all, really. All right, now, John, 19 of 17. He goes for it and gets a fair bit of this. Is he going to pluck? Oh, dear. It's been one of those days, and Ron Rajan, he's gets done a little bit like one of the fielders did earlier. So he's getting in line with it. The ball hits the deck. And watch out for the spin. Oh, no, gear, gear, gear. Oh, no. Gear, gear, chilla gear, chokala gear. Gorgeous the kitty, but that's 4 runs. It's the end of the over. It's a good over. 16 will come off that one. And the over by over scores have been pretty weird as the 50 has come up. It's 56 for 2. Yeah, it's been 4 of the first, 22 of the second, 3, 10, 2 of the 5th over, and that the 6th over goes for 16, 56 for 2. So there will be a point in this contest for one of these teams, but the other will take 3. Which team will take the 3 points? 35 and 24, under 9 and over required. You would think it would be the Red Stars, but having said that, I think they need to be a little bit more positive. As well, James happy this time to take the single. Well, John got lucky with that boundary, which just kept his strike rate acceptable in this run chase. Vimal Vijaya, and oh dear, how many times have we seen that? Now Pushpan Garden is having a day really to forget here today. Is one of the key players for Victoria Lions. so many times. Should have been dot balls and he's given away buys. He allows now James back on strike. And well, this time into the gloves, the dot ball. Yeah, you are watching the European Cricket Network. We are here in Malta. And we're glad that you can join us. Dave says he's hanging around. He said he's going to hang around. That one impact outside line. Well, nobody's looking at the bowler's end. And, well, there's an appeal. It's not out. And there's a couple of appeals that Vijay has had, but he's probably got to learn what the LBW rule is. This is impact outside the line. So late with the appeal as well. I don't know why you wait so long. And, in fact, if the batters were more alert, they could have possibly have taken a run. Oh, bangs this one into his leg. Ouch, that hurts. He's hobbling around now. Ouch. Ooh la la la. कहना मैं तो अपना गिट्टी बांध देता. माना सी चौका मार देते आपने. Well, that hurts. He's trying to walk it off. We've seen that a few times. Dave is saying Tortuga to the one that got missed in the boundary. This one, ooh, that is right on the instep. That hurts. Well, this is where I think he's not thinking of running here. Gets a short one. It's played away nicely. But they've got the field set well for that as the throw comes in. And it will be a single. It's going to be the end of the over? Yeah, I believe it is. Not a bad over there at all. So you see what I mean, how funny it's been? It's been like a good over, followed by a couple of bad overs, or vice versa. One bad and two good. So it's sort of stop, start, stop, start. Well, hopefully it's going to be all go, go, go tomorrow. And the weather is looking to be a threat, but it can change, of course. Royal Strikers in action against AUM overseas versus Mana Day. Red Stars against the Knights. And then also the Victoria Lions taking on Go Zo Zalmi. Plenty of action. 8 teams we'll see in action on Peacock Friday. Let's hope that it turns out to be a sunny one and not a wet, soggy one. That's being predicted at the moment or forecasted. 59 for 2. After 7. Up in the air. Somebody's got to want it. And it will be dropped. How on earth? They're all lining up for it. How on earth do you drop it? Abraham. Now that's a big moment in the match. That is a big moment in the match. No doubt about it. Abraham comes across and he drops the sitter. And now this one. What's happened here is going to be, I think it's given off the bat, so this has caught something, because I saw that the wicketkeeper was given an apology, so I thought surely not more, but look where he's standing here. And yeah, he gets a bit of bat on this, but the wicketkeeper seems to be standing so wide. That's push Bangaran. Oh, is this going to be another one, another expensive over? The one from Vimal Vijaya, by the way, that last over only went for 3. He's bowled very well. He's only gone for 4 runs and picked up a wicket off his overs. That's going to be a wide. So Abraham struggling. This could be this is the over you've got to go for. Got to go for it in this over. You don't really want to be leaving yourself too many to get in the last 2. So just the way that they pick the bowlers sometimes just not going to plan. That's better. That's a better delivery. Now that's why Pushman Garden is standing so wide. He's expecting Rajit Abraham to be getting the ball in this sort of area every time. Abraham once again. And up in the air, but this time it won't go to hands, but also at the same time it doesn't go to the boundary. Srinath is suggesting it needs backing up, but you don't want to be throwing that away anyway. What's the point? There's no need to. Okay, Jimmy James feeling the need to get a couple of boundaries after 2 balls to come here. 25 of 14. And that's gone. That's on the money. Chog the patti. Kidda ajda na match dekhe to bada swad aa gaya. And that is beautifully done. Jabardast bowling here from Abraham. He should have had one earlier. And this time he says, I can't catch. I probably haven't got too much faith in maybe some of our other guys catching, so I'll just go full and straight. Gets a little bit of in swing, and he swings all around this. Does James. James will go 14 or 14, a runner ball 14, not the strike rate that you need. Gets cleaned up there. And well done to Abraham. Knocks the stumps over. Another batter comes out. This is now Tony Thomas. Can Tony Thomas be the hero for his side? Victoria Lions looking to pull off a surprise defence here. Ball to go then in this over. And it's been struck well. Fielder keeps it cool and makes it an easy stop. Just the single coming off that last ball. 8 off the over. And well, 8 won't do it. 67 for 3. So 12 balls to go. 24 required from 12. Well then, people, what are you thinking? What are you thinking here? Anybody got a tingle? Anybody got a tingle? 67 for 3. And should be all right with the time. They've got just this over to get in, and they'll have over 7 minutes to do it. And still, you can see there the Victoria Lions 56% now favourites to the Red Stars 44. Well, now that's a change around for the books. Question is, bowlers. It's Ajith Kumar. They're going to bowl. It's only going to get this one over. They probably will go to Abraham next. He'll start with a wide. Oh dear. It's the 9th over, everybody. It all happens in the 9th. We know it. All happens in the 9th. Ajith remarks his run up. Tries to compose himself. Does Kumar. Bowling here to Tony Thomas, the new batter. And gets a bit of bat on this. They'll take just a single. Now this is where you got to just be saying to yourself, if you're the Victoria Lions, well, if it's a single, let it be. Don't go crazy. Don't go throwing the ball away. Singles won't help them win the match. Making some final adjustments there. Pradeep Pushman Garden. In comes Kumar again. Short, wide. It will be wide. Ay, 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 ay. So just the one legal delivery. 3 runs from it. And somebody just, Srinath does the right thing. Just goes over to Ajith Kumar and probably just say, hey, come on. Just get the ball nice and straight. John. Hits it well. Fielder's out there. Will he get down? And surprisingly, he manages to make a stop with his feet. Well, I tell you what, he's lucky. He's getting applauded. Well, yeah, I don't. It's going to hurt if you're going to use your legs. You've got to use your hands here. Look at this. He puts his leg on this. That's going to leave a nasty bruise. What are you thinking, Vimal Vijay? I suppose he gets very lucky. He stops that. Yeah, of course it's going to hurt. You're playing cricket, not football. Use your hands. He's extremely lucky that hasn't gone off his leg and gone to the boundary. Down the ground. Want to keep it to just one. Attacking it. Oh, that also could have been very dangerous. See what I mean? If it's a single, relax. Let the single be. Charging at the ball, and if that gets past to giving a boundary away, it's not the way to go. Getting tense here, people. Getting tense. And Naseed Hassan saying he'd love to see a golden ball. Edge. Fielder there. Makes a stop. Doesn't carry. But it's only a single. Could have gone anywhere, but it goes to the fielder. And Davey's saying that will kill Corey if we have a golden ball here and Corey can't get on. Well, I tell you what. I think if we get close, Corey might be here. I think he'll be shouting down my microphone. You'll hear us together, maybe. Ajith Kumar trying to finish this over off well. 2 balls, gets charged at high in the air. Can anybody get there? And it gets dropped. Now where's the ball going? Oh, well, the captain puts the catch down. They'll get 2, but he does chase after it and saves the boundary. John getting dropped. Ooh, how big a drop could that be? That could be so crucial. He's the set batter. Gets put down there on 31 and goes back on strike. So just imagine if this ball goes to the boundary. 15 required in 7. He swings hard. Almost throws himself off his feet. In comes the throw. Fired in by Peter. I don't think they were looking to go to anywhere. So we're going to go to the last, everybody. We're going to the last. 13 for a win off the last. Ajith Kumar, there's a couple of wides in there, but still, it's not the worst of overs. The over goes for 10. Walking sticks, 77 for 3. All right, into the last over, everybody. It's the one we've all been praying for. Are we going to get the golden ball? 14 required in 6. 13 takes us to the golden ball. And that one's hit the pad. You got to run here. You got to run. You can't have dot balls. That's one of them. So 13 in 5. Well, I reckon, pretty sure that Corey is probably sweating, thinking, no, surely not. All right, you need a couple of boundaries here, don't you? High in the air, catching opportunities. Srinath under it. Takes the catch this time, the captain under pressure. And the man who's got this spectacular moustache for Movember holds on to the catch. As it is Rajit Abraham who bowled, remember, that brilliant 8th over. And just only 8 came from it when he's coming back to bowl this one. And for those of us that are wanting a golden ball, a wicket falling there doesn't help, because that means now it's 13 off 4 balls. And the batter that goes is that of Thomas. Now, isn't it strange as we see who's coming out here? It's the man who yesterday played a sensational innings, 30 odd he scored. And he's only coming into bat at number 6. I think they've got that a little wrong, don't you? Edge. It's going to be stopped by the fielder, so they're not even having the luck there. It's the second time that the ball gets edged, but it goes to the fielder. Running out of time here. 12 off 3. Abraham trying to prevent being hit to the boundary. John, 35 of 27. Is he going to save the best till last? Attacks. Works his way. The chase is on. It's going to be stopped. They'll come back for just 2. And, oh dear, that ain't going to help, is it? It's not going to help. So now what we get to 10 off 2. Both these have to go to the boundary. I suppose that takes the golden ball out of the equation now, really. Abraham. Hit hard. It would go all the way. Bolle. Oh, we're going to have a thriller here. We're going to have a thriller. It goes down to the last ball. And John smashes this for 6. 4 off the last for a win. 4 off the last. Well, I can't see them getting 3, but stranger things can happen. If they get 3, we go to a golden ball, but 4 for victory. And it won't be. It's going to be a dot ball. It will be a dot ball. And look at that. Look at the way he looked back at the umpire. Said, tell me it's not a wide. The umpire says, definitely not. It is going to be a defense from the Victoria Lions. The Lions, the pack. The pack come together, and it's pride from the pack as they defend 90. They have done it, and despite John 43 not out of 30. You can make your own mind about that strike rate, but they have done it. And how important that little knock of 25 from Push Bangarden ends up being, and also all of those extras. And, well, Red Stars can't believe that they haven't got there. And the Victoria Lions have held on. Now, how many of you, come on, all of you now, stand up if you were the ones who were doubting. Stand up if you were the ones who were saying it's going to be an early finish. Stand up if you were the ones saying start the car. I told you, this is the European Cricket Network. This is sport. This is cricket. You can never write this stuff. And if you believe and if you're prepared to fight, anything is possible. Congratulations to the Victoria Lions. I think they surprised a lot of people, but there were one or two in there who were saying, hey, we've seen defences here on the network with scores in the 60s. It's not going to be the best defence that we've seen, but it's still a damn good one. Well done to the Victoria Lions. And you know what? I think if Corey was here now, he would be saying, you know what? I think they deserve this, because just based on the bad luck that they had. Remember in the last match, the players were here, weren't allowed to get to the ground because security wouldn't let them through. So they had to play with 9. They lost out, didn't they, to AUM. But you know what? Sometimes good things come back to those that deserve it. Tomorrow, certainly going to be good things tomorrow. Royal Strikers are in action. They're taking on the American University of Malta. We're going to see overseas. We're going to see Malta Days. We're going to see the Red Stars back in action as well. They're going to be looking to put that disappointment behind it, but they better be careful because they're up against the Knights. Victoria Lions take on Go Zo Zalmi. Zalmi, they've been a bit hit and miss, the reigning champions. Cue the highlights. And while these highlights are playing, this was a terrible start. It was a diamond duck. Sobu George, and then, well, talking about diamond ducks, that one was a pole vault express from Shijil Peter. Never seen anything like that as he plugs his knee. What about that for a save? How important was that at the time? That was Rohan Rajan saving 6 but giving away 2. Hey, all of these things all make a difference. And, well, runs were coming, but there just wasn't the sort of the firepower that you needed. And even John, 43 of 30, he just never went at the right rate. Sanjeev Vijayan, 12 of 12, he was the same. Even Jimmy James, 14 of 14. If you're going to go at that strike rate, you're not going to win too many matches, and that's why the Victoria Lions would hold on to, well, register, well, in the end, a very, very good victory. That was a little bit of luck. Of course, it's going to hurt. You've got to use your hands. And then that one got put down. And then again, more luck. Could have gone to the boundary. And when you have a look at all of these, when you consider there was a few edges there that went straight to the fielder as well. Remember how luckless they were against AUM. It's just funny how things change around. This time, they had the luck. They get the win. And unfortunately, the Red Stars, who were sure that they were going to get a win here, don't do it. And well, look at that delight. That's what it means to them. I mean, you know, at the moment, all that could mean that the 3 points that they might make it through into the top 8. But it's not about that. It's about playing the game hard and getting the win and sharing the thrill of that achievement, especially when you're defending 90 with your teammates. So well done to the Victoria Lions. The Red Stars, well, I suppose they've had a bit of bad luck. First with the weather in that last match, and they went down by, of course, 8 runs to Gezira United in that 7-over-side match. And then in this one, after doing all the hard work in the field, then it went wrong with the batting, and it didn't help with that diamond duck for Sobu George. So John, 43 for him. There were starts there for Sanjeev and Jimmy James, but they just didn't accelerate the strike rate. And as a result of that, they allowed the bowlers to dictate 3 wickets there from Rajit Abraham. Remember how badly he started. Well, what a comeback it was from him as well. But look at that from Vimal Vijaya. Now, he's the guy I gave a shout out in the start of the day to, and you can see why, because he bowled absolutely brilliantly. Just 4 runs conceded. And you know what? I know there's a lot of players put good performances in there. He would be my player of the match in a low-scoring match like that. All right, there was 3 wickets for Abraham there. And I can understand if they give it to him. But if I'm honest, I mean, he does get it. But that bowling figures there, just 4 runs given away. That was quite exceptional as well. So well done to the sides there. It's been a fantastic day. And I want to say a very big thank you to everybody that's tuned in. And I know a few people were wanting to go away a little bit earlier, but all hung around because they wanted to see how this one went. Well, we're going to see if it happens tomorrow. Thank you very much to everybody that's tuned in here, especially to the chat. You've been absolutely marvellous here today. I know we had a few issues with throughout the day, really, with some technical issues, and right at the end there with the microphone and some of the wiring here, which meant that we couldn't have Corey for the bulk of this last match. But I know that if Corey was here, he'd want to say his thank yous to everybody as well, and it's particularly to the chat for being so sporting and so entertaining, and for sharing in a bit of fun with us as well. So very big thank you to Corey, big thank you to everybody in the chat, big thanks to all the umpires who once again were absolutely fantastic, and well led of course by Stephen Gooch, who we saw out there in the middle in the last match as well. I want to say a big thank you to the Federation here. They look after us very well indeed. And of course to the ECN crew, who have been absolutely fantastic. And of course, how can I not say a big thank you to these guys, to Bring Media. They are the best in the business. And just remember, you get your enjoyment from what you're seeing thanks to these guys and the hard work they do. They've been absolutely brilliant. Don't forget, if you like the intro, or if you missed the intro, and if you want to look at what some of the lovely sights here around Malta, well, you'll catch me on the boat trip. That was at the beginning of the day, and at the National Aquarium as well. Some brilliant images there for you to go back and look at the beginning of the day. But tomorrow we had a quick look. There's a lot of cricket scheduled for tomorrow. 8 teams we will see in action, but of course a lot of that does depend on the weather. Now the weather surprises yesterday. There was no rain forecast, but it came. It sort of surprised us today. We were expecting it to be a lot worse this afternoon for the last 2 matches, but we've got those matches in, be it that one of them was shortened. So anything can still happen, and be here with us tomorrow, and hopefully the weather gods will be kind to us and we will get some action in tomorrow, because it is, of course, Peacock Friday. So make sure that you have your best Peacock Friday shirts on, the loudest possible, and let's see if Corey remembers his as well. So thank you very much everybody for tuning in today. Thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network. I can hear the music playing ready for the highlights of today. So it's goodbye from me, and as I always like to say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Esta mañana, mi familia.